Yo, people. Name's Richard Blackwood, and hopefully you know. It's been 30 years. If you don't know who it is now, then you're just never gonna know, right? No, I'm not gonna say that because you will know, right? But trust me, right now, you're looking at the studio, and yes, Shizzio podcast, right? He's got me down here, right? He was trying. He was saying, Richard, come down. I'm like, yeah, not sure, right? He's like, Richard, come down. Promise you it's gonna be good. And I'm not gonna lie, this show is a serious one. Yeah, I'm glad I was here. I actually got here yesterday. I just want to let you know. When I got here, it was daylight. Do you know what I mean? It's kids running around and stuff, right? Now, I'm the only, pigeons are asleep. Like, there's no one awake besides myself and the cameraman and Shizzio, and it's past his bedtime. So what I'm trying to say is, right, is that it's tomorrow now. But you make sure you tune in because it's serious and insightful. That's the word for today. See, there's flies in there. I'm surprised that the fly is not asleep, because the fly was in there from yesterday and it's still flying around. And it's like, it must be on its last legs or something. It must be tired, I don't know. Right, I mean, or looking for some juice. I had juice. Juice is finished. Do you know what I mean? Everything's finished. It's just the table now. I was actually starving. I'm not even hungry no more. Imagine that. I was hungry yesterday and now I'm just gonna go home and eat breakfast.
Like a ninja from under you creep with the beep, the bop, the beep, the bop, the boo. I'm the captain, this is my crew, the beep, the bop. Doing up Cambridge, doing up Oxford, M-Way, doing up Uxbridge, MC Hammer with the jewels, can't touch this. All the bad beats in the pop.
This bombo clap tune, rude boy. Okay. The weather is a school show, we love it. Sun's out, guns out. Now listen, this guest, yeah, I swear it's gonna sound like I'm gonna be blowing smoke up your ass, but I swear to God I'm not, yeah? But legendary, foundation, all of them keywords are going to be significant today, yeah? I've been hollowing at this brother for a while. He's a bit reluctant to come on shows, but I respect the reasons why. And it makes sense. But actually, I'm actually honoured that he's chosen to come and participate today, and I really mean that. You know when you see like, hold on, first and foremost, the GOAT that is Mr. Richard Blackwood.
Yes, my boy, yeah.
How are you, sir?
I'm all right. Do you know what? I ain't gonna lie, I don't want to mess up your intro.
No, go on.
Right? Do you know what it is? I've only done 3 podcasts.
Yep.
This is the 3rd.
Yep, I've seen.
All right, Jab.
No.
No, you're keeping it real. Go on.
I messaged you.
Yeah, you did.
You don't really want to do podcasts, which I understand, and then I see Richard creeping out, toes out. I said, hey, hold on. What's going on here?
No, you did.
No. I said, Richard,
you did.
I respect it.
No, but...
And it makes sense you going on those shows. I love them.
Yeah.
Come on, brother.
No. In fairness, you did ask for a while. And I tell you what it is. I don't have nothing against podcasts, because personally, I think that it's good that the people that I do know anyway, and the ones that I don't, right? I mean, it's podcasting has become like the new hip hop, and also the new drug dealing, right?
Explain that one. What do you mean?
Because you got guys that are not road doing podcasts, and it's a new way, they're content creators. Then you got road guys or ex-road guys that are now doing that instead of doing road, right? Which is good, because, you know, I remember years ago, they used to do these DVDs in America about beef DVDs. You remember beef DVDs?
Yeah.
Right? And it used to talk about...
Smack DVDs.
Yeah, all those things.
Yeah.
But I remember Tretch from Naughty by Nature, you can Google it, and they're doing cutaways of different bits. And he looks into the camera, and you could tell that Tretch was a serious guy back in the day.
Yeah.
And Tretch goes, listen, right, one thing about us, he goes, a lot of people say that our rapping and stuff, we rap about certain things. He goes, you're lucky we're rapping, because otherwise we'll be breaking in your house and we'll be doing this and madness. And just the way he looked into the camera and he said it, I was at home going, hey, I'm really glad that he's rapping, right? I mean, because he meant that. And so now fast forward, like I'm seeing people that I do know that were on the roads and people that I heard of on the roads, and they're now doing their podcasts. And it's nice to see, because you're seeing them in a different kind of element, right? Do you know what I mean? And doing something which, if they then make money from it, no one can tell them nothing.
Yeah, for real.
Do you know what I mean? It's like they're legit, they're able, and I'm all for that. I'm all for people, like, whether you're on the roads or not, people following a dream that's outside of the status quo, believing in it, and then ultimately able to live off of it. I'm all for that.
But also, on the flip side, I understand someone as established as yourself would be hesitant to go on podcasts because people, the way podcasts are, you can make something look a certain way. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And the way they can get cut up. So people are like, hold on, because there's people I speak to that don't really want to go on the podcast because they've got way more to lose than to actually gain anything. Do you know what I'm saying?
Because it's the intent of the person, like yourself.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, I've known you for a while, so
Yeah.
you know what I mean. I know that you're a good person. We know the same people, mutual people as well.
Come on.
But like, you are absolutely right. I'm just adding to what you're saying. You don't know the person's intent because also the other part of podcasting is about making something go viral.
Yes.
So sometimes you might have something in a clip or in something that the guest said that was unintentionally said in a certain way, but you know I can clip that in a way that would make it go viral at the expense. Right, of the artist, and it could really damage the artist, but it could go well for your thing.
Yeah.
And that's what myself and I guess other people that are in, I guess, came up through TV and whatever mediums we came up, that's what makes us nervous because we understand that it's all about the viral moment.
And also, a viral moment is usually negative.
Of course.
Man can be positive. I've had guests on here. I don't want to say no names that have amazing stories and done so much. And then I have guests, unfortunately, that are not. But the negative stuff that they say and the impact, their views are like doubling someone that's really excelled in life and has got away from that type of stuff.
Yeah. And that's. Here's the thing. As I say, I'm all for. Is that Merkel, man? Yeah.
Yeah, come on,
man. Merkel. Right. I see it. Okay.
And this building's famous, you know.
No. I see it.
But no, Charlie Sloth, Heartless Crew.
All right. No.
Gets, Devlin.
Yeah.
Big Narstie.
Yeah.
Come on,
okay.
KIG family, bro.
No. Come on.
Tuggawar.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah, man.
Tuggawar, yeah.
Come on.
Right.
Outside with it. Nah, sorry.
I do like him, you know.
Come on.
I do. I've never met him, right?
But you got to watch the interview I did with him. Very, very insightful.
No, do you know what? I Tuggawar, if you're out there, I do like him, man. What it is, I think he can flow.
Yeah, I can spit.
He can spit, right? And I like he just doesn't give a shit.
I don't fuck, bro.
Yeah,
and I love that.
I love it.
I asked him about it and he doesn't care.
No, because you know what it is, right? I think goes back to what I was saying. People that believe in what they have to offer, you got to remember, 9 times out of 10, you've got 100 people, or shall I say 90 people that don't believe in what you've got, and then you got 10 that go, I see something in you, right? Do you know what I mean? And then all of a sudden, you've turned all the non-believers into believers, and all the 90 now are going, oh, I love you. Yeah. But it's for you to remember that, no.
Yeah, I remember
You lit out all to yourself. Yeah. You know what I mean? So, but with Tuggawar, I watch, sometimes he comes up on my feed, and like he's been doing the freestyles over them beats. Yeah,
you can spit.
And I'm like, yo, he's hard.
And he's also got the funny side of it, you know what I mean? The outside me there, rich is me I deal with. And you know when you're having a bad day, sometimes look at him. Yeah, come and see.
No, I do, I like him, I do. I do. I love him,
he's
good. He's good.
Look, let me take this back to you, brother.
Go on.
Because you are a legend. I swear to you, this is not no arse licking session, yeah, man. No Diddy, yeah, but I've got to be honest. Like,
the Diddy thing is really gone far,
what is going on, bro?
We'll talk about that
Have you met Diddy?
I know Diddy, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
You said it like that.
I know Diddy. Yeah. No Diddy.
No, I've known him for years. I mean, I haven't seen him.
Yeah, I was actually there at the Gigs and the Diddy concert on stage. Anyway, but
really? No. Well, he was Puffy when I met him. I met Puffy at a basketball game. It must have been around 90. When did Biggie die? 96?
96.
Yeah. So I met Puffy in 97.
Right.
So I've known him that long. And in fairness, he's always been cool with me.
Yeah.
I haven't got no bad things to say. I did a little bit of my stand-up, but you have to watch that, right? But to be fair, I haven't got no stories. He's always been word with me.
Yeah.
Right. The times that we've met. Right. I mean, he probably wouldn't even remember, but you know, obviously I remember because he's that big name and I was coming up, blah blah. But I tell you a story. I was meant to interview BIG.
Right.
Yeah.
On your show.
When I used to do MTV Base and the TV show, this is before it was a channel. This every time I watch the movie, there's a bit in the movie where Faith Evans is talking to Biggie in the limousine.
Right.
And she's saying, "Aren't you supposed to be in the UK or flying to the UK now?"
Right.
Yeah. And he said, "No, because I'm going to the Puff Daddy's album release party, blah, blah, blah." Right. He was meant to fly over to do my show.
Mad.
Yeah. So there was no internet at that time. So what had actually happened was that obviously we heard he passed away, blah, blah, blah. But it's not like now, if somebody passes away, that's straight on the internet, that's on, you know instantly. It was still America, UK, how we used to find out back in the
Fax
day.
machine.
Fax machine.
The fax have to go through, you know.
And it took a while, didn't it? Yeah, it took a little while, right? I mean, you might as well write a letter.
Yeah.
So we was meant to interview him in Yo Sushi in Dean Street.
Right.
Right. And this is how far back. This is when Yo Sushi was new.
Yeah.
Right. You know what I mean? And it was like the phenomenon to go to Yo Sushi and try out these different sushi dishes. So we went there to promote Yo Sushi in Dean Street. He was meant to come and we were supposed to sit across from each other. The different sushi things the guy passed was supposed to eat and chat.
Yeah.
Literally, I got there mad early, and I remember I was excited because at the time Craig Mack, Flavor in Your Ear was massive. Right?
He was bigger than Biggie at the time, no?
Yeah, well, he was the first artist, isn't it? He was the first one to kind of be released, and then BIG, because remember BIG spat on the remix of Flavor in Your Ear, and he was the first verse.
Yes, that's correct.
Right, do you know what I mean? That's,
LL was on there as well, don't it?
Yeah. And LL was further down. Because, you know, that just goes to show how new BIG was in terms of he was still, you know what I mean, cutting his teeth. But any which way, so Flavor in Your Ear and Craig Mack's album came out, everything, blah, blah. So I remember BIG's album came out, and that year that album came out, for people that are too young to remember or wasn't around.
Ready to Die.
Listen, that album shut down everywhere. And you know the track, Unbelievable? You know, it's unbelievable. That track, right, even though everybody loved, you know, the track.
More Chance.
Yeah, One More Chance. But Unbelievable was the track that when you went to a club and they dropped that, it was shut down the place. That was the track, right? Anyway, so when they said to me, yeah, we got BIG's coming over, I lost my mind. I was like,
I can imagine.
I was like, bro, I'm gonna get to meet BIG, blah, blah, blah. So I got to Yo Sushi, and I walked in, and I'm expecting everybody to be excited and blah, blah, and everybody was kind of somber, and I was like, bro, and they were packing up. This is early, you know, they're packing up. I go, what are you doing? So they're looking at me like, you're mad. And I went, what's going on? And they said, he's dead. So I was like, that's not even funny. And they said, Richard, BIG's dead. And for a good 2-3 minutes, I didn't believe them. I goes, that's not even a funny joke. And they was like, because obviously there was no way of me fact checking it. And they was like, Richard, have you not heard? And I'd be like, heard what? I've literally woken up, had a shower, and come straight here. It was like maybe 7, 8 in the morning. So he had died maybe 3-4 hours before, if that, right? And they said he got shot. He's dead. So and I was like, so they said, so I was like, what we're gonna do? And they said we're gonna have to cut a different show instead of that show. So what we ended up doing was just me doing links to different videos, like sitting in different parts of Yo Sushi going, this is the next video, blah, blah, blah. But if you ever see the tape of that, you could see that I'm just there like, so next come, because everybody, it was just, it was just like, oh my God, because it's like we knew him. Yeah. It's like, I've just heard that somebody who I really respect and looking forward to meet has been killed a couple hours before. And then it's like, anyway, so we've got to continue the show now. And you're just like, what? So anytime. The show
must go on. Business.
Yes, you watch that movie and you see that scene, he was meant to fly over to do my show.
Mental.
Yeah. But I met Puff Daddy after that. But anyway, go on. Sorry, no Diddy. Go on.
No. I was going to focus on you actually, because obviously one of the first like pioneers of this scene.
Thank you, yeah.
No, that's facts. When you see this snowball of whatever it is,
Yeah.
I could just imagine the very top of this fucking hill many moons ago, that first grain of sand, something that Richard Blackwood did.
Do you know what? I'll tell you something.
Down that hill.
No, Joe, I'll tell you something that's really crazy, yeah? Doneo.
Yes.
The reason why I've got to give Doneo his props, because when I started in 1993 as a stand-up and doing my thing, blah, blah, and I got on TV in 1995 with the Real Mcoy. That was my first TV appearance. I was 23. And then by 96, because it was like a ball rolling down the hill, like you say, right? So literally, I'm doing 2 years on the stand-up circuit, and I was so confident. I mean, I still am, but I was overly confident because I'm there doing shows going, when am I going to get my break? And I'm like a year in, and it's like, you've only done a year, right? But I just, when you have something, I just felt it. And people used to think it was arrogance in that sense. I was never an arrogant person, but it was like, right, you just, like Jamaicans would go, Kuya, you just got here, right? But I was like, I'm doing shows, because the way to become famous back in the day was to do a show and hope there's a talent scout in the audience.
That can see you.
You don't know if they're going to be there or not, but you're performing as if somebody's going to come up afterwards and go, take my card. That was how you became famous. So literally, I'm doing shows and I'm ripping down these shows. And then, girls will come over, blah, blah, and it's all, you're young, so it's fun. But really, you're waiting for this white man in a suit with a cigar to go, take my card. That's what you're waiting. And you look like, right, I don't see nobody white in the audience tonight. Do you know what I mean? So you would kind of leave the show excited, but also a bit disheveled, because it's like, it's just another comedy show. And then when I got the opportunity to do the Real Mcoy, a guy called Trevor Etienne, he used to be he's an actor. He was in London's Burning, but a lot of people might remember him in Bad Boys 2, when Will Smith and Mike Lawrence go into this Caribbean guy's hut and they're interrogating him.
Oh yeah, and they smash the shop up.
Yeah, that's Trevor Etienne.
Okay.
Right? So he's a British actor, right? But he lives in America now. But Trevor Etienne, he was one of the first to really make it big in terms of a black British actor back then, kind of thing. So Trevor was involved in the Real Mcoy, and he was talent scouting people. And my manager, Bev, at the time, and him were very close. They were working together on the Real Mcoy. So I remember 1994, Toju, great comedian, he did it the year before me, killed it, but we were both under the same camp. So I was like, when am I gonna get my turn, blah, blah. And I remember Trevor Etienne saw me at a show and he said, you're not ready yet. I'll never forget that night, because you're not ready yet. But I knew that the following year it's gonna come back round. So it put a battery in my back, and I was like, nah, when you see me again. So I was lighting up these shows, and then the word got out that, okay, Real Mcoy are looking for new comedians for the next season. And I was like, yeah, that's me. And I remember I got a call saying they want to come and see you. When's your next comedy show? So the Comedy Store in the West End, I called them up and I said to the manager, can I get a spot? Because I'd done some shows with him. He was cool. He goes, yeah, Rich, come down. So that was a good look for me to say, Trevor, come down to the Comedy Store. And he's like, okay.
Yeah.
So he came down. Bro, when I say I lit that place, it was done. Well, I annihilated it. And as I came off, he come up and he went, say no more. Got the Real Mcoy, and then gone. Sorry.
No. Just a side note. Do you know someone who used to always sing your praises, bro, to me every day? Geoff Schumann. I'm telling you, I worked with Geoff on the radio show. I used to host a breakfast show with him. Geoff used to mentor me on radio. And he says, yo, man, you're Shizzio the Bizio. You're like Richard Blackwood. Bro, every day, bro. And you know what? I have to tell you that, bro, because when you're not in the room, bro, and the man is really singing your praises, bro, like you are Geoff Schumann. So Geoff.
And you know why that's a big thing you're saying?
Right.
Geoff Schumann discovered me.
Yeah, so he did say that, but I don't want to be the one to say in case that's not true.
No,
but
it's official.
Me and Geoff Schumann are cool.
Oh no,
I used to host breakfast shows with him. He used to mentor me. But let me tell you something, bro. The way he used to praise you was like it was your dad, bro.
All right, I'm gonna get to I'm gonna get to Doneo because I need to get to Doneo.
Oh yeah, go on.
No, but I'm gonna do Geoff Schumann because it's in chronological order, right?
I'm in some next order. I haven't even got to my childhood yet. But
no, it's in chronological order. So with Geoff Schumann, I started in 93, so this is even before Real Mcoy. So you remember I said that me and Todju was under the same camp?
Yeah.
It was Geoff Schumann's camp.
Okay.
So what it was that Geoff Schumann was the man on the circuit. He essentially was controlling the black circuit because he was very smart. He was like, without beating people up, he was like the Suge Knight.
Right, without, yeah.
Of course. But I mean it, because what he did was, he was a comedian himself, but he genuinely wanted the young ones to come through and win. Like there was no, because you could kind of think to yourself, he's a comedian that's trying to also become famous, so he could easily have us under his wing and curb you. Yeah. But he didn't do that.
Yeah.
This is why I've got love for Geoff to this day. Geoff, so think about it. You're trying to get to that place as well, but you've got youngers underneath you that you know could get there as well. Now your heart's gonna say, this is when your heart's either good or it's bad. The heart goes, like, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna be at the front, get them shows and make them feel like they're doing stuff, but they're not really.
Yeah.
But I'm always gonna be at the forefront. Or you're gonna go and give him his dues. He did just that. So Todju got the Real Mcoy in 94 through Geoff Schumann.
Right.
Then Geoff Schumann, what he did with me, and this is why, as I said, Geoff knows I love him to the bone, right? Geoff Schumann and I fell out and rekindled. That's how our relationship was like official, like family, right? Is that Geoff, he used to put me on first at comedy shows, right? So I did a show, I had to audition in front of him through a mutual friend of ours. And he said, I think you're good, I'm gonna take you on the road. And he did, he took me on the road and named me the Sweet Boy Comedy, and he was getting me shows up and down the country. But anyway, he was putting me on first. Now, first is the shit part. If you go on first, right, the audience is still walking in, sitting down, no one's really listening. So I remember, I was just happy to do shows. So I remember I'm doing these shows and I'm going on first. And I never forget it, man. I went up to him one time and I was just about to host a show. And now I was about to go on first, sorry. And I said to him, Geoff, I said, because I'm a person, I didn't really want no trouble in the sense that I would just do as I'm told kind of thing.
Yeah.
And I goes, Geoff, I said, this is really getting to me. Why do you always put me on first? And he was like Misty Miyagi with it, because you could tell that some people are old school, because old school parents, whether they're black, Asian, whatever, they will just tell you what to do and there's a message in it, but they wouldn't tell you what the message is. You had to learn that, right? Yeah. He was doing that. So he goes, so this is several months of me doing shows at Guide on First, and he goes,
frustrations.
Yeah. And he goes, Richard, he goes, look, he goes, you have it. He goes, but if I put you on the end of the first half or the beginning of the second half, the audience is warmed up, they're ready to go. You would have an easy run, and it will essentially make you weaker as a comedian coming up, because you haven't had to swim against the tide. You're comfortable, and you start to believe that you're the shit before you really are the shit. He goes, now, however, you go on first, and you're able to turn that audience that's kind of sitting down, not really listening, if you make them have to go, who the hell is this guy? And pay attention. He goes, imagine how good you are then if I put you on second or third. Facts. If you can do that first. Once again, battery in my back, I went, oh my God, right? And I remember at the time I had to go on first. He goes, so go on first. I went on first and I ripped this place down. He just looked at me and winked, because I now understood, I can see what you have, but I need to mold you into the person that you believe that you're meant to be. You can't just become that. You have to build that, right? Do you know what I mean? And I liken it to if people are doing martial arts or anything like that, or even MCs. MCs had to go in ciphers and had to battle certain people and blah, blah, and get to the point where they go, right, he's a serious one, you know, because he or she had to earn their stripes.
You've got to put in the hours.
You've got to put in the hours, right? That's how comedians put in the hours, is that we're put in situations where the audience may not even come to see us, they come to see you. Right? And they don't give a shit about us. But our attitude's got to be, when we go out there, we've got to make it hard for you, right? Because we're that good. So years later, Martin Lawrence became like one of my heroes, yeah? Martin Lawrence's story, Chris Rock was about to do his HBO special and he was about to blow up. And he put Martin on first as a warm-up. Martin killed the show so hard, he made it hard for Chris to go out. And the audience came to see Chris.
Right.
So once again, I'm young going, that's what Geoff Schumann was teaching me. You make it hard for that person. I don't care if they've come to see him, you or her. When you go on that stage, they've got to walk away going, yeah, I come to see so-so, but that Richard guy, my God, that's what Geoff created. So by the time the Real Mcoy came, I was ready. 2 years in, I was ready because I was doing all these shows first. So believe it or not, when that set I did on the Real Mcoy, half of it I'd written before, the other half I made it up on the day because I was that confident that it would work. Now, comedians will tell you, you don't do that, not on a TV show.
Yeah.
You go with tried and tested. No. The idea, there's the half, if you watch it again, from the bit where I talk about being in a club and the guy is looking at me, give me a dirty look and I blah, 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 blah. If you watch that now, I wrote that 2 hours before. And then when I showed the old school picture of myself, never done it before, I just tried it. And it worked. So the first part, the sidekick, I knew that would work. Everything after the sidekick joke, I wrote that day. That's what Geoff Schumann created. So that's why I've got to give Geoff Schumann his props. Now, just fast forward to Doneo before you ask your next question. When you said about the ball rolling down the hill when I was one of the first. Doneo, when I was doing Eastenders, Doneo was in the area because he didn't live far from where they shot Eastenders. So he said, "Oh, are you shooting today?" And I said, "Yeah." And he was like, "Oh, come, let's meet up." There's Nando's in I can't remember the name of the area, but anyway. Borehamwood, yeah. So he was like, "All right, let's go get a Nando's." Blah blah. We're chatting. So we're chatting, and then we sat in the car. And I was going to drive him back to his car. And Doneo was the first person, because I didn't know this, what you had said earlier. Doneo said, "I don't think anybody has told you." Because I'm 52, Doneo must be in his 40s, right? Maybe mid-40s, I would say. So there's a good 8 to 10 years between us in terms of the generation, his generation, and so on and so forth. And he said, "Richard," he goes, "I don't know why people don't tell you." He goes, "But I'm telling you, you birthed all of us, from MCs to comedian." He goes, "Because we watched you whilst we was in school." And he goes, "And please believe we might not say it to you now because we're too cool. We're now big men in it." He goes, "But when we was in school and we're impressionable, we're coming to school going, Richard Blackwood on MTV." He goes, "God, remember, we were 13, 14 and you're on TV doing your thing." And he goes, "I don't know why." He goes, "I know that people don't tell you that." He goes, "But you need to know you're the reason," because he goes, "You had a fade like us, you wore trainers like us." Like, he goes, there was Lenny Henry, who was huge, but Lenny Henry was mainstream. He goes, and then you was this young guy that was talking like us, saying "what" and "wagwan" and blah blah. And he goes, "And we're watching you at school, coming on, going, did he just say wagwan on TV?" Because black people weren't doing that, right? And he goes, "So we was like, oh shit, it can be done." Do you know what I mean? So go on.
I will just echo that. I don't know why people don't say that. 100%, bro. I will say that you are a forefather to this. My brother in there, I said like, "B's coming today." He actually, he don't give a shit what I do. He stopped saying, "What? Richard Blackwood's here, coming." He said, "Listen, yo, that brother right there, the first original." My brother's older than me. Wow. He's talking about some rap with you and Glamour Kid, I don't know what. He said, "Bro,
yeah.
I don't even know that." He goes, "To this day, tell him from me, bro."
Yeah, Glamour Kid.
He did a rap with Glamour Kid, bro. I'm telling you, rare. But listen, one of the first. I said, "Oh," but it is true though. It is true.
No, do you know
and
what?
It's not in an ego way. Do you know what I'm saying?
No. Do you know what? It used to. I ain't gonna lie. It used to upset me. Now I don't care, because now I'm a person, because I've got love for everybody. I don't know, it's like I just said, Tuggawar, I don't know him, but I just love what he does. I'm that person, my heart is very pure. If I think you're good, I just think you're good, right? Even if you don't think I'm good. Yeah. I don't need it to be reciprocated. I'm not that, my heart's different, right? But now I'm okay with the people that show me love those are the people that I hold dear, and the ones that don't, I'm cool, right? Because now it doesn't matter, because not everybody's gonna do that. Like Narstie, Big Narstie, prime example. Obviously, I'm not Big Narstie for years. He's from the same ends as me, blah blah blah. But Big Narstie, when I did his TV show, he said on the show, right? He goes, people don't realize. He goes, Richard was the first.
The first.
Right, do you know what I mean? And once again, I sat there and I thought, right. And I looked at him and I said, no, love. And he knew when I said love, he goes, no. He goes, nah, bruv. He goes, people need to hear it.
You can't skim over that.
Pound Sterling, same thing. I did Pound Sterling's podcast, got love for Pound. Pound, same thing. Pound goes, you are our first. So I say that to say, and even you saying it, so I say it to say that the people that do recognize and give it up, I never forget. My memory, I've got a photographic memory. I don't forget anybody that has. The same way I don't forget the people that haven't, right? And the reason why it used to get under my skin is that when you look at the Americans do give it up to the people before, and they don't look at it like they're like, oh, I feel weak for doing it or blah, blah, but they do it because they understand that's how you keep the culture going, right? So.
But Americans celebrate success, I think, a bit more.
They do.
Than here.
No, you're right. You're right. So, and it's a British thing.
I've lived in America as well.
I didn't know that.
They celebrate that success. I don't know what it is. Over here, it's a little frown upon thing going on, or undercover like.
It's a British thing.
Yeah.
It's a British thing.
It needs to stop.
No, it does, because it's believe it or not, it's a English thing. When I say English, as in white English, it's an English thing, because we were always told like, all right, slow down. All right, you know what I mean?
Slow down, mate. All
easy.
right,
all right, calm down. You did a bit too much. No one likes to show off, right? In America, be braggadocious. As long as you can back what your chat, right? Like I'm a fan of Jim Jones, and there's a track by Jim Jones where he says, I talk shit, but I can back it up. And that's it, right? Do you know what I mean? I don't care if you talk shit, as long as you can back it up, then who can tell you anything? Like, it's when you talk shit and then it's time to prove and you can't prove it, then it's like, you're gassing. But if you're like, listen, I'm the man or I'm the woman, blah, 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 in whatever element you're in, and then you can prove that, you just got to go, and that's what people do. If you think about it, people that are most confident in what they do and they prove that they can do it, people will ride for them. Even if other people go, oh, it's arrogant, people will ride for them. And the reason why they ride for them is because they respect the fact that, but he or she can do it though. So what can you say? Mike Tyson in his element, the reason why we loved him is that Mike Tyson would go, listen, I'm knocking you out. And we were like, and he will do that. So Mike Tyson would be arrogant. I'm knocking him out. I did the fourth round. I'm going to take him out like that. What? Say something. And people would be like laughing at him and blah, 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 until they went bang and they went, whoa. So now when Mike Tyson goes, fourth round, taking you out, people go, it's going to be the fourth round. Because they love, even think about it, Mike used to say some shit in his interviews and people still, you couldn't say that. I eat your kids, right? You're going to love me. And you know what he said? He said that. And people were going, fuck around and find out. They never said, rah, why is Mike saying that? They went, fuck it, because he might just do that to you. And we still loved him because Mike is what's written on the tin. He is that person. We respect, if you can back it, talk your shit.
Do you think Mike's going to beat Jake Paul? FYI. Side note.
Okay.
Okay.
He has to.
I sense a butt coming.
No, okay. The butt is not coming from a place of age and all that kind of stuff, because obviously Mike is...
But it's a factor though, isn't it?
Yeah, no, without doubt it's a factor, because no matter how powerful you are and how fit you are, age... I'm 52 and I do martial arts and I train and blah, blah, blah. And I can go with the best of them, but I do find myself fatiguing before the rest of them do, right? Do you know what I mean? And your brain goes, I can do it, and your body goes, all right, let's see how that works out for you. Your body goes, I'm just gonna sit down over here, right? And the brain goes, what you doing? It's like, I don't care what you're doing, but I'm gonna go sit down over here, right? So it does play an element. However, Mike Tyson has had so many fights with so many A-class warriors warrior. Think you because you got to remember, steel sharpens steel. Mike Tyson, from when he, I guess became even before he became world champion, but let's even go from the point where he became world champion. He wasn't fighting bums. He was fighting people that you had to know what you was doing. Like Mike Tyson made it look easy, but when you watch those fights back, you realize that there was time. It's so weird. When we watched it before, we're just waiting for Mike Tyson to do the uppercut and bang. That's what we was waiting for, yeah? But now we're older. When you watch them back, the guy that he might be fighting is throwing some hooks.
Oh, trust me.
And Tyson is evading the hook like it's scathing him. And he would say that he'd want to be that close because if it's scathing him, I'm close enough to hit you, right? So he weren't concerned about, oh, I've got to slip and be not touched. His thing is that if I slip too much, that's too far away. I want to be so close that your glove scratches me because I'll take that scratch for the thump I'm going to give you. Now, I fight not on that level, but I'm telling you, I'm slipping. I ain't trying to get a scratch.
There's no risk in it.
I'm not doing that because the scratch is going to hurt.
Yeah.
Right, do you know what I mean? Right, or the scratch could do your eye or whatever. So Tyson, when you watch them back, there were times where I was like, wow, Tyson nearly got knocked out. But Tyson made it look effortless. Because he was so good and he was so confident in what he was doing. He didn't care what you was throwing at him. His thing is like, I'm just trying to get to you and I've got the skill set to avoid all these, to get in there. And the reason why you're throwing all these punches is because you don't want me to get close. Because if I get close, and if I get that, you know the uppercut I'm talking about. If he got that uppercut, even if you did this, he would punch through your guard.
All day long.
And your head would just do that.
However, who have you got for the fight, bro?
So, I personally think that Tyson will win. If Tyson doesn't hold back. That's the reason why I say, why you hear a sense of I'm not sure, is that I don't know if Tyson's going to go in there and be Mike Tyson, not Mike Tyson of old, because he's not that, but the Mike Tyson of now. Like even when you see him hit the pads now, for instance, if you see Mike Tyson do that in the ring, Jake Paul ain't got a chance.
But they're very short spurt videos. When you go 3-minute rounds, it can be.
Yeah, but Mike Tyson, listen, I reckon Mike Tyson could easily do a good 5-6 rounds.
So we're saying Tyson.
I'm saying Tyson, and he's also supposed to win.
Of course he is.
Right? Because and I'm not taking anything away from Mr. Paul because I know he can fight. He's good. He's earned his stripes. But he's not battle tested like Mike Tyson is. Like truly battle tested like Mike Tyson is.
100.
And that's the only thing I would say. And if he's got any respect, he would say the same too. The battle testing that he's had and the battle testing that Mike Tyson's had, they're two light years apart. And think about it, they were talking about head guards. Is it head guards and stuff?
Oh, no, I can't do that.
Well, they remember there was all these clauses that they were saying about head guards. I hope so.
Yeah, come on.
But the fact that
ain't no one watching that, bro.
But the fact that they were even trying to introduce that shows you they weren't doing the head guards for Mike Tyson.
Yeah, for real.
It's because Mike Tyson might hit him, right? Do you know what I mean? So this goes to show when you're putting all these clauses in, that shows the beast that he's fighting. Do you know what I mean? So that's who do you reckon though?
It's got to be Mike in it. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
And I think legacy, because no matter here's the thing, if he loses, is Jake Paul, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, if he loses to Jake Paul, people are not going to, you're going to have the people that are going to want to say Jake Paul beat Tyson, and they're not going to talk about the fact that Tyson is nearly 60?
Exactly.
Right? They're just going to say, yeah, Jake Paul beat Tyson. And I think, even though this is just an exhibition thing and it's nothing to be taken too seriously, the only person that has something to lose in this is Tyson. Mm-hmm. And not money or anything, it's legacy.
Legacy.
Do you know what I mean?
It's a big thing to lose, you know?
Legacy is at the end of the day...
It's the history books, isn't it?
It's your history. It's the only thing you have. Like, regardless if you're up that level or whatever, it's, it's what people... When people read your book or they do your eulogy or whatever, it's what you've left that they're going to speak about. And I think it will be very damaging to Tyson's whole history Do you know what I mean? But obviously Tyson's thought about that. Who am I? Do you know what I mean? I'm just mere Richard Blackwood, but that's just my thought.
Come on. I wanted to touch on the childhood. Born and raised where?
Clapham.
Clapham.
I was born in Clapham, went to Bonneville Infant School in Clapham, Clapham Common.
Man,
Clapham
let
South.
off the name of the school, you know.
Bonneville Infant School.
Yeah.
And then before I went to Bonneville Primary School, I went to live in Sweden for a few years.
Okay, why is that?
My mum, so I was raised by my grandparents. So my mum was young when she had me. Dad was in prison, right? And my grandparents basically just intervened. But at the time when they intervened, my mum was still very hands-on as a mother, because my mum was just chasing her dream, and she wanted to make sure that.
What was your mum's dream, sorry?
To just run a business,
Okay.
but a successful business, right?
Right.
You know, my mum did everything. She was a dancer for a while, right? Like my mum was the black sheep of her siblings,
Right.
Do you know what I mean? Rest in peace. My mum passed away now, but
Okay, sorry
right,
to hear
yeah, but yeah, no, it's all good. But like, so I believe me even being the person that chasing my dreams and blah blah. I think I get that from my mum, because
Right.
and I've never really said that out loud, but when I think about the stuff that I knew about my mum. Obviously, I had heard stories, but like some of the stuff she told me, blah, blah, blah. But, you know, my mum went all the way to Sweden because, you know, she had met somebody and they were running a club out there, and, you know what I mean, she was building something. And her thing was like, I'm going to start my business out there and then I'm going to come for my son, which is what she did. She went to Sweden. And her thing was like, yep, my son's going to live in Sweden with me. And Sweden, I mean, it still is an amazing place. So my mum was like strategic. It's like, I want my son to be raised in this Scandinavian country where, you know, the ethics and everything is of a certain level, right? Do you know what I mean? Like, it weren't just a fly-by-night idea. And we was out there, I went to school out there.
What age was you in?
I went out there, I think I was about 3 or 4, and I didn't come back till I was around about 8.
So from 1 to 3, your mum was absent?
Yeah,
Pretty
my mum,
much.
yeah, pretty much,
Okay.
yeah. And I was with my grandparents, right? And then, as I say, we went to Sweden. I actually remember being at the airport crying, and my family's crying as we're flying out there.
Really?
Yeah, and then then you have these little excerpts of me skiing to school and breaking my ski.
Skiing to school?
Yeah.
Man used to ski to school, you know?
No, I did, yeah. Because I lived in a place called Borås, which is, it's like Stockholm is hours away.
Right.
It's in the country,
Yeah.
right? So, and I remember when it used to snow heavy. So my school, where we were staying, before we got our place, we were staying at her friend's place. And we was like at the top of the hill, and my school was, I could see my school. My school was just at the bottom of the hill. And literally, because there was snow, I remember they got me ice skates and they got me skis. And it weren't no skiing lessons, it was just, you just got the skis
go down there.
and you just learned to
Off
ski.
you go,
Yeah,
son.
you did, and you're following your friends, and then you learn how to ski. And I remember our playground next to our school, there was a steep hill, which in the winter covered with snow, and they built a little ramp at the bottom. I'm talking the slope going down was like 100 yards down.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Right, you know, and literally we was at the top and we were ski down. We're just mad kids,
Yeah.
right? Ski down and just jump off at the end, right? And I remember, this is how mad we was. One of my friends said, "Oh, can I borrow one of your skis?" And so we were going down one leg, and he did the jump and he landed and broke my skis, and that was it. That was the end of that story.
Broke your skis.
Yeah, I was
How
like-
did you go home then if it's a downhill then? The uphill must have been a
Yeah,
pain
you have
in
to
the
walk
ass.
up. You have to walk up the hill. But once again, photographically, so I'm the bottom of the hill. I'm looking up. My house was over there, so I had to go up the hill to go to my house. And I remember I walked in, and I said to my mum, you know, I brought my skis, and mum said, "Well, that's the end of the skiing for you then," because it weren't back in those days. It weren't like, "I'll buy some new ones." Like, well, then that's the end of your skiing trip.
Okay.
So that was it. I had to walk.
And your grandparents stayed here?
Yeah, they stayed here. And then what happened was my mum and her boyfriend at the time, they didn't work out. And then my mum tried to rough it out here because obviously she weren't working at the club. She had to rough it in Sweden for a while. And and I give her dues, which she was trying her best because she was young.
Yeah.
Because my mum had me at 18. So by the time, my mum was about 21, 22 at that time. Right. So she was trying her best because she didn't want to fail.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? She didn't want to have, you know, especially old Caribbean parents, or you come back, or you feel.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah,
Sweden,
yeah.
you take him to Sweden and mash up him head, right? About Swedish and him Jamaican, you know? So already, like, she knew she was going to face that, right? Do you know what I mean? So now I'm older, I can see that my mum used to be frustrated and blah, blah, blah. And eventually she just gave in and said, all right. And I came back. And in fairness, she went back. She went back, she was trying to do things, but she just knew that Richard being out there with me when I'm trying to build it back up ain't fair. And then my grandma said, if he and live no, right? And that was it. Because my grandparents were very, I'll give it to them, they ended up being mum and dad. They were very hands-on, and their thing was that whilst you're trying to find who you are and discover, it's not fair on Richard. So, and I was very lucky because you got to think about grandparents, they've already raised their kids. They don't have to. Do you know what I mean? And my grandparents literally raised me like the final child. Do you know what I mean? And I have to say, I had the best life.
But could you feel the absence like of your mum? Or
yes.
Or were you too young to realise, or did you, I don't know.
No.
Was there a psychological aspect there of?
Yeah, a little bit, because, you know, my mum, you know, my mum made some mistakes. Yeah. I'll put it that way. She made some mistakes. Bless her, but she was trying. And you know, it's really weird. I've got, how it's affected me, it's really weird. I've got time for people that, I've always had time for people that are not always flying straight, if that makes sense, right? And part of that is because that was my mum.
Yeah, right.
And my dad too, in fairness, because as I said, my dad was in and out of prison, right, doing what he was doing. So even though my grandparents were very straight and they raised me a certain way, both my mum and dad, at the time when they had me, were very much either on the roads or doing something a bit, you know what I mean, naughty. So I would never frown. I would never frown on people that were also doing what they were doing. Other people might go, oh, you see, they're out there and they're shot in work, blah, blah. I never really had an issue, because I also understood that there are people that fly straight and there are people that are built for that life. Because I went to live with my dad when I was 16. My grandparents went to Jamaica to live. So I went to live with my dad, and my dad was still on the roads.
But just to interrupt, were you talking to your dad prior to that? Was there a relationship there, or was it?
Yeah, but not close.
No?
No, but you know, I wanted to know my dad.
At what, 16 you wanted to know?
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, I'm making it sound like I didn't know him. I did know him, but Did
you know of him, kind of? Or
no. We had a relationship,
okay.
But he just wasn't around often because he was on the roads, right? He was just doing what he was doing, and he was young as well, right? You know what I mean? So, and also he had his, you know, I've got other brothers and sisters, so he had other kids, right? Do you know what I mean?
Is this with the same?
No, my mum only had two kids, which was myself with my dad, and my sister Sophie with her dad, Winston, and that was it.
And is Sophie older or younger?
Younger.
Right,
10 years apart, yeah.
Right.
Right. So what it was that, I'm going to use that reference as well in a minute, right? But so, as I say, when you look back now, you understand things, but when you're a kid, you don't. So my dad, it felt like he wasn't there as much as I wanted him to be there as a kid. But when I got older, I understood. Right, that, you know, he was still young and still doing what he was doing. He was getting into trouble and blah blah, and he didn't really want that around me, right? Do you know what I mean? Because he was on the roads, and he was in Brixton, and he wasn't just a regular guy. He made a name for himself. He was really on the roads, and he was very powerful. And you know, when I was growing up, if I went down to Brixton, nobody would talk to me funny. Because my dad was that guy. He was 30, right? Do you know what I mean? They would go, right, your cliff's on. All right. No matter where I was, no matter what time, let somebody make the mistake of trying to feel that they could rob me of something. 30 seconds, that house is getting, it's like my dad was that guy.
Did anybody ever make that mistake?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So someone learned the hard way?
Yeah, but they kind of got away all right.
Okay.
No, so what happened was, I was 17, and I was going to my uncle's house by Tamworth School in Mitcham, and there was a girl that used to go to my college, and I don't know why we didn't like each other. We just didn't we're not like we had any argument or anything.
Yeah. So
the weirdest thing, if she's watching this, she'd probably think, right, he actually knows it was because of me. I never ever confronted her about it. But
Here's your chance, Roy.
She was the girl. She got me robbed, right? So
okay.
I can't remember her name. She's lucky because I would say her name, but I can't remember her name. But what it was, I remember she was on the bus and I was on the bus, and I was going to see my Uncle Junior, and she was on the bus with this guy. The guy looked like a serious dude. Like we're teenagers and he looked like a big man for us, right? And you could tell he was on the road hard. So anyway, so I got on the bus and I saw her and I just glimpsed her, but I was with my friends, glimpsed her and I carried on talking. Because we don't like each other, but I never screwed or anything, I just kind of glimpsed. But evidently she's probably said, I don't like that brother, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, which brother, that brother, that. So, anyway.
Yeah.
So what it was now, I'm now getting off the bus. So I'm standing at the door, the doors, and I can see him in a reflection behind me, just looking like he's now getting off the bus.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, you just know. I think, right? And it's dark, it's late, right? So anyway, got off the bus and now I know I've got to walk this way and then make the first right and my uncle's house is down there, right? So that it would take me about a minute to get to his house. So I'm walking now and I can just feel the guy walking behind me and I was like, and the girl never got off,
I was just about to say, where's the girl?
No, actually, I lied. She did get off, but she went across the road. So once again, like, this is why I know that she set me up, because if you're with a dude, and the dude is like, you know what, you would say to him, nah, it's cool, because it's not like me and her had beef, right? So she would go, you just go, nah, he just goes to my college, he's cool, allow it, innit, right? She would have stopped it. Because he's with her.
But you do know that she liked you in it undercover, innit? You
know
them ones there.
I don't know.
You know them ones there. Let me just put that out there.
I'll let you put it out there, right? Because you know what I mean? No, I don't know what it was. Because the weirdest thing is, I got along with everybody. My personality has never changed. Right? Do you know what I mean? I got along with everybody. So I don't know why me and this girl never got along, right? Or what her issue would have been with me, because if you speak to anybody that knew me from college, like, Freddie, big Freddie Krueger, You ask Freddie will tell you that it's like Richard was always just a joke. Everybody loved Richard in college. But for some reason, this girl just didn't like me, so maybe, I don't know, right? But any which way, so I know she's got off the bus and gone across the road and he's still walking behind me, so I'm not stupid, innit? Right? Do you know what I mean? Remember, my dad is who he is. I grew up in my dad's side, they're villains. So I know how this works, right? Do you know what I mean? But I'm the nice guy, right? Do you know what I mean? But she doesn't know and he doesn't know the lineage I come from, right? So it was a mistake that she got him into trouble. But any which way. So what happened was, I'm now walking and he walks up beside me and he goes, I see you screaming on the bus. So I thought, here it comes. So I said, I didn't look at you, brother, right? So now he's walking, so he's trying to get ahead of me, right? But I'm trying, because he's a bigger man to me. So I'm trying not to show no fear. So I'm not walking fast, I'm just walking. So he walks in front of me and he stands in front. He goes, you were screaming on the bus. So I looked at him and I went, I didn't look at you and you know I didn't look at you. Right? Like, let's not do that. Like, you're leading up, because you want to try and scare me. So I go, no, I wasn't. I'm not going to give you that.
Okay, you firmed it. Like, I respect it.
No, because I knew, it's like, there's certain man that it's just like, you don't want to trouble with because you're not built like, I'm not built like that. For him, right? For somebody else, it's a fair fight, it's different. But for him, he's probably done a lot of madness that I've never done. So in a weird sort of way, he's bullying me because he knows you're not built like me. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? And I don't respect that, because my thing is that you don't know the family I come from. You wouldn't do this if you knew, right? But any which way, because I'm the nice guy, innit, right? So I'm walking and I'm not going, do you know, I'm just quiet. So anyway, so I had a bracelet that my mum bought me and I got my name engraved in it, yeah? So I remember...
Gold, silver?
Gold, it's like a gold little chaps, but a slim one, right? And I had a ring that my girlfriend at the time had bought me, right? So you're out
here flexing though?
Yeah, but
at 16, let's have it right.
17, right?
At 17, he's flexing,
But it's not like Big Narstie's chaps.
I hear that.
That's a chaps.
But still, this is back in the day.
Bracelet.
Come on.
No, but it's a little something. A little light work.
Something light.
I reckon it's about £200 max on my head.
That's a house.
No, in the 80s, like 80s, 90s. So what it was, I remember I'm walking. The weirdest thing, is I've never told this story before.
Come on, we love exclusives.
Right? So what it was, I remember he was like, you was screaming me, brother. So now he stopped. So I've stopped in front of him. So he's gone, give me that bracelet, and he's grabbed my arm. So I pulled my arm back, like to say, you're not gonna take my bracelet.
Yeah.
Right? Like there's gonna be something in between that. Right? Do you know what I mean? even though I'm gonna lose, but there's got to be something in between that, right? So I remember he grabbed me. So when he pulled back my hand, I don't know what I was doing. I pulled my hand and I stood like to say we're gonna scrap, right? And I never forget, man. He looked at me. He goes, "I'm not fighting you," and he just pulled out.
That's not a knife. That's a knife. Mick Dundee. He went Mick Dundee on man.
That's not a fucking knife. Yeah. When I say I saw it, it felt like he was pulling it out forever.
Man just took it off. Yeah.
No, but even
man should head the Casio as well. Have that, bro.
No, bro. This is. You got to remember, in the 80s, no one was getting stabbed.
Yeah, for real.
Right? Like, this was a new thing. Like, you might... So, I thought I was just going to get beaten up.
Yeah.
Right? Do you know what I mean? And I was going to be able to say, I had a fight, he got the better of me. That's what I had in my head.
Yeah.
Right? So that when I go around the corner, right, and tell my uncle, when I tell my dad, they'll say, "Did you fight?" And it's like, you fought. It's like, because we were old school, that's what you had to... You had to at least fight.
Come on, yeah.
Right? Do you know what I mean? So I thought, he's going to beat me up, but he's got to see that, you're willing to fight me for your things. That will command respect, at least. So when I did this and he went...
and pulled out her Tory hands on.
It was the pause. He went, "I'm not fighting you, brother." And he pulled it out like he's pulled it out many a time. He didn't even look at it. He just pulled it and goes, "I'm not fighting you." And he just felt like he continued to do that. And I remember I see this thing. And as he did this and he did that, I remember where he was standing, between the blade and my stomach, it felt like there was that much, right? And he was there. He just stood like that. And I remember I did this with my stomach because it felt like if I breathed out, it would have touched it, right? And he was like, "I'm not," he goes, "Give me the," and so I just went, "All right," because I said, "I'm not getting stabbed."
Yeah, come on.
Right? Because this is, as I say, this is 1989, right? People now would say, that's standard. When I say in the 80s, people were not getting, you might get wet. You remember that's what they used to call it, where you get wet, where a man might slice in your leg.
But even that is like rarity.
Rarity. And also, the guys that are getting wet were guys that were stabbing, that were wetting people back. It was like, this is one of the things that I think is really sad, is that guys that were on road were only fighting other guys that was on road.
If you were part of that culture, so to speak.
It was
not like Joe Blogs.
No, it was. That's why we rated them, because they were soldiers, because they knew that the guy that I'm moving to could kill me as well.
Yeah.
But these guys now will move to somebody that doesn't want no trouble, and then they call it a victory. We didn't grow up like that. So when he was stepping to me, he knew, right, that it's like, you're not supposed to be doing that to me, right? Do you know what I mean? There's a code still. So when he did that, I remember he kind of pulled it, and I remember I was still fighting, even though he had the knife here, right? And he was like, "Give me that." He was trying to do it with one hand. And I remember I just didn't want him to break it, right? Do you know what I mean? Because my mum bought it for me. And I was like, oh, and I remember, so now, even though I was scared, I was vexed, because I, in my head, was ready to fight, and you've changed the rules.
Yeah.
Right, do you know what I mean? And I'm not built for, I'm scrapping you with bare hands and you got a knife. I'm not trained mentally for that. Yeah. You've changed, and you know you've changed the rules, right? Do you know what I mean? So when he's doing it, I'm actually going, "I'll do it," right? And he got vexed that I was vexed, because I was so mad that you pulled this knife on me, right? That I thought that, now looking back, I thought I'd be scared. I don't know if he's still alive, I pray he is. If he was to listen, he would go, if he's telling the truth, he wasn't scared. I was vexed.
Is that the first time you see knife like that out there? Yeah. Okay, cool.
So and it's a big long knife. So I remember I'm taking it off, and then so I've given it to him, and he goes, "Give me that ring." And I was like, and I just looked at him, right? Do you know what I mean? Because it's like, you've already emasculated me already, and I feel emasculated. And there's a part of me that kind of wants to try and attack you, even though I'm going to get killed now, right? And I remember I took it off, right? And I think because I was vexed, because I remember he goes, because he was saying, he was trying to act like he was Jamaican. He was like, "You English man, you think you're bad, innit? You think you're bad," right? He goes, "Come around this corner." Now, here's the mad part. That's where I was going.
Oh, okay.
Right? And because I'm vexed, I went, "Come on then." I weren't thinking. I was just so vexed.
Yeah.
I'm so vexed that I walked ahead of him. He's got the knife.
Oh, come on, let's go.
Right? So as he's walking, it's so funny now.
That's a scene of a movie, isn't it?
Right? I'm walking ahead of him around this corner. All I'm thinking is I want to get to my uncle's so that we can rush him. Right? That's what I'm thinking. Right? But he doesn't know that So he just sees me going, coming in, and I walk around the corner. So he's behind me going, what, you think you're bad, innit? And he goes, I should just push this knife in your back. And I went, and I remember going, yeah, because I was so vexed, because you've taken my stuff.
Yeah.
Like anybody that's happened to, they know what I'm talking about. Your adrenaline kicks in and you're angry, right? Do you know what I mean? So at this point, I'm not thinking, it's like at that point, you might as well, right? Do you know what I mean? So I've walked, and then all of a sudden I hear, so I've turned around and he's run off. So now I'm even more vexed, right?
Yeah.
So now I've gone to my uncle's. Once again, it's so funny. So I've come in, I've knocked the door, and my uncle used to have this baseball bat that he got from America, and it had a metal bar in it, right? Do you know what I mean? So I remember, it was actually mine, but he just had it in his house, right? So I remember I knocked the door and he's on the phone. So he's like, all right, come in. So I've got, he goes, just wait, right? So I'm waiting for him. So I'm looking at him and I'm going, I want to tell him. And he's like, just wait. And he's on the phone. So he's on the phone for about 5 minutes. So he goes, what? I goes, I've just been robbed. And he went, what? He goes, oh man, why you never tell me? I said, I'm trying to tell you, but you're telling me to stop. He goes, for fuck's sake. So he can't even get his trainers on quick enough. He's grabbed the baseball bat. We've jumped in his car. And we're just driving around where, because I said to him, I know the girl, but I don't know where the girl lives, right? But I know it's up this way. So it was like a stakeout. We're driving, looking.
Boys in the hood, man. Creeping in the night. Where is this brother?
We're looking for this guy. So anyway, we didn't catch him. So then I was afraid to tell my dad, because my dad is a certain type of man. And my dad in that situation,
He's going to do the most.
He's going to do the most.
Yeah.
So I remember I said to him, and I remember I saw my godfather, and I told him, right, these are like my dad's watching this and my godfather's watching it. He'll go, bro, you actually remember that? I remember saying to Taylor, like, yeah, Taylor's my godfather, and I said, you know, a guy robbed me, and he goes, you fight him? And I went, he pulled a knife on me, and he went, he said, you know something, don't worry, because they knew you're not like us, right? Him say, you know, and I said, I remember if I see him. He said, all right. So I remember I told my dad, and the first thing my dad said is, you fight him? And I said, he had a knife, and I heard him go, Fah. And he went, he goes, you know what? And I could hear him calming that beast down because he wanted me to attack him, but at the same time he knows you're not like me, right? So he just went, it's all right, we'll deal with it. So anyway, I've got brothers and sisters, yeah? So I've got an older brother called Anthony. Anthony is not my blood brother, but we're blood brothers, right? Do you know what I mean? Because we share a brother, which is my younger brother, Marcus, and we were just raised as brothers. So Anthony's always my older brother, right? Anthony, he's calmed down now, but Anthony was a problem. Anthony, I used to say, because Anthony could box and he was stocky, and I used to say that Anthony, anybody who knows Anthony would say, Anthony probably could have beat Mike Tyson in his prime. Sounds mad. Sounds mad, but Anthony was a problem.
Hey, Tyson came to Brixton once, you know.
No, yeah, I remember, right? No, my brother was a problem in the weight because he was, when he used to punch, he was stocky. When he would punch, you hear him go, right? He was a problem, and he just loved fighting, right? So anyway, so I remember, and Anthony's 4 years older than me, right? So Anthony would have been early 20s. So I remember me and Anthony, this is about 2 months later, right? No, just before that. It's a long story, right? We're coming to the end of it now. So Brockwell Park, they used to have an all-dayers there. They still do. So me and about 20 men went there because we had a feeling we would see the guy there. So me and 20 men was there, and my dad was there, and my dad was looking at my little clique, and he was like, all right. He goes, look, if you see him, he goes, don't do anything stupid. Come get me, because my dad used to own Brockwell Cars, which was across the road, right? He goes, come get me, and me and the man there will take him and deal with him, right? And I've got something to prove, so I still want me and my boys to rush him, but we understood that the guy, he's not an idiot, right? Do you know what I mean? He's not a dickhead, for use of a better expression. He's still a serious youth, so it wouldn't have been just like, come here. It would have been a madness, but any which way. So we're walking as kids like, don't worry, Dad, I got this. And my dad looked at me like, God. So anyway, we didn't see him. So anyway, fast forward now, me and my brother are driving in Brixton, and my brother used to have a Fiat Uno Turbo.
Come on.
bad boy car, yeah?
Dump valve.
Don't play with it. Don't play with it, right?
So don't let me make the sound, the whistle, you get me?
Theodore Turbo.
Anyway.
Yeah, understand, right?
Yeah.
0 to 60 in 0 seconds,
Come
right?
on.
So we're in the Theodore Turbo, and we're coming from Stratham's behind us, Brixton's ahead of you, yeah? But we're in Brixton, you know the sign, the bridge, welcome to Brixton.
Yeah.
So we're at the lights. We're gonna go straight through underneath the bridge. But as I'm at the lights, so if you go right, you go down Relton Road, yeah? So as we're at the lights, I just look, I'm talking to my brother and I look, who do I see leaning on the railings right underneath the bridge just chatting to some girls? It's the same brother, right? You never forget the person that robbed you,
Come
right?
on, never.
But what's worse, he's wearing the jewelry.
Oh,
He didn't even sell it. That's how easy he thought he got it. He was like, I'm not even gonna sell it, I'm just gonna wear it
shit.
with my fucking name on it, right? Who's Richard? Don't worry about that, right? Like it's a victory.
I'm Richard, big,
I'm Richard, right? So he's wearing the bracelet. So I remember, it was like, I remember this cold feeling came over me and my brother saw it, because my brother told that, what's good, what up to you? So I goes, Anthony. So because I'm trying not to bait up because the guy's there. Goes, Anthony, the guy that robbed me, he's there. He goes, what? I goes, he's right there. So I goes, is that him there? So I goes, yeah. He goes, say nothing. So we was gonna go straight. We bust a right and we went down Round Road, right? And we see two men that, you know, my dad's good, like two road man. So the guy goes, what, man? And he goes, the guy that robbed Richard, he's up the road. They go, what? So they jumped in the car, and I remember they were heavy, so the car, you know, and I remember they both got in the car, and I'm squinched up in the car, and they go, come, right? And we did a U-turn, and drove back up. So now we're driving back up to the main road, and obviously if you turn right, that's the bridge is right there. So that's a busy road. The police station is just there for anybody that knows Brixton, right? So the lights turn green, he's pulled out. Anybody who knows Brixton knows you can't stop there.
Right.
Right? It's like you can't park there.
Yeah.
He's parked. The guy is still leaning like this. So the guy that's in the passenger seat just opens the door and grabs him, right? And said, push you all right. So the guy's like this, right? So he's holding him. My brother jumps out the car with a knife, and I didn't see this knife before. Brixton police station's there.
Yeah.
Right? We're stopping traffic. You can't stop there. So the guy goes, so now I'm shook because I see my brother pull out a knife. So I'm thinking, oh raw, this is gonna go somewhere else.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm scared now. So I'm sitting in the car. So Anthony grabs him and puts a knife up to his neck and goes, you rob my brother. So he goes, who's your brother? So, and he looks and he can't see me because I'm still in the car. I'm still in the car. And he goes, get out of the car.
Show your face.
So I go, it's him. No. I go, it's him. And he goes, just get out of the car. So I go, you don't need to get out.
Yeah, no, it's all right, it's all right.
Because I don't want to be an accessory. I don't want to know what this thing, right? Because this has gone somewhere else, right? And this is when I realized what my brother was like. Because I knew my brother could have it, but I didn't know he's willing, right? So the guy doesn't put his head down because the knife is sitting on him like this. And he goes, so I've got out of the car, so I got out all nervous. So the guy's kind of turned his head, like, because he doesn't want to look down, right? So my brother goes, you think you can rob my brother? You think, you know, and then he's like, do you know who his dad is, right? So the guy's going, what, no, like this, blah, blah. So the guy's hands are like this. While the guy's hands are like this, the guys are robbing him.
All right.
He's like this. So the guy goes, so he's like this. The guy goes, which one's your ring, right? So I'm looking, he's like Mr. T, he's got peer rings on. So I'm going, put your hand out.
All of them.
So I'm going, I think actually this is his. So,
The index finger one.
But it's behind the other rings.
Yeah.
So he's taking off all these rings. So in the middle of robbing him, I'm going, no, I only want my.
I don't want no.
I'm a nice criminal. I just want my ring back.
Yeah.
I don't need all. I know you're taking off all those rings. I don't need all of those, right? Then they went, is that your bracelet? And I goes, yeah. And the guy goes, that's not your bracelet. And the man said, you having fucking name on it, right? Because my name is still it. And the guy, so he took it off. So the guy was going, I didn't rob you. And the man goes, is his name, right? But obviously he can see my brother wants an excuse, right? So luckily this guy came up and this guy goes, yo, me can't make that happen because the guy knows him. He's a big man now. So my brother goes, do you know who I am? So he goes, no, I don't know you. He goes, this is Cliff's son. So the guy goes, well, obviously I know Cliff, right? He goes, but I also know him and I know his dad. So I can't let you do what you want to do to him because I know his dad, right? So he goes, so we're going to have to kind of make a... We have to reason. So they were going back and forth. So my brother goes, all right, we're going to take him to see Cliff, right? So he goes, all right. He goes, listen, though, I'm going to call these people to make him know that's what you're doing. So you can't do nothing stupid, right? But you take him to see Cliff because my dad only lives up the road, right? So he goes, cool. So now the guy's got in the back of the car with me.
Oh, shit.
So I'm sitting.
That's too funny.
There's a big guy there.
In the
guy in the middle
in
that
the
robbed
small
me.
Uno, you know.
Yeah. And then me, and then the big guy. So the guy's sitting next to me, and I'm sitting there, and he's going. He's doing this.
Hello, mate,
right? And I'm going, the longest. I mean, it's only 2-minute drive. It felt like half an hour. Yeah. I'm sitting there, and I'm like, right, right, because it's tense, right?
Yeah, come on.
So then, the guy, we pull up outside my dad's house now. And it was a buzzer, and I remember I buzzed. I used to live in Telford Avenue, right next to the bus garage. There's flats there. So I buzzed. So I said, Dad, so my dad goes, why are you buzzing? Right, I goes, we got the guy that robbed me, and I heard, like he couldn't put down the intercom quick enough.
Yeah.
And I said to my brother, I think he's coming down, right? So my dad and my uncle came downstairs, and my dad had this axe, right? But it was a small axe, but I'd never seen it. It's in the house with us, I'd never seen it. He walks, this is the main road, right? This is why, props to my dad. Like, my dad, when it comes to his kids, fierce, right? He'd come down, it's daylight, middle Brixton Hill, clear traffic. My dad's walked out with an axe, right? So we've got the guy sitting on the wall, right? And they're kind of standing over him. And my dad walks, and I see he's not even looking at me. And I see him come around the corner and see his face, and he went, blood clot. He knows him.
Oh.
He knows him so much that he's known him since he was a baby.
Oh, shit.
Because his dad and my dad on the roads together.
Right.
So the guy couldn't believe, he was so happy, he goes, Cliff! He was so, listen, I've never seen a bad man so happy. He was gonna start singing, Cliff! And my dad sat down next to him. So you're the guy, my dad's sitting next to him with the axe on his lap.
Right.
And he's going, yo, you see him? That's my son. So the guy goes, I never knew. My dad said, shh. He's tapping him with the axe, you know. Right. He goes, you know, if I never knew your father, how this would have gone. Yeah. And I'm, because as I say, you grow up, or should I say your dad does certain things, but you don't know, because your parents don't want to see you to see that side, yeah? But the way the guy goes, no, I get it. And he goes, anytime you see that face, you just nod and say, wow, go on, and you keep it moving. And everything's with the axe, the tap, right? But it's when he said, you do realize if I didn't know your dad, how this would have gone. He's tapping his leg with the axe, you know? Yeah. And the guy's going, I know. And he goes, I think you owe my son an apology. And the guy got up, I never forget it. The guy got up and he come up to me and he goes, bruv, I didn't know who your dad was. And he goes, and here's the maddest part. Remember I told you that we went to Brockwell Park? Yeah. My dad, after I left, was standing with him, telling him, some you robbed my son. And when I catch him, we're dead. And the guy goes, I'm with you. Not knowing it was him the whole time. My dad said, when we got upset, he goes, I was standing with him. He goes, Richard, you just missed him. He goes, literally, as you walked off, he walked over and so he didn't see you. And he told him, he goes, some you robbed my son. And the guy was on, robbed your son? Who's that? Right? And he goes, when we catch him, and the guy goes, I'm involved. He was him, right? But like, the weirdest thing, I saw him after that, you know, I saw him maybe 6 months later down in Stockwell, I can't remember the name of the road, right? But I saw him and he looked at me from across the road, he just nodded and I nodded and that was it, right? Because in a sense, it's like, and that's why I say the girl put him in a situation.
It's always the girl, innit?
The girl put him in a situation because, as I say, if my dad didn't know his dad,
Yeah.
we don't know how that would have turned out. And that would have been just because the girl didn't like me. So, yeah, I've been robbed before.
You see this quote-unquote road life that is apparently around you, family, brother, dad, etc. Are you not participating then?
No, because...
So where did that decision come from? Because on paper, it would seem like if that's your lifestyle, that's what you've accustomed to, that's what you get what I'm saying? Then how comes you're not a part of it, or you've decided this is not for me?
Number one, I wasn't built that way, right? You know, like, it's so weird because, remember, you know, I went to live with my dad when I was 16, so I still had my grandparents' influence, which were very much work ethic and blah, blah, blah.
Right.
And also, but that aside, I was always just a good boy. Like, I you know, like, it's so weird because I see it in my son. My son's 23, yeah? Now, I'm not a bad guy, but I will stand my ground. My son's mother, we're not together. We broke up many years ago, but she, same thing. She's not a dickhead. She, like, when she was younger, she would have it. You know what I mean? She was small, but she would fight anyone. And she was from Hackney and I'm from South. But our son is the most unproblematic young boy, doesn't want no trouble. He's about love. He's very much into God, right? Like, he's got a partner and I think he goes to church and he's just not that way.
Yeah.
And I think he gets a lot from me, even though she's the one that obviously disciplined him because he was raised with her.
Yeah.
But some kids are just, so you can have two kids, same parents, and one just is the naughty version and one is the nice version. And I was just, especially coming from my mum and dad at the period where they had me in their lives, where they were both naughty and blah, blah, I was the complete opposite of them because my mum and dad would drink and smoke. I don't drink or smoke, right? I was just the complete opposite. And it wasn't that they had to try hard to pull me a certain way. Just by my default settings, I was that way. Like, don't get me wrong, my parents were parents that if you got out of line, you would get a beating, from my grandparents to whatever. But I didn't really have to go through getting, I mean, I did get licks like any child, right? But that's because our parents had zero tolerance.
Yeah.
So they're...
Don't worry, man got the belt also. Bro.
Of course, but you got beatings for things where you look back like, I didn't need to get beaten for that. Right?
It was just
it wasn't that serious.
on the top shelf now, innit?
It's like it weren't that serious, right? But your parents were, high blood pressure, zero tolerance, you're getting beaten for that.
Yeah.
So you're getting beaten for the principle.
Yeah.
So what it was that my parents understood that Richard's not real. I keep scratching my nose because it's hot in here, so right. But like,
it is very hot in here. Bro.
Yeah, no, because people see me scratch my nose, but it's because it's hot. My nose is itching. But yeah. So what it was that I was just a good boy. And my mum used to say it to me. My mum used to say, you know something, you was never really a problem child. You was always, if I told you to do that, you didn't say why, or like some kids would say, why do I need to do that? You just say, okay. Right. I was just, and my son. When my son was young, even up until now, like my son, he reminds me of myself. Like today, prime example, right? We're going to a film premiere tomorrow. And, you going? You remember I saw you at the film premiere? There's one tomorrow.
Oh, is it? What is it? I don't even know.
What's that film? A Quiet Place.
I haven't made it yet, bro.
I'm
at the stage where man get a little invite. You get me?
I'll let you know about
the
it.
Z list. Let's get let's get that little Asian boy in.
Wait, hold on. You was at the other one.
I was at the premiere.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, man, just got like, you get me?
Okay, you got
the
bring
shekels.
You got to bring in. Okay.
No. I did get invited, but I'm saying it must have been. You know what I'm saying?
And a tier thing.
But you get me?
No, okay.
Man's at the hierarchy.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to bring up.
It's a sore subject. It's inspiring. It's inspiring. I love that.
No, respect.
I'm gonna get there.
No, you will. You absolutely will.
Tomorrow.
So going to so I was prime example. So I'm texting my son as I'm driving down here, and I said, son, I've got a couple of blazers I put in the car, and you could probably wear this with it. So I sent him the pictures as I'm driving, And he's gone, Dad, have you got anything blue or black, right? So I said, I should do. When I get back, I'll check. He goes, yeah, because he goes, I'm trying to look at the colours that you're sending me. He goes, and it don't feel right. And he goes, and I don't know if you know, I'm a bit of a stylist now. And I just burst. And I burst out laughing. And I goes, well, and he goes, and I just don't see the vision. And I goes, and I don't want to question your vision, son. And he goes, you hear what but he reminds me of me, just because he knew when he said it, he was saying it as a joke. Like, I don't know if you know, but I think I'm a bit of a stylist now. And I'm like, that's what I would say. So my son is so funny and unproblematic that it's like, I now recognize, in essence, what I was to my parents. That is like, Richard weren't no trouble, right? And when you have kids like that, you have to recognize it and be grateful, because
You got lucky, boy.
But it's because, think about it, for your child to start getting caught up in things that are just normal is normal.
Yeah.
I never got caught up in nothing. When my friends were doing a madness, right, my friends knew not to even bring me along.
But how did you have that switch to be like, this is nothing to do with me? Because peer pressure's a motherfucker, bro. You know what I'm saying?
I tell you why, and this is where I think I feel sorry for the generation that's out there now, is that when I was younger, there was a clear division between roadman and sweet boys, as we were called. And it wasn't embarrassing to be either or. Right. So if he was a roadman, you was a roadman. And if he was a sweet boy, you was a sweet boy. And you was proud to be a sweet boy, because in a weird sort of way, you wanted to be able to say, yeah, I was raised right. It felt good to be able to say, no, my mum raised me right. Do you know what I mean? Like, I haven't...
FYI, Sweet Boy is like good looking with the girls.
Yeah.
The 2024 version of Sweet Boy might sound something different.
Yeah. You got a wife for that, innit? Now, yeah. This wife that's gone mad. But so I was technically a sweet boy. Yeah. Right? Do you know what I mean? Like, you know, I had the high top fade, I would wear a blazer if I'm going to a party and blah, blah, blah. It's like, but it wasn't frowned upon because 90% of guys were sweet boys. It was 10%. Remember, now everybody's road. Everybody is on like some kind of crud or trying to prove that they're on some kind of crud. And I feel sorry for them. I'm older, so I don't need to get into all that. But I feel sorry for them because I know, number one, you're not. But two, remember, you know, this is one of the things that you learn growing up in a household where your dad was official tissue. So think about guys that are bad and you know they're bad now. Their kids is the equivalent of me. Does that make sense? I'm not talking about just any, I'm talking about guys that you know they're official.
Yeah.
Their kids is me now. So they've grown up in a household knowing that my dad is a serious guy, but their dad knows my son's not like me, right? And you would hear them praising that guy, no, you know what I mean? I respect that, blah, 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 right? Because they don't want their kids going through that side of things that they went through. It's different when they're going through it because they felt they were built for it. But they don't want their kids getting locked up and or getting moved to and run down. They don't want that for their kids. Nobody logically wants their kids to go through that madness. Do you know what I mean? It's like you want your kids to be a good boy or a good girl, and yes, Dad, I'm like, that's what you want, right? You hope that curse remains with you when you get to a certain age. Do you know what I mean? So, but those kids and myself know something inherently. We know bad when we see it because our dads were bad. Our uncles were bad, right? Do you know what I mean? It's not like my cousin's cousin. No, my dad was that guy. So when I see guys and their faces all screw up, I can look at them and go, all right, mate. Because I know you're not built like that because I know what that really looks like. And trust me, most guys that were bad, their faces weren't really screwed up. If anything, it was pretty calm. Yeah.
It's always the calm, quiet one that's going to do the madness.
It's pretty calm. Like their faces, when they got angry, they didn't do that. It was more...
Okay.
because something lit up in them. Like, you really want me to do that? I have no problem doing that. There was a difference. But when you see a man doing this, it's like, like if you see a lion or a tiger when it attacks, their eyes are like this because they can't wait to get to the food, right? Guys that were on a madness, nine times out of 10, you see them, their eyes will open up. They can't wait to do something to you. But the guy don't like this. It's like, because we've grown up amongst it, and guys know, the guys that watch this will know, right? So, but when I was growing up, I just wasn't that way. So my friends that were that way, when they, let's say they were going to get into a fight or they're going to move to somebody, and I say, yeah, I'm coming, they'd be like, no, because they wanted better for you.
Yeah.
That's the difference, is that they actually wanted you to succeed. Whereas, and I think it's really sad, you've got a generation of guys now, especially elders, that are pulling these young kids into a world that they know they're not built for.
Yeah.
And I think it's so unfair because it's like, these kids are trying to impress you, so they're gonna follow your lead, but you know how this ends. They don't know how this ends. So you've got a lot of kids that are now got criminal records, or they got certain things on their jacket that's not supposed to be there. They know it's not supposed to be there, right? You, the person that led them, also know you're not supposed, this is not you. But it's too late now because I probably made you do a move that's put something on your jacket now that you can't come back from.
Too late, yes.
And then those are the same kids that can't sleep at night because they've done something, or they were involved in something where it's like they might have rushed somebody and one of the guys stabbed the youth, and then all of a sudden the guy that stabbed the youth, he's built like that, but you rushed him and you're just doing it to join in with your friends, and now you've gone away and then you hear that a person's dead and you got...
Joint enterprise, brother.
And now a man's going, bruv, it was all of us, you know? And you're like, and all of a sudden you realise, I'm not built for this because you've been in and out of prison.
Yeah.
If I go to prison, I'm food. Right, do you know what I mean? But now they've got to act as if, no, I'm good.
The facade.
Yeah, and that's why I think it's really sad that you got these elders that are doing that to these kids. It's like, you don't do that, because my thing is that God's watching, man. Right? And I'm not going to take it too serious, but I'm just saying, God's watching, and you might think right now that you don't care that you've done that to these kids because man's got to make their money in it, and man's got whatever the excuses that you're using. But I always say this, you've got people that believe in God, whether it's Allah, whatever, but they believe in a God, and you've got people that are atheists. So people that are atheists will laugh at people that have believe in something and go, oh, you believe in the man in the sky and blah, blah, blah. And I always say to them, it's a win-win for me if I believe, and it's a non-win for you if you don't. And here's the reason why. If I'm living my life a certain way, as close to what I believe God would like me to live, as close, I mean, I'll never be perfect, but as close as. If there's no God and I die, when I die, and I don't wake up, I haven't lost anything.
Yeah.
I've not lost anything. You can't laugh at me because you're not there. But if I wake up,
and there's a God.
and there is a God, and he says, listen, before you come in here, got a checklist of a couple of the things I want to check. The night of the 21st, 2003, when that girl, blah, 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 blah. What did you do? Right? When you're, all of a sudden you realize, you see people walking through the gate, you know?
Yeah.
And a man's looking at you like, you come in, he's like, no, he's got to answer some questions first. You guys have a good time. Just got to answer a few questions. This is the deciding factor whether you go in there, or if you take that escalator down there. Right? Do you know what I mean? All of a sudden, it becomes very real. Right? Do you know what I mean? So my thing is that I'd rather do my best to try and live my life a certain way, just in case I wake up and go, right, I'm in the afterlife, and somebody puts their hand in my chest and go, before you go in there, all the harps and stuff are playing, it looks really nice, doesn't it? Got a couple of questions for you. Right? You know there's men in the queue like, you know when the man's looking like, right, he never got in and he was good. You know what I mean? The man's like, and he's got all the dates as well. Like, yeah, you weren't there, but we were watching. So, so my thing is like, I try my best to live my life a certain way. So you guys that are leading these guys down a bad path, You better hope. And then there's the other one that they say like, well, man's living hell on earth. And it's like, once again, because we've got to make ourselves feel better or feel like we can cope. Man's living hell on earth as it is. Man's poor, blah, blah. And it's like, once again, you better hope that when they send you to hell, it's like, right, this is just like being on the roads.
For real.
You better hope it's like that, right? But if we are to believe that the devil's the devil, I'm sure he's got something special for you. Do you know what I mean? Like, I heard you on this date say that hell on earth is already here.
Yeah, facts.
So let's see how you like this one. That's my way of thinking. I've always been that person. It's like, I don't think about just today. I also like to think about tomorrow. That's me. But sorry, go on.
Right, let me just, okay, so all of this is happening. So on paper, I guess it's hard to see where kind of comedy would fit into this very serious life that you're painting for us. Do you get what I'm saying? It's a gangster life surrounding you.
Well,
There's a lot of things
kind
going on.
Kind of.
So then where does the comedy come from? Where does that stem from?
Well, once again, that's my mum.
Right.
My mum was hilarious. My mum literally, had the thing that I guess that I have. People will say like, "Raw, you don't even realize you're being funny. You just say something, it's funny." And my mum was that. Like, my mum would just talk, it seemed, and have all of us on the floor. She was just naturally just very funny. And so what it was that my friends used to say to me all the time, you should do stand-up. But this is way before stand-up was a thing. Especially in the UK. It wasn't a thing.
No.
Like in the 80s, we didn't have...
I think all we ever had, all I ever saw was Eddie Murphy. Was Raw in the Raw?
Yeah.
Only.
So in actual fact, Delirious came out first.
Yeah, is that the red suit or the
red suit?
Yeah.
Red suit, yeah. And that changed the game.
Oh, yeah.
Because before that we had Richard Pryor live in concert, which was hilarious.
Yeah.
But Delirious, we're now teenagers, and Eddie Murphy is wearing a red leather suit. Now, we might laugh at a red leather suit now, but a red leather suit back then was sexy. It meant that you had arrived.
Playa to the max.
You might as well have a rollie on, right? Like, you was the guy.
Patek Philippe.
Yeah. Different levels.
Yeah.
Right, you got a Millie on, right? You got a Richard on with that leather suit. He had the leather glove with the ring on the outside.
Outside, man.
Of the glove. Understand the level that Eddie was at. He had the glove with the ring on, right? And comedians weren't doing that. Comedians would just go on with regular clothes because it was just about telling a joke. Eddie's hair was greased down, suit open, right? And the way he's standing, all of a sudden he's making comedy look sexy, right? We'd never seen that before, ever.
Facts.
Right? So now, you know, like you're younger than me, so you was of the generation when garage music came out and it was a thing, yeah?
Yeah.
And when garage came out, everybody wanted to be an MC. Now, I was older, but I saw what happened. I saw when jungle was first it was house, funky house, it was house, then it was jungle, and everybody was doing their thing, UK Apache, people like that, because obviously he lived up the road from me. He lived literally up the road from me. So he was our local legend, right? And he was a local legend because he was Indian doing it. We never really saw Indian people embrace the culture in that way. Even though when you know him, you know that he's very much that way, right? Because he grew up in South, and you know what I mean? But we had never really seen it like that. And he was a different level. Do you know what I mean? So he was like, when we see him, we were kids kind of watching him, like, right, he walked past us, blah, blah, like, that's him, right? Do you know what I mean? But we were proud of him. But then garage, if you think about it, garage came and just snowballed. Everybody wanted to be an MC that was in school at that time,
right?
If you think about it,
yeah.
As I said, I was older, so I was very much into hip hop, especially American hip hop, blah blah. But I understood the garage scene. Comedy, when Eddie Murphy did Delirious, was the same thing.
Right.
Delirious separated the you're funny from the people that thought they were funny, because everybody was trying to be Eddie Murphy funny. I don't think he knew.
But there was an aspect of showmanship that he brought to the table as well. It wasn't just about being funny.
That's
It was
exactly
the
what it was.
showmanship.
And that's what separated the men from the boys. Because all of a sudden, you wanted to be, girls now wanted to really be around the guy that was funny.
Right.
Because they would go, right, you're like Eddie Murphy. That was the thing. It's the same as
Best
somebody
compliment.
saying, yeah, like you're as good as that so-and-so MC. Back then it was like, you're busting your jokes and they go, oh, you're so funny. You're like Eddie Murphy, aren't you? That's going to be your girlfriend.
I'd take it. I'd take
That's
that.
going to be your girlfriend. If she said you're like Eddie Murphy, that's going to be your girlfriend. So everybody wanted to be Eddie, and in my clique, everybody was like, that's Richard. Richard is our Eddie Murphy. We were all funny,
Yeah.
but Richard was the guy that had the gift. No, Richard was the one that it's like, we're all making people laugh and they go, Richard, do your thing, right? And because it's like, I was a secret weapon. So if we're on the bus, for instance, because how it started is that you're cussing on the bus.
Cussing matching.
So I used to wear glasses. So I'm sitting on the bus and I look like the nerdy kid with the glasses. So I look like the victim. So people will be cussing and then my friend will go, right, or set me up, all right? And then they'll say like, rah, yeah, you think you can cuss? Try and cuss him. And the person would look at me
And think.
him, right? Nerd with glasses, 4 eyes. And I would sit there and act like, like when the white man can't jump, where the white guy's sitting there going, no, I don't know if I can.
Yeah. Billy
Yeah. I'd be like that, no, I don't want to trouble, right? Do you know what I mean? And they would just fire their first cuss. And from their first cuss, I knew, do you have it or not? And 9 times out of 10, they were just average. I would either cuss them back or I'll go, is that the one? Is that what we're gonna go with? Yeah. And they will kind of go, whoa, because people do that now, but back in the 80s, for somebody to cuss you and you go, before I go, is that the one you want to run with? Right?
Are you sure?
Are you sure? Because what I'm saying is you can have another go.
Yeah.
Right?
For free.
For free. We're not gonna start with that, right?
Yeah.
So straight away people will go, what the hell does that mean? Right?
Yeah.
And my friend will go, trust me, come with something else before he starts. And but in that time I would analyze you. And I was just very good at freestyling. So I'd analyze you and I'd find something. And then I'll go, okay, cool, let's start with, and I'll just find things. And I just somehow just had this gift where I could find it and just keep going. It was, I don't know what it was. It was a gift that I had. And I remember I was in school and my friend cussed me and we was all looking at these books and it was like Animals in the Jungle. And he cussed me and I just started to make reference to him in these books and I said, and your family's here and blah, blah, blah. And I was just making jokes and the classroom was crying. And I remember, I was in middle school, I was about 11. But I can't remember the jokes, but I just remember I was just letting off in the room and he kept on coming back with something. And once again, I was like, you after what I just said, that's not good enough. So I'm gonna let you have that one. And I would just bam, bam. And I remember I then went to Garth High School and they were choosing, when you choose what, like if you're gonna do
Career path.
Yeah. So they was like calling down the name of the list to go to different classrooms. So we're waiting, and in that room we're all cussing, and once again I'm cussing and I'm just mashing up everybody, and the class is crying with laughter, and I had a moment of knowing.
Right.
It was the first time, I've never said this before either, it was the first time I sat there and in the middle of everybody busting up, I kind of stopped and looked at everybody and it was as if they were all in slow motion, just laughing, and I'm at real time and I'm looking at everybody and I'm white, black, male, female, everybody is dying with laughter. And I'm looking around and I was like, raw, you have something. Not that, oh shit, I can be the next Eddie Murphy, because that wasn't a thing. It was just, you just wanted to be funny like him, but you didn't think you could be that. But all of a sudden it's like,
Epiphany,
bruh,
like this
an
is what I want to
epiphany.
do.
And like my friends have been saying for years, this is kind of probably who you are, because I didn't need to try hard. If that makes sense.
No, that makes sense. But then, okay, this is who I am. There's not really a lane for comedy in the UK. Very, very few and far between.
Yep.
Especially black comics.
Yep.
You don't see any Lenny Henry cool. So then how does that even begin to be a reality for you to be like, let me pursue this? There could be something here.
Well, this, once again, I kind of created the lane as I was going along. Or should I say the lane was kind of opening up as I was...
Did you know what you was doing? Or
No.
were you just stumbling down this lane?
Stumbling down the lane, because essentially Lenny and then myself created a lane. Don't get me wrong. There were other comedians as well.
No,
like
I
Felix
agree.
Dexter,
I
right?
agree.
We
Totally.
created a lane now that there's like a road that you can follow.
Via trial and error. You didn't know you was actually making this lane.
No, at all, right? And you're right, from the black comedy circuit. There was a white lane, right? The white lane was performing comedy clubs and pubs and stuff like that. And eventually you'll get to
But even on TV, like my dad used to watch Steptoe and Son.
Yeah. Only Fools and Horses, yeah.
But I'm saying that was pretty standard. We knew that.
Yeah, but we weren't getting that.
But that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So
what it was that my friend, he was going to the carnival. No, we went to the carnival and this girl approached him and said, you know, he looked like, do you remember the group Jodeci?
come on.
Right.
Devontae, Casey and Jojo. Brother, don't test me, you know.
No.
No.
When you said that, you said you called out the names, right?
The show, the after party, the hotel.
Okay, that's the second album.
Right,
I'm talking about the first. Forever
Diary
My
of a
Lady.
Madman.
Yeah. No, that was a good album.
Yeah.
That was a
Cry
good
For
album.
You
That was the second
my thing, you
album.
know.
No, okay.
I used to do the mixtape with a guy and them, hey babe, cry for you.
All right, no, you're showing your age. Because my generation was the first album, Forever My Lady.
Okay, cool.
But that album that you're talking about was a serious album.
Come on.
Diary of a Madman, don't play with it.
Yeah.
Right? So what it was my friend looked like Dalvin.
Right.
I had a look of Dalvin, but he looked like Dalvin.
Right.
And Dalvin was the one, even though Devontae had the green eyes and whatever,
Yeah.
but Dalvin was the one that girls were like, Dalvin was the guy, yeah? So Dalvin now, it's so weird. I used to look like a guy called MC Brains.
Right.
If you...
I'm not familiar, but go on. We'll pop it up on the screen.
Pop it up on the screen.
MC who?
MC Brains. As
MC
in a brain.
Brains.
If you do MC Brains, he had a song called Oochie Coochie La La La.
We know how that sounds.
Yeah, and he had a tune called Everybody Talk About MC Brains. And it was so weird. Girls back then, especially if I had the hat on the side, they go, right, and I was slim, and they go, right, you look like MC Brains, which was because he was a good looking guy, right? But my friend looked like Dalvin. So, but I didn't want to be a model. So my friend, he had the look to be a model. So anyway, girl came up to me at a carnival and said, oh, here's a card. And it's really weird when I say that the path was created, because me and this guy, I haven't seen him in years. I knew him because his sister used to go out with my friend.
Right.
So, and then through that, I then got to know his cousin. So we knew each other and then we got close, but it was really weird. It's like we got close for a small amount of time and then we kind of separated. So you could tell that God put him in my life at that point to get me started. So what I mean by that is that he said to me, you want to go to the carnival? I said, all right, let's go. Went carnival. Girl approached him and said, oh, do you want to be a model? And he was like, I don't know, all right, whatever. So then she goes, there's a casting for this model agency tomorrow. Go down there, blah, blah, blah. So because I was there, he goes, do you want to come? I had nothing doing. I said, all right, then I'll come, right? So we're in a long line now there, and there's a line that's outside the building. It goes into this building and it's circle around the room and there's two people that are sitting at a desk. A guy called Terry Jervis and his wife, right? And Terry Jervis is and was how can I describe Terry? Terry was the person behind most of the black shows that came out here and America.
Okay.
He was very powerful, very, very powerful. But I didn't know who he was until after the fact. So anyway, so Terry now and his wife, Diana, I don't know if they're still together, but Diana Dahlia, they were both sitting down at this desk. Terry's a very good looking man, half Indian, half black looking. Diana, once again, half Indian, half black. Like they were just this exotic looking couple, right? So they're sitting at this desk like this. Terry's on this side, Diana's on this side. And I'm blown away at how beautiful she is, right? His wife, I mean, I'm not looking at it, but it's this woman's stunning, right? And then this guy just looks majestic and powerful, right? Do you know what I mean? Like you look like he was honored to be in their presence. They didn't look like, remember, these are black people. You didn't really think there was successful black people like that, especially over here. And they looked successful, right? So they're sitting there and people are lining up and then they were handing their little thing and they will talk to them for a bit and then they'll just go off and blah, blah. So anyway, so my friend goes up first, talks to them, and then he walks off. So then I walk up. So the guy goes, what's your name? So he said, Richard Blackwood, blah, blah. So my uncle was a famous singer. So I led with that. I goes, you might know my uncle Junior. And he goes, Junior Giscombe? He goes, of course I know him, right? He goes, okay, so you Junior's there. He goes, okay. He goes, so what do you want to do, right? So, because I knew that they weren't really going to talk for too long if I didn't throw something in.
Yeah.
So he said, so now I've said Junior. He goes, what do you want to do? So I goes, it's really weird. I said, everybody's here for modelling, but I want to be a comedian. And I remember he looked at me, because I looked like I could be a model. And he went, I remember he looked at Diana and went, that's interesting. He goes, so you want to be a comedian, yeah? And he was like, okay. All right, he took my details and he goes, we'll be in touch. So I remember my friend said, right, you didn't say model. I said, nah, I don't want to do no modeling, right? I said, I think I want to be a comedian, right? And he was like, all right, cool. So anyway, they didn't contact my friend.
Right.
They contacted me, right? Because this was to join the modeling agency.
Yeah.
So this is why I said that God puts people, because the only reason why I went was to follow him.
Yeah.
Right, like if you, like Tupac, when Tupac did the film Juice, he went to the audition because Tretch from Naughty by Nature was asked to audition and he goes, I'll come with you.
Yeah.
And then they said, do you want to audition? He's a trained actor. He said, okay, and he got the role. It's basically the same thing.
Yeah.
So I've gone there to follow my friend and I'm in the queue because I'm supporting my friend. I could have easily waited outside, but I'll be like, in the queue with it. And he goes, you should just go for modeling. And I'm like, So because it's my turn, I'm not a liar, right? Do you know what I mean? So I could have easily said, yeah, modeling, but I knew I'd be lying. So I just said, no, I want to be a comedian, thinking nothing's going to come of it because this is a modeling agency. But I remember Terry looked at me and he went, okay, I like that. He goes, So I didn't think I'd hear from them. They called me and they said, do you want to join? So I said, cool. So I said to my friend, I said, did they call you? No. And he goes, I don't really care. He goes, go for it. Because he goes, I reckon you can do this for the comedian thing. And it's really weird. After that, we've always been friends, but then our friendship kind of just did this, right? So anyway, I joined the modeling agency and they got me little spots on these little TV spots. Like there was this R&B show, I can't remember what it was called, but you could dance in the crowd and Norstie. He was the host.
Jesus.
Norstie was the host, all right? I can't remember what it's called. You Google it. You probably put it up.
BBC Two thing, you know.
Yeah.
Deaf something.
Yeah.
I don't know why I got in my head
yeah,
something,
but
you know.
Norstie,
why do I know this shit?
But he basically, if you Google it.
It's gonna piss me off.
Norstie.
And I said, Norstie.
All right, Norstie was hosting this show and it was a soul program.
I bet you it's deaf something. Watch this. Like, go on.
Go on. No, this would be interesting.
No.
But anyway, so.
No, this says Dance Energy. What's that?
Was it Dance Energy?
BBC Two Dance Energy.
Yeah, Dance Energy. It was Dance Energy.
All right, go on.
So, so it was a show.
A D anyway, but go on.
So it was close, right? So basically, it was a show where they'll have acts on there performing, and you just dance like Top of the Pops, but like a black version. And
so was you a dancer? Yeah.
I could dance, yeah.
What was the style? Is it a pop locking thing?
Yeah.
Come on.
I remember.
Hey, why don't people dance no more, man? It pisses me off, bro.
Because people are trying to act too tough.
People act too cool, brother.
Too tough.
Back in the day, it was cool to dance.
No,
man.
if you could do all that.
You could do the little, brother. Yes,
yeah,
man did them.
I was the shit, man. I could pop. But I was of the generation, you got to remember, breakdance and Beat Street came out when I was a teenager.
Yeah.
Right, when in actual fact, breakdance and Beat Street came out, I was about 11. And then
What was one with Turbo when he's doing the...
That's breakdance.
Okay, yeah.
It was actually called breaking, but they called it breakdance, but it was called breaking. So it was Turbo and Ozone, and then, which was filmed in LA with Ice-T.
Yeah.
And then Beat Street was the New York version with the Rocksteady crew.
That's it.
Right? And then New York City Breakers.
Yeah.
Right? So Beat Street was actually a bit more of a serious film. It was really weird. Like, you know, like, what's his name died when he fell in the turbo, the train
I just
tracks.
remember the man sweeping up the ting, bruv.
Oh no, that's breaking. That's breaking. Turbo, Turbo, you couldn't. Turbo was a problem.
You don't play with him.
No, Turbo was a problem. Like everybody, Ozone was the good-looking guy.
Yeah.
He was the kind of Hispanic-looking one. Right. Even though Turbo and Ozone used to dance together anyway.
Yeah.
Right. And Ozone was in a dance group that used to dance on the Soul Train.
Yeah, yeah.
So he was a real dancer, right? The uplocking and all that.
Come on.
That was his thing, right? But Turbo, as a popper,
Game over.
couldn't touch him, right?
But go on,
He taught Michael Jackson the moonwalk, you know.
I did hear something because he did the side moonwalk on that show. You got what I'm saying? No, I heard it was the Shalimar dude.
Jeffrey Daniels.
See,
Now,
look,
I know Jeffrey Daniels. Jeffrey Daniels told me.
I know him. Yeah.
No, I do know Jeffrey. And Jeffrey told me that he taught him, but then I've heard that Turbo taught him. So I don't know.
They're all going to claim it, innit?
Yeah, but Jeffrey Daniels, in fairness, was the real deal.
But if you think about it, when that film came out, everyone saw that, innit? It's not like you didn't see it.
Listen.
So I don't know who came first.
Well, Turbo was on tour with Michael Jackson. So I think he was showing him more.
Yeah.
But Jeffrey Daniels, so I don't want to get involved. No. But I've heard it from Jeffrey. I've heard it from Jeffrey, and Jeffrey was always cool with me. So you know what I mean, right? So what it was that
you're doing the dance shows.
I'm doing the dance shows, and then after that, it was coming to the end because I was only supposed to be with them for 3 months.
Yeah.
And then they promised that they was going to get me a gig after the 3 months, which they did. So November 13th, 1993, I was 21.
I love that. Man knows the,
Oh yeah, God, yeah, I remember it to this day. They called me up and they said, we've got you a gig on November 13th at a place called The Spot in Covent Garden. Are you going to be ready?
Comedy, yeah?
And I said, yep. And they said, okay, we've got you an open spot. And I remember I went down there, my family came, and there used to be a guy called, I can't remember his name, but do you remember Box Television?
Oh yeah,
right.
The channel, yeah.
Yeah, so there was a guy that you heard his name go, the Box, Music Television You Control.
Yeah.
Him, he was a comedian.
Right.
Right, but he did voiceovers. So he brought me on stage, right? And I remember, like he goes, you know, you're a new kid. He goes, oh, I'm so, and he did the Box music. And I went, oh my God, it's you. Right? And he goes, I'm going to bring you on stage. And I'll never forget, he goes, he brought me on. He goes, okay. So, got a new comedian. Don't know what he's like. So let's, I guess, make some noise for Richard Blackwood. That's how he brought me on. All right, I thought, wow, like that was a bit shit. Yeah. Right? And I came out there, and it was on video. My girlfriend at the time, she videoed it, and I remember I tore this place down.
Yeah.
Ripped it, and I remember we were driving back home. So my friend Sean and my girlfriend Michelle at the time, my friends to this day, Michelle is, right? Michelle actually helped me write material, funny enough.
Right.
But like, we did the show and we're driving back, so I dropped my friend Sean home first and he lived in Peckham. And I remember we're all celebrating in the car, but I'm quiet in the car. And they're just laughing, going, oh my God, this is it, this is the start, blah, blah, blah. So anyway, I dropped off Sean, so we're driving back and Michelle goes, what's wrong? I said, I'm never gonna perform ever again. And she went, what? And I said, I think that was a fluke. Because I was shitting myself. Right. I mean, I killed it, but I come off stage thinking, I don't know if I really did that.
Right.
And she was like, but you were good, you were so good. And I was like, and I'm a tourist, innit? So when I make my mind up, I was like, nah, I'm not going on stage ever again.
Yeah.
And she's like, don't waste it, man, blah, blah, blah. So anyway, God works again. I get a phone call. So now I'm no longer dealing with Terry and Diana because we've come to our contract. But they've got a phone call from the comedy club saying, your guy, can we get him back?
Okay.
So they've called me up and gone, hey, they want you to come back and perform again. Now, because I'm a tourist, I don't turn down a challenge, right? So I went, okay, cool, I'll go back, right? So I wrote another set, went down there, ripped it again. Now I've ripped it with a whole new set. I didn't know that you could do the same set for,
right, yeah.
You know what I mean? I just thought, oh, I've got to go down there with a whole new set. So I wrote a whole new set. So because I wrote a whole new set and it worked, that's when I realized, right, I think you got something. Because you've actually written a whole new set and got the same response again. So now you know it's not a fluke.
Right.
Now you know that you actually have something. And then I never look back.
So let me bridge that gap from there. You hone your craft. Geoff Schumann gets involved, which we spoke about earlier. Hone your craft more. You get on the Real Mcoy, which one of the first black British comedy shows out there.
Yeah, Lenny Henry was the person behind that as well.
Yeah. So the Real Mcoy is okay, cool, doing your thing. And then I suppose, how does the MTV thing happen? Because I suppose that was
really massive.
That was a massive thing.
Yeah. So what happened was, I was doing these little shows in between, like a show called Blouse and Skirt and stuff like that. These are just little black comedy shows.
But you're still doing comedy clubs throughout this period, right?
Yeah, okay. With Geoff Schumann.
Yep.
And what happened was I got, what was it I got first? Okay, so then I got, Channel 5 was just starting.
Right,
Was just about to start. And we got a flagship show, my agent got me a show called Club Class.
Right.
Which was a stand-up comedy show. So it was like the English version of Def Comedy Jam.
Right.
Right, but not as good, right?
Yeah.
But it was nice, good setting.
Yeah.
It was like the studio was in Wandsworth, and I come out on stage, I'm hosting, like what Martin Lawrence did.
So you got a hosting gig then?
Hosting
that's big,
gig, yeah,
though.
yeah,
That is big.
Yeah, and it was bringing out comedians, and these are comedians that ended up being big now, like Russell Peters.
Okay.
Yeah, Russell Peters did my show. That's when he was new.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, Russell Peters, especially in the Asian community, is massive.
Massive.
Right? But I've known Russell when Russell was slim. Yeah, Russell's chubby now. Russell was slim. We were like, Russell was my, not competition, but comedy competition, like rock, because he was good.
Yeah.
And Russell made me go hard because I was like raw. Right. So
Russell will do that to you still.
Oh no, Russell, this is early 90s.
Yeah.
This is like, we're talking about 1990.
Hold on, what's that noise?
The bike. Right. This is 1995.
Right.
Russell's been going since 90, as long as me.
Yeah.
Right. So as I say, I've known Russell from back then. We were doing shows together, and because I knew Russell, I got Russell on my show to do his TV thing.
Yeah.
Right. Other comedians that are big in America, they did the shows. Like everybody that was doing something at that time, they all came on the show.
Yeah.
Right. So is there a fly thing?
Yeah, no, it's cool, it's cool, it's cool.
Yeah. So we all did the show. So I'm doing my thing, and then I get a phone call. No, I did a show in Hackney Empire, and a woman that was hosting that said, "I've put your name forward for a show for MTV. They want to know if there's a comedian out there that can freestyle a script, and I think you could do it, and they want you to give them a call." I mean, this is pre-internet. Give them a phone call. You know?
Yeah.
Right.
From a phone box.
From a phone box, right? And,
After they paid you. No,
I had a pager. I did have a pager.
Come on, you got to have a pager.
I had a pager, yeah, right? So I remember, I said, okay, but I never called them because once again, my heart's pure. I've already got a show on Channel 5.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking, nah, I'm not going to get that. Let somebody else get that. I've already got my show on Channel 5.
Is the money good on the Channel 5 show for the time?
I mean, I'm getting paid.
Yeah.
Like I'm 24.
Right.
And I'm probably making an episode just under $1,000.
Okay. That's good.
And I'm living at home.
Yeah.
I'm doing all right.
Yeah.
I'm doing all right.
Yeah.
When I come to think about it.
Right. So you don't ring them.
So I don't ring them because I'm thinking I'm doing okay. I kind of don't need it.
Yeah.
Right. So I went to college with a guy called Otis. Otis does a lot of TV, does the gadget shows and stuff now,
Yeah.
right? But Otis and I went...
Oh, yeah, right, the host.
Yeah.
Oh, Otis, yeah, sorry, go on.
Me and Otis went Nescott together.
Oh, wow,
right?
okay.
And Otis was funny in college. So me and him were the two funny guys in college, right? So Otis, I did a gig in Leicester University, and he was there. I wasn't performing, but I think he was doing something there. I can't remember what it was.
Right.
So anyway, he was there, and I said to him, listen, MTV are looking for a presenter. And I said, and they gave me their number, but I've already got my show on Channel 5, so you should call them.
That's
and
nice.
I remember, exactly. And he was like, what? And I said, yeah, call him. He goes, I goes, audition, you never know what could happen. Because I'm already on TV.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking, he's my bedroom, he's also funny, right? So he's like, well, okay, I'll give him a call. So anyway, he's called them, he's gone for the audition. So I can't remember where I bumped into him again at God Works. I bumped into it again. And I goes, did you do the audition? He goes, yeah. I goes, how'd it go? He goes, Richard, it went really well. He goes, but they want to see you though. He goes, they said like, because he told them, Richard gave him the number, and they're thinking, what the fuck? He goes, but Richard, thank you for doing that. But he goes, I think they do want to see you though, all right? So I said, all right, cool. So then I contacted them and I said, look, you know, you wanted to see me? And they said, yeah, a woman called Tulip. She goes, I want you to come down and audition for this thing. So I goes, all right, cool. So I went down there and I auditioned and, you know, I nail it. And then she goes, okay, I'd like you to come back and audition again. So I said, cool. So I auditioned again. And then she said to me, listen, we want you to come back one more time. Now I'm getting frustrated because I'm thinking like, wow, what do I need to come back again for? Right? So I thought, okay, cool, right? So I've gone down there again and I don't tell my partner, right? You know what I mean? I don't even tell her the first time I'm going for this audition. I'm just kind of quiet, right? So anyway, so I went there and she sat down with me and Tulip was a very straight talking person. She goes, look, Rich, it's my show. I want you to host it. She goes, I wrote it with you in mind, to be fair. She goes, because obviously, as you know, it's a script, but it's not it's a show that's filmed as live and the camera's going to be moving. So I want you to be able to just off the top
Is this what show is this? The one where you can pick your videos?
No. It's
that afterwards?
No, it's after.
The
This
select.
is a show. This is called MTV Base.
Right.
Which was the first show I did for them.
Right.
And she goes, but it's a video where you're introducing hip hop videos, you're interviewing people. But as I say, it's not a static, people were doing static stuff. This is new. She wanted to walk around with a camera and I go, hey,
You're
coming up
out there,
out
yeah,
there.
yeah.
That wasn't done yet, right? She goes, so it requires you to have to kind of remember what you're gonna say because there's no auto cue because we're moving.
But it's mad, that's what people do now with like TikToks. When they're out there, is that what you're trying to say?
I was the first.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just want to put that out there.
I was the first.
You know, people are out there with TikToks and interview people. First man.
First one to do it.
Yeah?
I was the first to do it.
First man to do it.
And Tulip was the person that came up with the idea.
Right.
Because TV weren't doing that. TV was static. And then it's like, Richard, you're gonna walk around and you're gonna blah,
also,
blah.
equipment was an issue, bro.
Yeah,
They're big fucking cameras, bro.
So they're gonna run around with this camera and jump.
Ain't no iPhone 15.
No, right. Big cameras and the person's tired. Okay, let's go, right?
Yeah.
So it's that. So she was like, you can do it. So anyway, so she goes, I just need you to convince the bosses. They're gonna come downstairs. I want you to do what you did before in front of them. So I'm annoyed, but I'm like, all right, cool, because she believes in me. So then the guys come down, so she goes, she's about to tell me to do it, and they said, can we talk upstairs? She goes, wait here. So I'm sitting downstairs, and she goes upstairs. She comes back, and this is exactly what she did. She sat down. So I remember, I'm thinking she's gonna ask me to audition. She goes, okay, you got the job, so we start Monday. So what, and I'm sitting there, and I go, what the fuck just happened? And she goes, and I goes, what do you mean I got, she goes, you got the job. She was very straight. She goes, you got the job. So listen, Monday, we're gonna, and I'm sitting.
I want to talk about money.
no, but you see, it was a different time.
Yeah.
You see, it wasn't. It's so weird. It wasn't about money then.
Yeah.
It was about the fact that bro, you're gonna be famous.
Yeah. Fame is now coming.
Yeah,
TV.
because
remember, there's 4 channels, 5 channels. Sky, MTV's creeping in now, but even then, it wasn't a given for everybody.
No, but it wasn't. But MTV was
big.
was massive.
Yes, the biggest music channel.
Yeah,
100%.
yeah,
100%.
And now you've just got a job on MTV, right? MTV was if you wanted to be famous, it was a place to be.
100%.
Right? So like you had Lisa Ianson and people like that were famous from MTV. Davina McCall.
McCall, yeah.
All these people.
Russell Brand started there, no?
Yeah,
Did
after me. He started. Yeah, he was there with me, right? So, but he started just after me. I knew him there. I mean, we're still friends to this day, but I knew him from then, right? So, but that's what I'm trying to say. All of us wanted to be on MTV, right? So she's just gone to me. You've won the lottery, basically. But she's not saying, guess what, you won it. She's gone, you won the lottery. So listen, what's going to happen is, and I'm all I can hear is, that's all I can hear. Because I'm like, what the and she's talking away and I can't hear her.
Yeah.
And she goes, all right, let me stop. She goes, what I'm going to do, I'm going to call you tomorrow and we'll go through, because it's Friday. We're going to go through what's going to happen because we're shooting Monday. Go home and take it all in. So now I've walked out the building and I'm walking along Oxford Street, Tottenham Court Road end, where the McDonald's is.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm walking along there and I've got a mobile and I called my girlfriend at the time and she knew something, right? Because I didn't tell her. And she goes, what's going on? And I went, I work for MTV. And she screamed and it made me jump. And I jumped into the road and a bus nearly hit me. That's like, it kind of did that, right? Do you know what I mean? But that's how much I jumped. And like, she's screaming, I'm doing this, and she's screaming, going, no way, I fucking knew you was doing something. I knew you was doing something, you weren't telling me.
Yeah.
And I was like, but I was just like, oh my God. And then I remember they took me shopping because they said, you're gonna have a clothing budget. And I'm like, a what? He goes, yeah, we're gonna take you shopping. And I never forget, they took me shopping and they had, I think it was 3 or 4 grand.
In them days?
In those days. And
a lot of clubber fella.
And they've gone, we're going to walk up and down Oxford Street and you just pick. And I was like, what do you mean? They said, just pick your clothes, whatever you want to wear. And I just remember going, you remember Trading Places, Eddie Murphy?
Yeah.
Goes, this is mine, right? This is mine. I can just do it. I was like, hold on a minute, I can just walk into a shop and they go, yeah, you got £5 budget, so as long as it's in the budget. And I'm like, so I remember I'm going in a shop and I'm going, can I have that? And they go, yeah, you can because it's in your budget. And I'm like, so I'm looking, I can't believe, I've got trainer. I remember I'm walking down Oxford Street, going to the train station with bags like Pretty Woman.
What did you draw for first? Come on, there must have been a brand. What was the brand at the time? This is pre-Avrex, this is pre-Moschino.
Oh yeah, it was pre all of that. It was, I remember...
pre-Moschino.
No, Moschino wasn't in there.
Pre-Patrick Cox. Hush Puppies.
I can't remember. I remember...
Carl Carney. Is it Carl Carney?
Carl Kanai.
Carl Kanai.
Oh, actually, it was Carl Kanai.
See, come on.
Carl Kanai was big, and I remember I had this yellow puffy jacket, like what he's wearing, right? But I can't remember the name.
Not Tommy Hilfiger, was it?
No, it was just before that. But it was and I remember I did a magazine cover, and I'm wearing it, and I'm like this in the magazine cover, and it's a big, right? And I remember I had, but it was Carl Kanai jeans. It was polo.
Yeah. Polo,
the jumpers were in, because Tyson Bedford was wearing the jumpers, right? And what is the Nike that everybody still wears now? Were it not TNs? The ones that they got the kind of sort of like look like fish scale sort of.
What, Air Max ones? No, TNs.
TNs,
yeah.
When they first came out.
They were cold, the blue ones.
Oh, the light blue ones.
Cold with the yellow tips.
Yeah, don't muck about with me. I had those. Do you know how much they were?
A lot.
Listen, that's when you were spending like £300 on a pair of trainers because they were exclusive.
Yeah, bad.
I got those, so I'm on MTV wearing those. I remember the kids are going, no, he has not got TNs on. Because they weren't like just everybody could afford them. Yeah. You couldn't afford those. They're like, you know, like when you go and get Jordans, but you get the special ones.
Yeah, come on.
Like a grand now.
Yeah.
That's what TNs were, right? So I remember I got all of that. And then I'm getting paid. Then you're getting...
How much you making if you don't mind me asking?
Okay, so I was getting a month, about 20 grand a month.
Fuck off.
Back in the 90s.
Are you still doing Channel 5 or you told Channel 5, listen,
No, Channel 5.
respect you, man, but me God.
No, but here's the maddest thing. Channel 5 only went for one season. So
lucky it just stopped.
It just stopped. So I just went on to that. And then here's the maddest part. So that show, I'm doing that show.
Richard,
In actual fact, it wasn't paying, it was paying less than that at first. And then what happened was, I did 1 year of that, and then Trevor Nelson came in with The Lick.
The Lick.
So I knew that The Lick was coming in. Trevor, he doesn't remember this. I don't forget nothing. I'm at a party, right? And Trevor Nelson is there, and Trevor Nelson's dancing with this girl, right? And I walk past him, and he's gone like that, and he stopped me. He goes, "I'm joining MTV soon."
And I remember, cracked on with the dance. Cracked on.
He said it like a gangster. I remember
like
going,
a G.
He
I see you soon.
He didn't even look back at me. He stopped me mid-crub and went, "I'm joining MTV soon." And I remember I looked at him.
Who is this?
And I thought, so, right? Because I didn't know who he was.
Yeah.
Right? But he was letting me know
Big up Trevor.
I'm on my way.
Yeah.
Right? And then it's only afterwards. I mean, don't get me wrong, Trevor Nelson was known on the DJ circuit, but I wasn't on the DJ circuit, so I didn't know who he was. Right? But obviously, I've now gone up to people going, "Who's this Trevor guy?" They went, "Trevor Nelson." And I'm like, "Oh, is that Trevor Nelson?" Right? So straight away I'm going, if Trevor Nelson's coming in, that means I'm going because Trevor Nelson is a DJ.
Right.
So I'm saying to my agent, I think I'm going to lose my job, right? Because they're not going to have two R&B shows.
Right.
And Trevor Nelson is more official when
Yeah.
it comes to that. But the bit I missed out, Tulip got me, she auditioned on the Friday. Monday, I'm meant to go in. I come in Saturday to prepare for the show. They fired her
Oh.
and kept her show.
Oh.
That's when I realized how ruthless TV was. So they fired her
And kept you on.
and kept her on. And I remember I spoke to her on the phone and I said, "Tulip, this is your show. If you don't want me to do it, I won't do it." And she went, no.
Would you have walked?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, right, because I'm loyal,
Yeah.
right? And she went, "No." She goes, "You're going to give birth to my show." She goes, "You are going to continue my legacy. I want you to go and I want you to fucking destroy it."
But why did hacker? Do we know?
They just didn't want her.
Okay.
They wanted to take her concept and run.
Right.
Right, do you know what I mean? And it's like just bad
That
business.
old chestnut.
That old chestnut, right?
Yeah.
But as I say, one thing about me, if if you deal with me correctly, I will. I mean, I don't fuck people over anyway. But if you deal with me correctly, I will never fuck you over.
Yeah.
I just don't. I'm loyal, right? Do you know what I mean? People that have looked out for me, they will tell you I'm loyal, right? Do you know what I mean? No one can badmouth you to me because I'm loyal, right? So now people go, "Ro, you would have lost all that money." I'm loyal, right? If she had said, "Richard, I don't want you to do it," then I'm not doing it.
Okay.
Right? Do you know what I mean? That's what. Like, let's say for instance, there's a girl that you spoke to, but you never got nowhere with her, and she liked me. I'll come up to you and go, "Listen, the girl's holler at me. If you don't want me to go near her, I won't."
We love that.
That's who I am. No, that's
Bro, cold on a million.
No, other guys are not like that. Anybody that knows me will say he's not gassing. That's who he
Bro,
is.
cold
I will
on a
say,
million.
"No, I won't go near her."
Yeah.
You didn't even link her.
Yeah.
But if you say no, that you like her, I'm not going there.
I hear that.
That's who I am.
I actually hear that.
No, that's who I. So that's what I'm trying to say. So if she had said to me, "I don't want you doing it," I would have said no problem. But I remember she went no. She goes, "Because you would walk away is the reason why I want you to stay, because you were meant to do that show. You're gonna continue my legacy." All right. And I remember the Monday, I had to fly to Paris and interview Nas.
Right.
Nas
Was that the first show?
First show.
Right. Was Nas as he was, or was he still coming up?
Nas was on his second album.
Right.
Um,
He was big enough.
He was massive.
What song was the?
What was the track on his second album?
Is this the Genuine song? No, it's not that.
No, it's not Shorty.
No, Shorty's well probably later on. But anyway.
But second album, and he was high as hell.
Right.
I remember I barely got words out of him.
Right.
Right, but he was. I mean, it was my first interview.
Yeah.
And I remember I was in. He was rapping with a group called NTM.
Right.
That are from Paris. They're gangster, and he did a tune with them. So they're at the video shoot. So we're in the dressing room with him, and I can't remember his boy. But if you any of it, not his brother Jungle, he's got another friend that you see him with all the time. And he was in the room with him. And he was so lovely because Nas was on it and he was just high. So I'm interviewing him and he's going, what? And his boy was going, yo, my man, like, because he felt bad. And like, so I'd ask a question and Nas would go, what did he say? He go, he asked you if you could do like, you know, come on, man, right? And then the guy, in fairness, kept on going, yo, man, I'm sorry, man. He's, you know, like, and so we barely got through the interview and then we watched it. So I was just there while I was doing the video, basically. I interviewed him, but it wasn't the best interview, but it was my first.
With the interviews, did you ever come unstuck? Or was you just confident with it?
I was confident.
Was you just nice with it?
I was confident because I can talk. So, and also...
Did you plan your questions or you just like freestyling it? Or did you have...
Bit of both, but
Yeah.
I kind of... Because I'm a hip hop buff.
Right.
So there were questions that I wanted to know.
Yeah. For
Right?
real.
Do you know what I mean? I'm asking like, if you're at home and you get the opportunity to meet these people, I knew what the audience would want to know.
Yeah.
Because I'm one of them.
Yeah.
Right? Do you know what I mean? So it's like, I'm asking Nas stuff that, you know, because I'm a Nas. Nas's first album, we never heard somebody be so precise lyrically before, if you think about it. The way he would break down his metaphors and stuff, we never heard somebody, besides Rakim, we never heard somebody be that intricate.
KRS ONE was nice.
No, KRS ONE was nice with it. You know,
I'll just throw him in the mix. You get me?
no. So when I was doing MTV, Step Into a World, you remember?
Step
We
into-
premiered that video. Right? That was the jam.
Yeah.
Right? Do you know what I mean? But that's several albums in from KRS
Yeah,
ONE.
for real,
Do you know
for
what I
real,
mean?
for
Like,
real.
you know, My Philosophy and all that was way before. But Nas, he lyrically, the way he was so descriptive, him and Scarface were two MCs that were so descriptive in the way that you felt like you was there.
For real,
right?
for
Like
real.
Nas was like, as I pause and I blow the weak smoke from my nose, and you go, what? Like people weren't being that intricate.
No.
Do you understand what I'm saying? Blow the
Yeah.
weak smoke from my nose,
Yeah.
right? Do you know what I mean? Like
He was painting pictures for real.
he was painting real pictures. So if you weren't from Queensbridge, you knew what Queensbridge looked like.
Yeah.
Right, do you know what I mean? You were like, I don't want to go to Queensbridge. Right, do you know what I mean? Because he painted it in such a way where it's like, yeah, and then Mobb Deep came out, it's like, I definitely don't want to go to Queensbridge.
Yeah, for real.
Right,
for
and then,
real.
you know, Noriega, and like, you, once again, these are not places you wanted to go once they broke it down. You were like, oh, hell no. Right, do you know what I mean? So, I was asking real questions, if that made sense.
Who was your kind of best people that you interviewed in that time period for like
Good
MTV?
question.
Who would you have as your kind of top three?
Do you know, okay, LL Cool J,
That must have been amazing.
I tell you what was, I wish, you know what, sometimes I wish I could get the footage
Is
because
it not out there?
it's
it not on
do you know
YouTube?
what, somebody contacted me on Instagram some time back and they said that they had footage.
VHS cassettes ready.
Let me tell you something. So let me tell you some footage that's out there, right, that I wish I could get hold of. So I interviewed LL Cool J on the Richard Blackwood show, but that was years later. All right? But I interviewed LL Cool J in Sweden for an MTV Awards, and we was in a kind of
Golf cart?
yes,
Yeah.
going around the building, and I'm making LL die with laughter. We're going through these corridors, and there's a cameraman running with us in front, and because he loved the accent, and at that time Austin Powers had just come out.
Oh, yeah.
So he's going, do that thing, man. And I was like, do you find me horny? He's like, that's hilarious, and he's smashing the walls, right, bursting out laughing, and he goes, this kid is so, like, literally, it, like, me and him, like, it was mad, right? And he's like, this kid's hilarious. He was just kept on going like, this kid's hilarious, blah, blah. And then ironically, maybe a year or so later, now I've got the Richard Blackwood show, and he's booked to come on it because the film Deep Blue Sea had just come out. So he's promoting that. He didn't know it was me. So he's walked to do rehearsal, and as he's walked out and he seen me, he goes, B, I didn't know it was you.
Come on, B. Come on, B.
He was like, yo, what's going on? And I was like, he goes, you got your own show now? He's like, all right. Do you know what I mean? So he was lovely.
Yeah.
But like, so LL Cool J,
Yeah.
I tell you who was really, really nice. Charli Baltimore.
Yep, rapper.
Right? And
One with the pink hair. Well,
yeah, and she was going up with B.I.G.
Yeah.
Right? But I tell you why she was nice, because she put me onto something that I didn't realise. So Charli came over, and I can't remember the song she had. It was a big song.
Money.
Was it Money? Yeah, yes. Right?
Money.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm doing a little freestyle thing with her, because I would get the artists and I'd do a little freestyle rap with them and muck around. So she was like, yo, my man, I was looking forward to meeting you. And I was like, me? And she goes, oh, you don't know, huh? Right? And I was like, what? She goes, we know who you are. And I was like, stop me. She goes, let me tell you something. She goes, when we come over from the States to promote our records, we're in the hotel, then we come and do these interviews. She goes, we turn on what we know on TV is what we can relate to, which is MTV. She goes, so we are in the hotel watching you. She goes, we go back to America and we're saying, yo, that cat,
That's
Richard,
the guy
blah,
to
blah,
check
blah.
for, yeah.
That's the guy because he knows our shit. She goes, so we know who you are because we know that you know our stuff. And obviously we're going to England. There's not really any black people out there doing what they do. So we're only hearing about you. So he goes, so trust and believe. As soon as we realize we're going to see you, we go, oh, I've heard about him. He's cool. So she goes, so I knew about you. She goes, we all know who you are.
Yeah.
And I remember I was like, so then, just to prove that, so if she ever watches this, I really respected that because I didn't know. Because remember, there's no internet. There's
Yeah.
So she's telling me that all the Americans are saying, yo, did Richard interview you? And she's going, yeah. And it's like, yo, that's the guy, blah, blah. I want to meet him. What's he like? It's like, he's word, blah, blah, blah. So DMX, I interviewed, I did him on a...
Must be, bro, come on.
Well, okay, so DMX, he was lovely. He was absolutely lovely,
Yeah.
right? But who else was it that I was going to say? So when I met Will Smith, right? Just to prove, this is to prove what Charli was saying. So Will Smith was doing the Wild Wild West premiere, and he's come over, and I've not interviewed him, but I'm at the after party for the premiere. I'm just dancing, right? He's come up to me, and I've turned around. He's like, "Yo, I want you to meet somebody." I'm like, fucking hell, first of all, Will Smith has come up to me to say, I want you to. And he goes, come with me, right? So I'm walking through the crowd, and everyone's going, wow, Will Smith is walking with Richard, right? He goes, so he walks me over, and he kind of steps back, and Jada's standing there, right? And Jada goes, Richard Blackwood. And I went, fuck off. And she was like, I go, you don't know who I am. She goes, yes, I do, right? So it just so happened that morning on MTV, we were all bigging up Will Smith, and I went, no, I said, Will Smith is the man, no lie. But I goes, but Jada, I goes, come on. And I was reading off Jason's lyrics, Menace to Society. I said, and what was the bankrupt?
Set it off.
Set it off. I said, set it off. I goes, and I said the line when she goes, come on, let's make it, when they're robbing the bank, right? I didn't know she's watching, right? So she goes, me and Will were watching, and I was saying to him, this guy knows my shit. Right? And I'm standing there, so she goes, and I remember she gave me a proper and she goes, so I just want to let you know I respect it and I now know who you are, right? And Will goes, hey, right? And I never forget it. So me, because I understood, she's showing me love, and I'm standing where they're standing, and I goes, well, listen, I ain't gonna try and rain on your parade. Thank you. And she respected that. Because I could have easily just stood with them, but I understood the code.
It moving.
I was like, you know what? I was like, yep, boom, nice meeting you. She looked at me and she goes, I like that. I goes, well, have a good night. I just walked the fuck off, right? So, because I understood, I wasn't as famous as them, but I like the fact when people go, yo, nice meeting you, have a great night, and leave me to my own devices. I'm not gonna now stand in the corner and act like I'm with them. I'm not with them.
You were pretty fucking famous, bro.
I was famous, but I'm not Will Smith famous.
Bro. I get that.
Like, do you know what I mean?
But
so,
UK knew.
Yeah,
UK
yeah.
stand up tall for Richard. You understand?
Yeah. That's the reason why I respect them.
And you got to understand, when people come to another country, they're there to promote. Mm-hmm. So they got who's the man? Not to use the pun, but who is the man round here? And you became a gatekeeper.
Yeah,
really?
I was.
Do you get what I'm saying?
I was,
if
yeah.
people weren't seen with you on a show or whatever, that promo run's considered a fail. I lie.
No. That's that. You know what?
And that's not egotistical, big-headed. That's facts.
No, you are right.
You worked your way in a position where you became a gatekeeper. People had to be seen with you to promote. And yes, all right, they're movie stars, whatever. But on this here island, you wanna promote. You want your thing to be a success.
Let me tell you something.
You have to align yourself with the correct people. And I can only imagine number one on that list at that time is Richard Blackwood.
Let me well, first of all, thank you.
So
right? No, thank you.
true.
But I tell you as well, just to solidify that. And there's footage out there. And the weirdest thing is, I've seen the footage around it, but that bit of footage, I don't know who's got it. So Aaliyah, rest in peace. So Aaliyah, I got a friend, Richard Pascal, right? If you know Richard.
I know the name.
Richard Pascal, and he's got a brother called Robert Pascal,
Yeah.
right? So Robert will be able to confirm this story. So Aaliyah, I'm in America, and Robert calls my phone, and I'm abroad. And back then, if somebody calls you from abroad, you pay for the call, right? So I know that Robert can hear when he's ringing me that it's going.
Yeah.
So I'm not answering. Because I'm like, what the fuck are you calling me for? Like, I'm abroad, innit? Like, I'm not picking up the call. He calls me about 3 times and I'm not answering. I'm like, no, fuck that. I'm not answering, right?
I'm rich, but I ain't that rich.
Exactly. I'm trying to keep my money, right?
Yeah.
So what happens now? I see him when I come back and he goes, bruv, man was trying to call you. I said, yeah, what the fuck was that about? I said, like, he goes, bro, Aaliyah was in, because he used to be A&R over here.
Yeah.
So Aaliyah had spoken to him about me and said, there's a guy over here called Richard, right? And you know what I mean? I'm kind of feeling him. So he is saying, that's my boy, right?
Let me hook you up.
Ask if you get hold of Richard Pascal, ask Robert, he will tell you, because I don't lie. He goes, that's my boy. So obviously he now wants to show her what Richard, I just call him now, innit?
Yeah.
So she's like, you don't know him. So he's like, what are you talking about? So I'm not answering. So he's looking like a dickhead. So she's like, yeah, right, that's what, he goes, I don't know why he's not answering the phone, right? He goes, he must be abroad. So anyway, so I was like, don't fuck about it. He goes, bro, she was on me saying, I want to meet him, hook it up. And I'm calling you and you're not picking up the phone, right? So anyway, what I say about the footage now is that it's my birthday now. So all these people are calling in saying happy birthday, different celebrities, blah, blah, blah. So I'm sitting here. My son's mother is sitting there, right? And they've got the screen. So it's just like this. MTV, you used to have the glass window where people stand up outside.
Oh, yeah. Like a TRL style.
There you go, right? So people that were my friends and stuff could stand at the side here. So as I said, my son's mother is sitting right here.
Are you with her at the time?
Yes.
Right.
I wasn't always faithful though. I mean, so I wasn't going to act like I was the best gentleman. I wasn't at that time. I was terrible, right? But you know, we're in a relationship. So she's there, right? And the camera's on me. There's a camera here. And where that screen is there, the screen's there, right? So anyway, they've gone, Richard, we've got a little surprise for you, right? Look at the screen. Aaliyah comes on the screen and goes, hey, Richard Blackwood, just want to say that you know, it's your birthday today, and to the most handsome man in the UK, mwah, right? I can't even look because
the heat man's getting.
Bruv, my son's mother's looking at me like this, right? Like, smile. I want you to even acknowledge that you think that's nice. So I've got to act like, because obviously I know Aaliyah knows the history. Aaliyah knows, you know, I've been trying to get hold of you, right? Even though
Aaliyah was shooting a shot, I respect it.
She said, the video says, to the best looking man in the UK, I'm wishing you happy birthday, and she blew me a kiss. And I remember, this is how, so they cut back to me and I goes, thank you, Aaliyah. So anyway, listen, going to the next video because my son's mom is looking at me like to say, I dare you to say something nice back. So I've got to act like that's it every day. Thanks, Aaliyah, that's really nice. So listen, coming up next.
Wow.
But inside I'm going, oh, because I know that, as I say, Aaliyah knows, I'm trying to let you know, I've been trying to get hold of you. This is the best it's gonna get, right? Do you know what I mean? And then, a year later, she dies. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying anything could happen, because I'm sure she was with Dame Dash at that time and blah, blah, blah.
You never spoke to her, never...
Never ever got to speak to her, but...
So you let her shoot a shot, but you didn't want to...
There was nothing I could do.
You didn't want to Steph Curry that thing from the halfway line.
It's not, remember, this is no internet, right? I mean, you know, it's just, you're just never going to see her again. But the maddest thing is that, so it's not like to say, oh God, I could have got out with Aaliyah, because as I say, I'm sure she's with Dame Dash. But what it was that the footage of her saying...
It's somewhere.
Right, because if you type in Aaliyah now, there's one of her in the hotel talking when she's over here, and it's the same footage. Right. So it's a part of that, but I don't know who's got that footage. Right. Do you know what I mean? And then the last bit of footage is DMX. DMX did the Richard Blackwood show, and I got him to do a comedy sketch with me. And the way I got him to do it was that I said, I've written this comedy sketch I want you to do, and he said, I don't do comedy. And he goes, but I tell you what. He goes, I want you to smoke this Philly blunt with me. And the Philly blunt was a cigar with the weed in it that they used to make, right? And I goes, I don't smoke. He goes, and I don't do comedy, right? He goes, but here's my thing. I'm a man of my word. You smoke this, it was about this big. Yeah. He goes, you smoke this, just me and you.
Hold on, there's something in your nose.
Gone?
Yep, gone.
He goes, if you smoke this with me, I will do the comedy thing with you. We went to his room, and I never forget.
Man got peer pressured into bunning it.
No, I don't even understand now. I'm going in his hotel room in the West End, right? Pure goons in there. The goons were sitting on the bed with their Timberlands on. Right?
Yeah.
The man's sitting on the headboard with his foot on the pillow, you know. This is when you know this is so serious.
Foot on the pillow, yeah.
Man's got foot on the pillow. Not even the DMX. His boys have got their Timberlands on the pillow, right? Like, they're not even treating it like it's a bed, right? Do you know what I mean? And they're sitting there like, yo, you gonna smoke that, man? Right? So I was like, yeah, okay. So the camera people who are white, they wouldn't let them in. They said, no, he's got to smoke this with us. You guys wait outside. So I remember the guy from Richard Blackwood said, you gonna be okay? And I went, I think so. And they shut the door. It's just me and Pierre Goons and DMX. And me and DMX are at the bottom of his bed standing there. And DMX is standing in front of me. He goes, okay, let's go. And literally...
And you weren't smoking these times?
I've never smoked.
Oh, first time you ever smoked was with DMX?
With DMX.
Oh my God.
I've never smoked, right?
That's a story and a half.
And DMX is literally...
Puff, puff, give.
Right? And I'm smoking it, and he goes, take it on in your chest. Right? And I remember,
what?
Right? And I'm smoking and I hand him back. But I don't know if it was fear or whatever it was, but I didn't get high. At all. Right?
Yeah, I can kind of get it. Your mind is not focused on that. It's just, I gotta
get through this.
Where I am.
Yeah. And like, and he's smoking it. This thing's going down. And he's looking at me, he goes, you high yet? And I went, I don't think so. And he was like, nigga, you smoked before. And I was like, I said, I swear to you, I haven't. He's like, and his boys are like, he's lying, yo. He's lying, man. He's lying. I goes, I swear I haven't. And he's like, so now they do the thing called shotgun, where they do that and they blow the smoke in your mouth.
Oh, the blowback thing.
Yeah, they did all that to try and he's like...
Man's impervious to it.
I was like Superman.
Superpower.
But I think my brain was going, you are not getting high, because there's I'm not saying it's going to do anything, but it's
I think sometimes with high, you got to let your mind go. Do you get it? Yeah.
My brain was going, not today, right? The devil's a liar, right? So literally, we smoked this thing to the point where you couldn't, it was a cigar, you know?
Yeah, because they do it differently, innit?
Yeah.
Philly blunts and all that. Yeah.
He smoked to the point where you couldn't see it, right? And he went, and he goes, the last one, and I remember I smoked it, he goes, smoke it! And I smoked it, and he just looked at me. He goes, this nigga's not high. And I goes, I don't know what it is. And I goes, but hey.
Comedy time.
And he went, I'm a man of my word. And he did a sketch with me.
What, on the same night?
Yeah. So that's what that
was. You had to smoke it and then do the comedy sketch?
Yeah.
Imagine if you was high, bruv.
I don't know what I was, right?
Yeah.
But what it was, I wrote this sketch where DMX, I'm pretending to be a therapist.
Right.
So he's sitting there and I'm going, listen, you're a person that's very angry. He goes, I can't be bad. I was like, and he acted, he was brilliant, man. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna go through a number of things. I want you to repeat it. and then I'm gonna cure you of this anger, right? And he's like, okay. So I made him repeat these things and blah, blah. And I was like, okay, click. And I goes, and I remember I said something, we normally would trigger him. He's like, you know what? I feel really good. And I goes, I have cured. He goes, I feel so, and I give him his dues if his family's watching. DMX played it, we only did it one take.
Yeah.
He played it to a T, like literally he was proper like, I feel so good. And this is DMX, not DMX later on, you know, when he seemed like he had calmed down. Like, you remember?
Yeah, this is the hype. This is flesh
DMX,
on my flesh.
That DMX.
Rough Riders anthem. Yeah.
That was DMX that was still, that was that DMX.
Woodstock DMX.
Yes,
Yeah.
And he, as God is my witness, if he's watching over, he was so, when I say he was so word, he played it to the point where, like, he was like, thank you so much. He goes, oh my God, I feel so good. So then what I did was, I turned to the camera and he's behind celebrating, and I go, oh, by the way, it's gonna cost that much, right? And he sees how much, he goes, motherfucker! And then he's trying to attack me, and his boy's trying to stop him, and I'm going to the camera. Once again, I've helped him out, and he's in the back trying to swing at me. So I'm basically saying I've cured him until he realized I've just skanked him, right? Yeah, so literally, DMX was so word that when I then turned around and said, here's the bill, and he looks at the bill and he goes, I feel so good, motherfucker! And then he comes to try and attack me, and but remember, this is one take. So I've told his boy, when he does that, he's got to jump in, and his boy literally holds him, and he's in the background pretending to swing, he's kicking his legs, and his boy's holding him, and I've got to act like he's not close to me swinging, going, so once again, it's proven I am official, blah, blah, and he's swinging, blah, blah. And literally that was the joke, and we finished it, and he goes, you know what, I had fun doing that. And I said, brother, thank you so much. He goes, you need anything else? And I said, no. I said, we've got it.
A little 16 would do a little verse. You get me?
No, but in terms of like maybe cutaways of it, because remember we did it in one take,
Yeah.
right? It's not like we rehearsed it. Well, I just told him the premise, and he goes, just do it.
And all this footage you can't get. You can't.
I don't know who's got it.
Can't you go to MTV Archives and?
No, that's not MTV. That would be Planet 24. But Planet 24 is no more. So I don't know.
Surely
who's got,
somebody
must. Maybe hopefully they'll see this.
Bro, it's worth digging for, man.
Well, if you think about it,
this is history, bro.
This is history, and it's because this is, as I say, this is before he did the movies.
Yes.
Right. So.
Well, you might have sparked his thing for acting.
Well,
how did you know?
I think he did Belly. I think he might have done. He might have done, but Belly wasn't a comedy.
Yeah. No.
So what I'm trying to say is, he wasn't doing anything comedy. Even when I remember,
I've never seen him do comedy ever.
He did it, and like he said to me, he goes, I don't do comedy. The man did a whole comedy sketch with me, and I remember when I left, so I did that with him, and I did the interview, and the interview was wicked. So this was, as I say, this was at a hotel in West End, off of Edgware Road, going up Edgware Road, right? So I remember when I was leaving, his boy said, yo, you leaving us? I said, yeah. He goes, DMX would want to say goodbye to you. Go up to knock his room. And I said, you sure? He goes, no, man. He goes, he told me to tell you, knock his room door before you. So that's when he was showing love.
Yeah.
Like literally, because I was just going to leave.
Yeah.
And I remember they told me what room he was in, and I knocked the door, and I remember he came to the door and he saw me and he's like, yo, my man, right? I goes, you know, your boy told me, he goes, listen, man, I had fun. Thank you so much. And I goes, bruv, you don't realize. He goes, no, I get it. He goes, not but love. And I remember he hugged me. And I was just like, imagine I'm leaving, you know, and his boy goes, yo, you going? Go and tell DMX you're going because he wants to say goodbye to you.
Mad.
Right? That's how much of an effect I had on him. And when he opened the door, he opened it like to say, who's knocking my door? And when he saw it was me, he's like, yo, my man, right? Blah, blah, blah. And he hugged me and he was like, I had such a good time. And he goes, you got everything you needed. And I was like, bro. And he goes, not but love. And I was like, and I remember I left there and everybody's like, and I said, DMX is this is DMX bad boy time. Prime time. But with me, lovely. I had the best time. So DMX is one of the big ones that I interviewed.
Okay, so I'll say it how I got to say it. You're a bona fide sex symbol at this junction in your life. Let's have it right, yeah?
Okay.
No Diddy and all, whatever you want to say, wife and whatever. But let's have it right, yeah? Mm-hmm. You are considered a celebrity, yeah? Mm-hmm. Yeah, you got the looks, you got the personality. you're telling me stories about Aaliyah, etc., etc.
Yeah.
You've even said stories in the past and put it out there with kind of like Destiny's Child.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
You don't have to talk about it.
No, we won't. Yeah,
you can swerve it.
Yeah, swerve it.
I'm saying, how was that for you, being the kind of the it kid that everyone wanted to be around, ladies wanted to get with, be around, famous and non? How much was that of a thing to bear, or was it just water off a duck's back?
No, it was. I always say, any woman that I was with at that time, I would apologize to, because I was a player, but I wasn't. Gone.
No, okay, all right, you were a player, but if I was to just have it, you've got everything has come your way. So in some ways, how it must be, I don't want to say difficult not to play. Does that make sense?
No, but that's what I was gonna say.
It's like you don't know how to handle this. You're young, you're successful, you got money, you got celebrities chasing you.
Yeah, it was.
I don't know how any man can deal with. Go away from me.
No, it was a madness. It was.
I don't think the Captain America shield could block that shit out.
At all. Because I tell you what it is. Listen. It's one thing that you've got girls now trying it with you, and then it's different when celebrity women are trying it with you. It's completely different, because you're getting celebrity, like, you're meeting people that you go, oh my God, and they're going, so you're Richard Blackwood, and you're going, oh, and they're trying to link with you. So what it is that.
And these are A-listers, aren't they?
Oh yeah, good God, yeah, they were A-listers. I'll leave it like that. They were definitely A-listers.
Yeah, people can do that, but
they're A-listers now, and they were A-listers then, right?
Whoa!
Right, but what it was that some of them are not anymore, but some of them were, right? But what it was.
But some of them still are.
Some of them still are, okay. Right? But what it was that it was tough, because the Richard of when I was a teenager and even into my early 20s, I was always a relationship person.
Right.
Yeah. And I wasn't a player, and I wouldn't cheat or nothing. Like, that wasn't it. That wasn't who I was. So I believe, like, my first girlfriend, my first long term, which was Michelle, she would tell you that before I became successful, she never had to worry about me doing anything like that. I used to bring her to my shows. Like, when I was doing comedy, everybody knew Michelle because it was me and her at the comedy shows, right? And to the point where I'm performing and I would look at her and she would do this. Like, don't look at me, because her thing was like it's really weird. She understood
the game, and the persona and all that.
Even probably more than I did. Yeah. So her thing was like, when you're on stage, you haven't got a girlfriend. Yes, and I think it's because she knew that I was very much, because I'd be at the show and I'm holding her hand afterwards. So her thing was like, I don't need to worry about you, but you're becoming this guy, and I need you to remain that, right? So she was very solid in her position, right? And then I started to get a lot of female attention, and then I started to kind of give in. And I remember she broke up with me, and I never forget it. I was going to Janet Jackson's party, right? It was me and my friend Quayne, and I was on the phone to her, and she goes, I love you, but I can't do this no more. And I remember I was so upset, because I never ever thought this could happen, right? And she was like, and I remember I said to her, I thought you loved me. She goes, I do love you, but I've got to love myself as well, right? And I respected her for it. At the time, I was just upset, right? But what it was that she started, because she was, even though she was only a year or so younger than me, she was really ahead of her time in terms of being an adult. So somebody else would have just looked at it like, oh, he's just cheating, blah, blah, blah. But she understood, because she was there in the inception of it all. Yeah. She would be at the comedy shows to see the way these women were behaving. And she knew
it was coming.
It's a matter of time.
Right.
Because
I can't keep hold of him.
Yeah, because Richard's holding my hand at all the shows. At all the shows, it's me and Richard. He's riding with me. It's like it's me and him. But now there are women that are approaching him that I'm looking at and going, I can't compete with that, right? And these women are saying, I don't give a... Like, we was at one comedy show, prime example, in High Wycombe, and we're at the after party, and we're in the kitchen sort of where they're serving food, and this girl came up and she's trying to talk to me, and I got offended. I goes, you can't see my girlfriend. And she goes, but she knows what time it is. What are you talking about, right? And I goes, well, we ain't doing that, right? Because I was offended, right? But the girl was letting it be known that, what do you think this is? This is going to be normal for you. And then Geoff Schumann. I never forget it, man.
Big up Geoff, you know.
No, big up Geoff.
So much time for him. Go on.
But Geoff was so honest. And I remember we was at a comedy show. I don't know if Geoff will remember this. It's me and her standing there, and there's girls. Girls are trying to run up to me, and Geoff and Michelle are holding the girls back, you know, right? And we're trying to get me into a room, and Geoff and Michelle are holding, Geoff and my girlfriend, you know, are holding the girls back, right? And these girls are trying to make a beat. This is before MTV, all that. So we go into this next room, the VIP section, and Geoff, in front of Michelle, said, when I think back now, I'm like, right, Geoff, you weren't easy. He goes, this is not gonna last.
Wow.
But Geoff wasn't being rude because
Being super real about it.
Because we were kids. Because I'm 21, she's 20, right? And her and Geoff are fighting women off that are trying to get to me. And they've pushed me into a room, and Geoff is looking, going, because Geoff could see that eventually Richard's gonna make it, because Geoff always believed in me. If this is happening at a normal comedy club,
what's gonna happen?
And he said it, he goes, look, he goes, I know, Richard, that you want to be loyal. I know that it's you and her. And he goes, and Michelle, you know he wants to be there. But he said, he goes, what happens when he's on TV? He goes, we're in a comedy club, you know. When this guy gets on TV, it's completely different then. And I remember, I'm naive, I'm going, no, it'd be cool. And I remember Geoff went, all right, right? But he planted a seed. Right, he planted a seed, and as I say, people will look at this and think he was being horrible. He wasn't being horrible, because it was new to all of us. But Geoff knew this guy that I'm managing. I've just put him in a room, and girls are they're treating him like he's an R&B star.
Yeah.
He's a comedian. The girls are trying to rush to get to him, where me and his girlfriend are fighting them off, right? And this is a comedy club in High Wycombe. When this guy gets on TV, it's over, right? And he would check every time, because we went our separate ways and blah, blah, blah. And I remember I'd bump into him and he'd go, you and Michelle still together? And I go, yeah, and he'd go, all right. Because it's like he knew, like, it won't be long, because you can only be strong for so long. You can only be strong for so long because you're not used to this yet, right? I mean, like, you haven't had it yet. And then when I started to do MTV, right, is when I cheated for the first time, right? And I got caught, and I had to get caught. It was only right.
How you get caught?
The girl told somebody that told somebody, and blah blah. But you know what? It's like the things that are done in darkness do come out in the light, right? Do you know what I mean? So it was an eventuality, right? And then, as I say, by the time I was with my son's mother, oh my God, it was, I mean, it wasn't easy for her. Oh,
sorry, so Michelle is not your son's mother?
No.
Right, okay.
No, I was with Michelle for nearly 10 years now.
Right.
But it wasn't easy, because now you got Aaliyah saying these things. So you can imagine the level now, right? I'm doing, like, I remember on my Instagram, I posted something, and Fecky wrote in the comments, I remember I used to stand outside the window, right? And I was like, and I remember commenting saying, "Right, you remember that, right?" So Fecky's saying, I used to be one of those kids.
Yeah, man.
Was standing outside the window.
I can't believe that.
This is big Fecky now, right?
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is that I'm standing. So what would happen is, this is just to kind of give you guys an understanding of why it became hard. I'm coming into work, and it's a live show. So the audience knows it's live. So they would rush to the window, stand at the window to try and be on camera. So you've got the guys and the girls that are standing by the window, but then you had inside the studio, when you went out to the studio, there was a little diner thing where you could order food because MTV obviously realized we can make money, people are waiting and eating. So then you had girls that came specifically like, that's the only door to come out.
Yeah.
We're just gonna sit here and wait for him, right? So what would happen is you walk out and you would see the girl that's come there specifically for you. She hasn't come for the autograph. She's sitting there and just looking at you, and she's wearing something to let you know, when you finish doing all these pictures, so now this is...
Only Snapchat was around in them times.
Oh my God. But because women, one thing you gotta remember,
Yeah.
when women know what they want, right? Like don't get me wrong, we have to accept responsibility as men for the part that we play, right? But 9 times out of 10, when men play, it's because they have to go and approach the woman. They have to see a woman, they go up to her, and blah, 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 however they approach.
Yeah.
But when you don't have to approach, when you are now walking out the studio to go and get a drink, to then go to your car, and you know when you come out, you're gonna sign a couple of autographs, do you know what I mean, right? And then leave. But you know from there to where your car is, you have to pass these people. And there's people lining up, and there's just a girl standing there, and she is fire, and she knows all these other girls are fine, but wait till you see me. She knows she's fire, and she's looking at you.
Just trying to get that eye contact.
And here's the thing, she sees you notice her, right? And she knows there's nobody in this line that is fly as me. You know why? Because I came here specifically to get your attention. These other girls are just here, like they want, but I've come here, I'm dressing like this because I know what you like, because you've said it, right? So then they'll look at you and then go, I'm at the bar, and just walk off. And now you're like, and so now you're going...
Dilemma.
Because
you've got a split second to make that choice, right?
Do I leave?
And
or do I go to the bar? And most men here will go, I'm going to the bar. Yeah. Because it's a woman that you call them now, I guess, Insta baddies or whatever.
Yeah.
Right?
But that wasn't a thing then.
That wasn't a thing. But the equivalent of the Insta baddie is now coming and lining up and going, I'm at the bar. And just walks off. And she's that confident, you're saying all these dibby girls, I'm at the bar. So now you're going, oh, my, and then now you've got celebs that are going, so you're Richard Blackwood, see you at the bar. And you're going, no way. So...
I want to draw out the names, but I'm not going
to.
I'm not going to. Because I can only imagine.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, I can only imagine. I'm not going to do it.
Yeah, no, because you know what it is?
Because I know, in my mind, I can, you get me?
I know what you're thinking, but the reason why I wouldn't do that now, right, is number one, I'm a different man now. Yeah. Right?
It's not cool, is it?
And this is that's the other side I was going to say, is that some of those people who might still be successful now, let's say, they're in different points of their life.
Absolutely.
Right? Do you know what I mean? So yes, from a male perspective, it's braggadocious to be able to go, yeah, blah, blah, blah. It's all that. And for that split second, you've got a couple of man them that go, rah, blah, blah. But it doesn't make you look good when you're in your 50s going, yeah,
I used to be with something.
Yeah, it doesn't look good because now it looks like you're trying to. It looks a bit sleazy. Yeah. And then that woman, you and that woman might have had something because she was at that point like
20 years later.
And then because remember the internet's small now.
Yeah. We'll get to them. So one tag, bruv.
Exactly. And here's the thing: people want to do that.
Yeah.
People want to go.
No.
Because you've got to remember, this is where...
I don't think I would want to do that for you. I wouldn't even... It's classless.
But what I'm saying is not you. Let's say somebody watches this. Because you got to remember, no matter what time frame you live in, like pre-internet, blah, 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 somebody wants to be the person to go, do you know what you said about you? That person exists regardless of what time you live in. Right? Do you know what I mean? Right? Like, they come and tell a story like, yo, don't say nothing, but he said, that person now doesn't need to do the groundwork.
Yeah.
That person now can just go,
What's going on today? Yeah.
tag, and then step back, right?
And let it yeah.
as it may.
Nice.
So my thing is that because I'm old enough, I understand that those people still exist.
Yeah, of course.
So that person will hear me say a name and they can't wait to cut this bit, tag that person, and then hope that some shit flies off of it and know that they created a problem.
Yeah.
And because I know that, my thing is like, it's not you, I would never give them the right to do that, if that makes sense.
But you had a good time, yeah?
I had a great time. But as I said, I had a great time. But as I say, I like now.
Do you regret any of it?
No, but the reason why I don't regret any of it is because maybe I regret hurting certain women that I had hurt at the time that I did.
Yeah.
But at the same time, let's say, for instance, those women are happy with whomever they're with now. They weren't meant to be with me.
Yeah.
Like, for the long term.
Yeah, for real.
Right, do you know what I mean? And maybe, because, you know, here's the thing, they might have, like, I'll give you a prime example, right? There's one woman that I used to go out with, right, who will remain nameless, because not that she's famous, she's not, but just out of respect for her and her partner.
Yeah.
Right? But this is when I was first starting to sort of break on MTV. But I knew her before then, yeah. And I liked, and if she's watching this, she'll know it's her. We was talking at first, and she weren't really interested, and blah blah blah. And then we got talking sometime later, right? And then we ended up being together. And you know, we were cool. We were together. We weren't together for that long. We knew each other for longer, but we weren't together for that long. But I remember, when I actually got to go out with her, I realised that I think I more was into the chase more than
yeah.
You know what I mean? Because I was young, right? So after a while, I realised I wasn't as attracted to her as I thought I was.
Yeah.
And I felt really bad because I'd known her for a number of years at this point, and I knew the chase I was putting in. So for me to start to feel like maybe it's not her, I felt really bad because it was like, she deserves better than that. So anyway, I remember she could feel it from me as well. And she would say to me, do you feel the same? And I was like, yeah, but she could feel, right, that it wasn't really the same. So anyway, I remember we broke up. But she still had feelings for me. And the reason why I tell this story is just to show the respect that I had, right? So, and in terms of like, sometimes they move on to who they're meant to be with. So, me and, as I said, we broke up. And then she got in contact with me one time. So now I was MTV, but now I've moved into my own place because I was living at my dad's at the time. Moved into my own place. And she called me and she said, oh, it'd be nice to meet up with you again. And I remember thinking, somebody that I've already dealt with before, why not, right? And I was single. So anyway, she came around to see me, and I remember she was beautiful, stunning girl, right? But I knew if I did something with her, it would only be that. And I knew that she probably would have let me because she was very into me. So I could have taken advantage if I wanted to. But I respected her too much. So I remember we were talking, and it was getting to the point where we were talking like that. And I said, look, I remember sitting in my bedroom, and I said, I'm not going to do nothing with you. I said, because I don't feel for you enough in the way you feel for me.
Yeah.
And I don't want to disrespect you like that, right? And I remember, right, I'll never forget it, she said, thank you so much. Because she would have done whatever. You give it a closure, innit? Yeah. And she goes, Richard, she goes, I kind of knew you would do that, but she goes, but I kind of needed to see it. She goes, I really respect you for that. And I said, I won't do that to you. And I said, whomever you go out with, I said, they're supposed to treat you that way. They're supposed to give you that respect because you're a good woman. Anyway, the reason why I tell you this, and I hope that her and her partner's watching, years later, I'm going to look at a house, right? And I'm now with somebody else. This years later, with somebody else. So these people are building this house, and so the woman, the estate agent woman, is taking us around, and there's a guy who's working on the building, and he comes over, and she goes like, "This is the plot they're looking at, blah blah," right? So he goes, "Can I talk to you for a minute?" Right? So I remember my partner at the time thinking, "What's he want to talk to you about?" Right? So I was like, "Yeah, cool." So we're talking a bit about the house, and he goes, "Just for a second." He goes, and he looked at the girl, and he goes, "No disrespect." He goes, "Just for a second." So he pulls me aside, and he goes, "I go out with XYZ," and I went, "Oh my God." All right. And he said, "We've got kids now, right?" And I don't know if they were married. I hope they are. But he goes, "But you've got kids now." And I said, "She's a lovely person." And she was Guyanese, and so was he, right? And he goes, "Yeah," "She's lovely, blah, blah," right? And he said, "But I want to say thank you." He goes, "Because when she speaks of you, she tells me about the last time you guys saw each other and the fact that you wouldn't go there with her. And you said to her, 'I want you to meet a man that treats you the way you deserve because you're a good woman.'" And I not forgot about it, but I didn't think that she would have remembered that. And I said, "She said that to you?" And he goes, "Yeah." And he goes, "And we're men." And he goes, "She looks good. It would have been very easy of you to have done what you've done." And then said to her, he goes, "But she always, like when it came to you," he goes, "Nobody could speak bad of you because she always said he didn't do that. He was like, no, a man needs to deal with you properly." And I said, "And you're that man?" And he goes, "Bruv, show me the picture of their kids." And I said, "Oh my God." And he goes, "She's such a good woman." And I said, "Brother, I'm so happy for you." I said, "You seem like because you could tell he was a good man." I said, "You seem like a good man." And I said, "You're both Guyanese as well." And we laughed about it. He goes, "Boy, when I come home to the home cooking and blah, blah." And it was so nice, and we hugged, right? But this is why I say about, you don't know what tomorrow's gonna bring. Because that man became a partner, I could have treated her like shit. So he could have easily looked at me and gone, "You know what? Heard about the way you dealt," and it could have been a different situation, if that made sense.
Did you give a discount on the house though?
I didn't get the house.
Do you know what I'm saying?
No, I didn't get the house. But it could have been something else.
Yeah.
Because that's his wife now, right? So he could have been like, "You fuck, blah, blah." Yeah, do you know what I mean? Come
on.
Because the fact is, because he pulled me aside, he was gonna have a word with me regardless. But he only had nice things to say, and he goes, "She was," and he goes, "I met her, and you gave her the closure, which is the reason why I could be the person." So I say that to say that that's the reason why now that I'm older, regardless of whatever I did back then, I would only apologize to the women that I may have hurt at that time because I wasn't ready for what they were ready for. Yeah. But I hope that they've met the people that they were meant to meet. Does that make sense?
God's plan, brother.
God's plan, because I wasn't meant to be that person. So that's how I look at it now.
Can I just touch upon the vast amount of money you're making? How is that affecting your family now? Because I'm presuming you're the biggest earner in the household, or your family, or extended family. How's that all working? Is it smooth sailing? I'm presuming it never is with families, but obviously your dad is doing what he's doing.
No, in fairness to him, he stopped. I give it to him, going on to your question, but he stopped because I respect him for that, because he understood that he was known for what he did. And it wouldn't take long before they start putting two together and going, "Is that Richard's dad?"
So he stopped for you.
He did. He stopped because he didn't want nothing to come. I mean, don't get me wrong, he was slowly getting out the game, but when you're used to making money a certain way,
of course,
it's a lot of money,
absolutely.
Right? Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And his thing was like, no, he had a business, and he was like, and he give it to him. He decided to go fully legit. And the weirdest thing, he didn't say it to me. I kind of found out later down the line. That's why he did it. But he did it because it was like he didn't want to bring no shame to me. So I respected that, right? But no, what it was more. I remember me and him had an argument and I left. And, but ultimately, two kings couldn't live in the same castle. We're living in Purley in a nice big house, right? Me and my sister and my brothers and blah, blah.
Is this the house that you've purchased?
No, he purchased it.
Okay.
Right? Because
I know about Pearly and Shirley, you know, them areas
no, but
there.
remember, my dad was doing well. So he had a nice house in
Yeah.
Burley. But what it was that I'm living in a house, I'm making money from MTV. I'm not paying no rent because he's not charging me anything. I remember I bought myself a BMW 318 IS at the time.
Come on.
Right?
Coupe or convertible?
Coupe at the time.
Talk to them.
Yeah, with a light blue two-tone leather interior.
Yeah.
The car was sick, right? I bought it cash.
Yeah.
Just bought it outright, right? And I remember, so I've got this car.
How much was the car?
Back then, it was only about 25 grand.
Come on.
But back then, this
That's
is the
a lot,
90s,
yeah.
right? And I bought it cash, right? Do you know what I mean?
Man,
Right.
just walked in and done a, just,
Yeah, there you go. How much is it? All right, cool. Right? You know what I mean? They went, oh, okay.
Yeah.
I remember I looked at the car and I put down £500 and I said I'll pick it up on Monday and I just gave them the full money.
did
and
a
they just went,
DMX on them in exit wounds.
and they went, what? They were like, here you go, because you can buy cars cash. I just said, there you go. Right, and I remember I bought it on the M40, like this, they used to have a car giant place near there. And I just bought it there and I just drove out with it with my friend, right? So, and that weren't even the big car I bought, that was just the first, right? And I remember my car's parked at the end of the driveway. My dad's got a Mercedes and I've got this BMW 318 IS that was newer. And my dad was like, you got this big, like, he's looking at me like, why are you still here?
Yeah.
Right? But I was comfortable being at home. But it was like, but he's looking at me like, he wasn't like, oh, it's time for you to leave. It was only when we had the argument that it was like, okay. But it was more like, you're kind of taking the piss.
Yeah.
Like, yes, you're living at home and it's great, but you are making...
How old are you here?
25.
Okay, yeah.
You're making so much money, you can now be a man.
Yeah.
And the weirdest thing is from the day that I moved out, oh my God, it was heaven. I was like, wow, this is what...
Is this it? Yeah.
This is it, because I'm making money and I'm living good and I've got a nice place and blah, blah, blah. I was renting at the time. I didn't buy it yet. I bought a house later on. But I was renting at the time. And I was like, I'm making more money than sense. I'm living all right. I'm living more than all right. And I'm still doing skullduggery things. Remember when computers were the lick and people were selling laptops? I was just buying laptops.
Okay.
And just selling them.
Okay, so you're hustling still?
Yeah, still hustling. Because
side missions.
Because I'm
still completing side missions, you know.
No, because it was the thing, innit? Like, the laptops were the thing.
Yeah.
I was just buying them for £500 and then selling them. I used to have about 5-6 in the house.
Yeah.
Sony Bios, and I just sell them.
Sony Bio.
Right? Do you know what I mean? But I was just, I was just kind of this young kid just living this life, and I'm celebrity, but I'm not a celebrity in mind. I'm just having fun, if that makes sense. Because
so your ego's not out there.
no, I was always confident, like I'm confident now. But ego, no. I was never a person that people would go, oh, he's arrogant. It's really weird. People that had never met me just had this view that I would be arrogant.
Right.
And then when they met me, so I did a program called Ed Stone is Dead, and I remember the floor manager on the show, when we was rapping, doing rapping party, so we'd been filming for the last 3 months, for whatever, 6 months. And when we rapped, we was at the after party, and he goes, mate, I have to apologise to you. And he was always nice to me, so I was like, what for? He goes,
I thought you'd be something.
He goes, I thought you'd be a dick. He goes, I'll be honest. He goes, I really thought you'd be an arsehole. And he goes, and you are. He goes, I never said it to you. He goes, but I feel so shit for the fact that I thought you'd be that. And he goes, and you were so lovely. He goes, I was saying to all my friends, I feel like an arsehole because he's so nice. And I said, it's so weird. I said, but it's really weird. I understood because I'm a young black guy. There are no other famous young black people at that time. There's time a dozen now. I was the only one young black guy, right, who was as famous as I am at that time.
Yeah.
Besides Ian Wright, who's older.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm this young black guy that is so successful. I've got hit music, I've got hit TV shows. Like everything I'm doing, I've got the Midas touch. Everything's doing so well. All these, I've got a look that women find attractive. All these women that fancy me, blah, blah, blah. Of course you'd think he's arrogant. Why would he not be? So then when people meet me and I'm like, hey, what's going on? And I'm cool. People, it's throwing people.
Yeah.
Because people are going, you're not supposed to be this cool, right? Do you know what I mean? And it's like, because I always understood that I was given a gift. This is my God side now. I had a God-given gift. And that's all it was. It's all it is a God-given gift. And there was a comedian called, that's gonna bug me now. It'll come back to me, his name, right? But anyway, a comedian pulled me aside, and he said to me, this is in 1995, just after I'd done a Real Mcoy. So you could tell that things were starting to bubble for me. And he was very successful on the black circuit, right? He was on the Real Mcoy as well. And he said, he pulled me aside and he goes, you're about to become very famous. He goes, we can all see it, we all know it. He goes, so if there's any advice I could give you, never believe your own hype. And I remember he said it to me. We were standing outside in this kind of foyer bit of this comedy club in Brixton. And he goes, do you know what I mean when I say that? Because I'm a kid. And I said, I think so. He said, as long as you never believe the hype that you're going to generate, you'll be fine. Right? And I said, okay. And it stuck with me. Never believe your own hype, because this business, like you will hear, I've spoken to girls that have said that guys have said to them, do you not know who I am? Right? They got some fame. It's like, do you not know who I am? And it makes me, I'm like, what?
Did you ever use that line?
Never.
Any club, any entrance, any restaurant, you never, we love
As there's a God above me, you will never find a person that can say to you that I said to them.
I love that.
In any circumstance.
Yeah.
Do you know who I am? And I tell you why. It would make me throw up in my mouth.
Yeah,
because I come from the school of men were men, right? That to me is a feminine thing.
Right.
Right? It's just too feminine. It feels really feminine to me, right? Because if you don't know who I am, then you just don't know.
Yeah.
If I have to say to you, like if you look at me and nothing's resonating, that means you don't know who I am.
Yeah.
If I have to then go, do you know who I am?
Yeah.
And now they've got to search and go, oh, do you know how embarrassing that is? Where a person, you looking at me dead in my face, you know? It's not like I'm wearing a mask.
No, for real.
All right? And I go, and I can see that nothing is computing with you. And I go, don't you know who I am? And now it forces you to have to go, oh my God.
Yeah. No, I hear that.
There's nothing.
Cringe.
Oh my God. And worse, a female. You're talking to a female and you have to say to a female, do you know who I am? Because now that woman is looking at you like to say, I thought you was masculine until a second ago.
Yeah.
Now you've made me look at you in a very feminine way, because no matter how masculine you think you are, a woman will not look at you in a masculine way if you have to go, do you know who I am? Trust and believe, right? That woman's gonna go, I fancied you up until that point. Now I'm looking at you like you should wear the skirt, right? Trust and believe, right? I'm not even gonna name names, but she knows, all right? A man said that to a certain woman and he's famous now, and she thought, really?
Yeah.
Right?
No, I hear that.
And she told me and I was like, really? Because it's just not the thing you should do.
Yeah.
Because guess what? No matter how famous you are, not everybody's gonna know who you are.
For real.
Right? Because not everybody watches YouTube or like there are rappers out now that are hugely successful. Like Central C's massive, yeah?
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you one of his songs. But that's not because he's not good, it's that I'm 52. So I'm not really, my son would know all of his songs, right? Now, if Central C saw this, he's not supposed to be vexed at the fact that I don't know his. He's supposed to look and go, Richard's a big man. Probably doesn't listen to the stuff I do, right? Do you know what I mean? But I know who he is.
Yeah.
Right? Do you know what I mean? And I want him to continue winning because I just want him to win. Right? Do you know what I mean? But I couldn't say, oh, yeah, I know that tune, because I probably don't. Right? But that's not a knock on him. He's got 30 million people that do know who he is.
Yeah.
Right? So when people will come up to me when I do Eastenders and they'll go, oh, what do you do? And I go, oh, because I don't really like saying. So I say, oh, I do some TV, and they go, oh, what show? And I go, Eastenders or Hollyoaks, and I go, oh, I don't watch it. And they're hoping that
I'll get a rise out of
they
you
get a
or
rise.
something, yeah.
And I'll go, it's lucky that 30 other million people do though, right? Because my thing is that you're wasting your time.
Yeah.
Or somebody will say, oh, you're in Hollyoaks, I don't watch it. And I go, nor do I just get paid from it, right? And it's just, because I've learned, that's how you shut them down, right? I don't care if you watch it, I still get paid.
For real.
Right, do you know what I mean? Even if 2 people watch it on the day that I'm on, I get paid like 30 million watched it. So I'm all right. You're not gonna get me with that
Glass
one.
half full, always.
Yeah, my glass is full.
Yeah.
All the time, even if you don't watch, right? And you've wasted your time. Do that with somebody that is still new, that cares. But I've been in this business 30 years. You're not gonna get me with that.
Can I just touch on your actual music career, because that was that your call, or was it just the inevitability of where your career was going? Because
It's a bit of both.
Yeah.
Because
with MTV, it's music kind of.
Well, that was the side where I was going to say it's a bit of both, because MTV was the flagship for promoting your music. So
you've got the home team there ready to push you.
I couldn't say any better. You got the home team. So there was 2 shows that you needed to get on to promote your song. Was Ant and Dec,
Right.
the Saturday morning show.
Yeah.
Right. And
Ant and Dec have been moving for a time, bro. Yeah.
from Baker Groove, right? So Ant and Dec's Saturday morning show. If you got a spot on those Saturday morning shows, your midweeks were high.
Yeah.
And if you got MTV Select with Richard Blackwood on the weekend.
But Richard's got a song on MTV Select.
So now, and then the other side of it was, like I said, I used to muck around and freestyle rap with celebrity guests and just muck around. Or I would say, like, the beat, they'll play a beat and I'll freestyle and mess around, blah, 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 right? And like there's one that with Piper and the Master of Ceremony, Melody and all them lines of rapping, it's like on YouTube now. And we'll just muck around. Sometimes it wouldn't flow, but that's what people liked. It's we just don't know what's gonna happen, right? And I did it with everybody, Usher, anybody you can think of, right? I'd freestyle rap and blah, blah, blah and do our thing. So I remember they approached me to do music, and I said, and I was like, nah, because I respected the art form too much, and I knew that I'm a comedian, but I'm not a rapper like that. Like I used to rap when I was a kid, right? And I thought I wanted to be a rapper back in the day, but because I never pursued it, I didn't give it that level of respect, right? Do you know what I mean? And I didn't want to shit on it, so I was like, nah. And then my uncle was saying like, listen, they really want to sign you and this could be big for you and this could be a good platform. And he understood my way of thinking. He goes, you could help others. And as soon as I heard that.
Pioneering British rap, when you really think about it, who was prior to you? What, Black Twang, Rodney P? Are we?
Yeah, they were.
But that's what I'm saying. So you're one of the first in the British rap scene, bro.
I was, but you
Roots
see,
Maneuver.
Oh my
Witness
God.
the Fitness.
He was just after, but
okay, look. So after, so that is amazing, bro. That you could be one of them forefathers, even in that.
That's true, and they know why I'm going because that's what they did. Like I was friends with all of them, right? Do you know what I mean? Like Rodney P, and them guys, they're from Clapham, and you know, so they were down the road from me. So I knew of them before like when they were big, and I was in college when they were London Posse.
Yeah, London Posse.
I was a fan. Like Money Mad was our track, right? Do you know what I mean? Everybody. And here's the thing. People were saying that a lot of rappers, British rappers, used to rap in American, and it's like, yes, there was some,
but not all though.
But not all, because Rodney P, right? Demon Boys used to rap in English. They were from North, right? London Posse used to rap in English. Bionic said a line in one of the tracks where he goes, "Who you trying to school, you ugly pineapple head butters? Don't you know? Say I'm a nut eye, right?" That was listen. When I heard that, we couldn't believe. The line is, "Who you trying to school, you ugly pineapple-headed butters? Don't you know, say I'm a nut eye?" This is that's not an American about that.
Yeah.
If Biden's watching, Biden will laugh and go, right, you remember the line, right? He was rapping, Rodney P and Biden was rapping in English, the slang that they were doing back then.
What was you rapping in?
I was rapping in English.
Yeah,
right?
that's what I'm saying.
Right, I was rapping in English.
Because I heard it yesterday.
Yeah, I was definitely rapping in English. But what it was, but I understood.
But that's a conscious choice to make, you know.
Oh yeah, no, it
a
was.
lot of people weren't. You're the marketing guy. British rap's not really selling in that accent.
Yeah, it's not.
So it's very
not.
interesting that you're sticking to your guns, because really the most marketable and profitable thing is to rap with an American twang.
Yeah, but me personally.
So you kept it 100.
I did, but only a couple of reasons. Number one, I wasn't a rapper per se, right? Like I respected rap music because
You're interviewing rappers, you're from the cloth.
But it's not just that. What it is, you got to remember, I'm 52. My first 12-inch that I bought was The Message.
Yeah.
I bought that, right? That came out in 1982.
Yeah.
Right? I was 10, right? I was actually in Brooklyn when The Message came out, on holiday with my family, right? So understand, I bought that in America.
Yeah.
Right? Don't push me because I'm close to the
All
edge.
7 minutes.
Right? I bought that in America.
Yeah.
And I was in Brooklyn and the song was based in New York.
Yeah.
Listen, my cousins and I were in Brooklyn. My cousins live in Crown Heights, yeah? Church Ave, yeah? And Brooklyn and New York in the late 70s and 80s when I was there was no joke. Like people go to America now and go to Brooklyn now and it's gentrified and it's nice.
Yeah, not them.
Even Manhattan was sleazy when I went to America. Manhattan was there's a horror film, yeah, called Basket Case, a classic horror film. It's a B-rate horror film, but it did very well. The reason why I mention this, for anybody that wants to do their due diligence, there's a scene in that where the guy's walking with this basket through Manhattan, and it was showing Manhattan, because it was filmed at that time. Manhattan was a place where you would get robbed, stuck up, or shot in Times Square, right? That's how bad it was. I'm in New York at a time, me and my cousin were playing outside. This is, as I said, this is when the song came out, right? We're playing outside, I'm 10. There's a guy at the corner trying to break into a shop with a knife. We're kids, we go, what are you doing? And he turns and looks at us and he sits down, he goes, come here. He had a knife. He goes, come here. We're kids. And he's calling us over. So you can imagine what he's calling us over for.
Yeah.
We're kids, he was gonna kill us, right? And we was like, what? He goes, come here. And we ran off, right? And there was these guys, and I reminded my cousin of this and she actually said, oh my God, yeah, right? These guys that were on their BMXs and we ran up to them and they were hanging out with us and they said, that guy, he's got a knife and he wants to stab us. And they chased him and he ran off. Years later, I reminded my cousin about that and she goes, you remember that? And I said, yeah. I said, she goes, those guys on the BMXs, these were the guys from the hood that controlled the area. And I goes, do you know if they ever caught the guy? She goes, I don't know, but if they did, they would have killed him. These are guys that are hanging with us, you know. They would have killed him, right? So not beat him up, he would be dead. That's what Brooklyn was like back then. So I grew up, and because I had family in America, I was always going back and forth to America. I grew up where, as I said, The Message, KRS ONE, and Scott LaRock before he got killed, right? When it was Boogie Down Productions, right? And you know, the first album that they did together before it became, before it was Scott LaRock by himself. I mean, KRS ONE by himself, right? Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince, when their first album, like all these first albums from Big Daddy Kane, whomever it is, Just Ice, LL Cool J. I had the first album of anybody that you can think of. I bought the first album, right? I was there when these people, I went to see Run DMC in concert when they did My Adidas. I went to see Grandmaster Flash in concert right, I went to see LL Cool J, Public Enemy, all these, Ice Cube. I've got a picture with me and Ice Cube when he had the curly perm, right? Do you know what I mean? When he did America's Most Wanted, right? And I went to see him in Brixton. So I grew up at the time when all these things were phenomenon at that time. So I truly respected the music. And then I was growing up to see the British hip hop artists that were trying to do their things, like Caveman, right? As I say, like Demon Boys, like London Posse, Hijack, right? All these groups, I was there watching them, right? I was a fan. I bought Caveman's album. I bought Demon Boy's album. I bought, right? I bought London Posse's album. I bought all these Hijack. I bought all these albums, right? Do you know what I mean? Hijack was the first people to get signed by Ice-T.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm going to keep it short, but what I'm saying is that, so I truly respected what these people were trying to do. Moni Love, right? Do you know what I mean? I respected what they were doing. Cookie Crew, oh my gosh, right? These people were trying to break through. So when it was time for me to get signed, I couldn't disrespect the people that came before me that were really cutting their teeth at this thing. Black Twang, right? Do you know what I mean? Right? Like Pirelli, all these people that were coming, I couldn't.
Fallacy and Fusion, I swear about more.
Oh my God, Fallacy, we talking about that's my boy, right? Right? I was in the video for Fallacy.
Oh yes, you was. Right. What she was at? Ground something breaker. Yeah, you was at
I was in the video. Right? Do you know what I mean? Like, because Fallacy is from my ends. Right? Do you know what I mean? Right? So literally, as I say, these are all my bedrooms. Right? Do you know what I mean? Most of them are my bedrooms. Right? So my thing is that I couldn't, there's no way I could disrespect the craft when I know these people, most of these people personally, and I know how hard it is for them, right? So when they asked, they said they wanted to sign me, my vision in my naive head was that I will get the limelight put on me, and when I'm doing the interviews, I will go, these are the people you need to look at.
Yeah.
And I was doing it. I was name checking all these people. You need to look at Black Twang, you need to look at... And I remember it was tough because the industry, a lot of the guys in the industry didn't understand what I was doing. So some of them just thought I was eating their food, right? But some of them understood, like, no, he's not doing it for that. Because if you read the interviews, he's telling... So I remember, I'll give you a prime example. They put me on the cover of Hip Hop Connection. First time I got a cover. And it said, like, along the lines, is he real or fake, right? Do you know what I mean? And I remember when they interviewed me to destroy me, right? To say, like, take the piss. And I remember they brought this white guy down to battle me as a rapper. And I remember I sat there and this guy was standing there in the corner, his face was all fixed up. And I'm looking at him, right? And obviously people don't realize I'm not a dickhead, right? Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm a funny guy, but remember where I've come from, right? So I'm watching it, so they're interviewing me and the guy's asking me these questions and he's getting thrown because I'm going, he goes, so you're a rapper? I goes, no. He goes, what do you mean? He goes, so why are you doing it? I goes, I'm trying to highlight the rappers that are out here. I said, I'm using my vehicle to go, these are the people that you need to look at. I said, that's the only reason why I'm here. And then obviously if I'm on MTV and I can get their videos, I'll push it. I said, that's the only reason why I'm here. And the guy's doing the interview going, he's vexed because he's thinking I'm going to say...
Ready to bring him on.
So then this guy comes and he goes, this guy here, because I brought him in because he wanted to battle you. And I said, and I remember I looked at him and I went, that's why you're here, right? Yeah. I said, all this time you've been fixing up your face like you're some kind of bad man, right? Because you want to battle me. I said, bruv, you would win. I said, you've absolutely wasted your time. I said, but I've chiefed him. Because I've gone, that's why you've come here. You've probably sat at home going, raw, wait till I bust this line on Richard. And I'm looking at you going, who is this idiot, right? I said, brother, that you would win the battle. I said, I'm not here, I'm here to try and promote you guys, right? And I never forget, the interview came out and Rodney P called me and he goes, bruv, he goes, let me just tell you something. He goes, the man them know what you're trying to do. So don't worry about the rest of these guys. Yeah. The official tissue, right? And that's why I was in Fallacy's video, because me and Fallacy were boy. Like, because remember that's after, right? Yeah. Because and all the man them. If you look at the guys that were in the video, those are guys that were rapping at the time. These were half roadmen as well. But they were showing love, Dark and Cold, all these people, they're showing love because they understood he's trying to let them look at us. He's not, because they knew me. They knew that Richard's not an ego guy. He's a comedian, he's doing that, that's his lane. But guys, look at these guys. Do you know what I mean? But, so that's the only reason why I did music.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Can we just touch upon, obviously, you've got everything going for you, you're the poster boy for a lot of things, the golden child, the golden, whatever you want to call it, and then that saying, what goes up must come down.
Yeah.
So talk to me about how your prevalence is becoming less and less. Can you pinpoint that to anything, or is it just a change of the times when you look back at it now?
Well, remember I went through bankruptcy, so it was like, I always believed that it's the reason why I still continue, is I never reached the level that I was meant to reach. Now, don't get me wrong, that's not shitting on what I achieved, because I definitely achieved a lot. But the dream was never to be even a presenter. That came along, and you know, it was an opportunity that I took, and I was good at it because being a stand-up, it was an easy transition.
So what was the dream, stand-up?
It was stand-up to acting.
Well, you want to be an actor, movies?
Yeah, movies. It's always been the dream. Right. Hence with me, Eastenders and Hollyoaks and stuff. And I've done some films, but not at that level. Yeah, do you know what I mean? But that's always been the dream. So, so the bankruptcy, now in hindsight, it was an eventuality because I was so successful in this lane, but I wasn't necessarily happy in this lane with all the success I was having, because it was taking me away from what the dream was. Because you've got to think about it. Okay, like for instance, prime example, like now I'm doing acting, yeah? So people know me from EastEnders, they know me from Hollyoaks, and other little things that I've done. But those are I guess, in terms of the UK, the major things that I've done. But yet, put comedian aside, because to go from a comedian to an actor is not a hard transition. That's something you kind of see.
Yeah.
But can you name me a presenter
that becomes an actor?
Who's had huge success as a presenter and now is having huge success as an actor over here?
No.
It's not a thing.
No.
Right? Because it's normally especially if you're labelled as a presenter, that's the category you're in. So
did you pigeonhole yourself?
Well,
by going down this presenting lane? Potentially.
Right. So because you got to think about it.
You almost typecast yourself as a presenter.
Yeah. Because I was hosting. I had my own show. I was hosting Top of the Pops. Anything that was big that solidifies you as a presenter, I was doing.
Yeah.
I had reached a ceiling in it. So to then diversify into acting was kind of a damn near impossible task, because people know you as a presenter. Yeah. So you weren't even getting auditions. Yeah. Because it's like, what, Richard the presenter?
Yeah.
Right? You know, even though, yes, we know he's funny and blah, 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 but he's a presenter.
He's not a bona fide presenter.
Exactly. Right? You know, so, you know, and as I say, if it was something that was so easy to do, it's not, you can't reel off names of people that have done it over here. Right? Do you know what I mean? It's not a thing that happens. So what it was that I didn't realize I wasn't happy, but as time went on, I was like, I could see my dream kind of moving further and further away. It's closing because I had no acting experience.
Right.
And then I remember when, just before bankruptcy, I got the show Ed Stone is Dead, which was my first series sitcom that I did. And I had to learn how to act on the job because I hadn't had, you know, I thought the transition would be easy.
And it wasn't.
It wasn't, because actors make acting look easy, right? But you're acting, it's a real serious craft. And, you know, so I was doing scenes where they're teaching me how to do it.
There and then. Yeah.
Right? And you know, you just think, oh, that's easy.
You can't just ad-lib everything in life.
No, you can't. And also, you got to play the reel of a scene.
Yeah.
Right? Do you know what I mean? So when people say things like, oh, that was easy because they're just playing themselves, it's like, even playing yourself in a role it sounds easy because you're saying be yourself, but it's completely different because remember, you know, when you're acting a scene, you're jumping into a scene that's already been created. So the scene, it might be this, you might have a scene where somebody close to you has passed away.
Yeah.
So that's one scene. So the next scene now, the follow-on, is you crying because you've just heard the person's died. Somebody's come up to you, so we're here, we're talking, and I go, okay, when they say action, he's gonna come up to you and go, so-and-so's passed, and that's got to hit you in such a way where you burst into tears, and it's got to be believable.
Yeah.
He's just gonna walk up to you and say it now.
Yeah.
Right? But you'll play it as you though.
Yeah.
I guarantee you're not going to get that in one.
No.
Right? I mean, even though you're playing yourself, right? Because you've now got to try and tap into somebody that's passed away. You don't want to do that because you don't want to think about somebody dying that's still alive, number one, right? But so you've got to tap into something that makes you feel that way. And the camera's rolling and he's only going to walk from there to there. You got to find it.
Yeah.
Right? You got to find it in that time. Right? Do you know what I mean? Now, don't get me wrong. Actors know that, okay, I'm preparing for the scene, so I know what I need to do to get into that. But if you have not had no acting experience, you don't even know how to get yourself into that place. So it's cold.
Yeah.
He's walked over and he's just said a line. It's a line that you've read as well. But you've got to find it, right? And you got to find it in a way where people at home go, right.
Yeah, but that's like acting. There's always but there's comedic roles that could maybe...
Same thing though. Same thing.
Okay.
Because that's what I'm saying. Comedic roles seem like they're easy, but once again, there's comedic timing.
You've got to find the nuances in it.
Yes, because naturally as a comedian, you think that you just play it big like a comedian plays it big.
Yeah.
But if you look, it doesn't work. But because so I'll give you a prime example. If you watch Eddie Murphy in some of his films where he's playing the caricatures, they're big. Hercules, blah, blah, blah. You could say they're big characters, yeah? But when you watch Eddie Murphy in Beverly Hills Cop, let's say, so the scene with him and Serge, you know,
Serge.
If you look at Eddie's not really doing too much.
It's all
It's Serge, but Eddie is making you laugh in the expressions, right? So Eddie goes, hey, I was looking at this. How much is this? And he goes, I was looking at this. He goes, oh, I sell one of those today. He goes, you sell one today? He's not saying much. And then he goes, how much it cost? And he goes, get the fuck out of here. Now, that's a normal response to hearing it. Like, that's like saying, shut up. That's all he's gone. Get the fuck out. But Serge goes, no, I cannot. Right? That's funny because he's reacting to the line, no, I can't get the fuck out of here. Right? So Eddie's got to, or he will say, like, if with the same scene, he goes, can you tell so-and-so that Axel? And he goes, he's an Axel. He said, Axwell. He goes, just Axel, right? He's not saying anything funny, right? But the scene's funny because you've been there where somebody can't get your name right. So all you're doing is going, no, it's Axel. And then the guy goes, Foley's here, right?
Yeah.
All right, do you know what I mean? And then he goes, what is it pertaining? And he goes, and all Eddie goes, he just goes, I'm sorry, what did he say? Right? He goes, what's it pertaining? He goes, oh, pertain. He doesn't do anything that is overtly funny, but he knows how to drop the smallest things to make you laugh because you can imagine being there with a guy that doesn't understand English.
Yeah.
So then let's go forward to Boomerang and the scene with Grace Jones, right? And it's a funny scene where she's talking about the perfume and he goes, what's it called? And she goes, Afterbath. And he goes, sorry, what was that? That's all he says, sorry, what was that? And she goes, Afterbirth. And he goes, I'm sorry, I thought you said bath, right? That's all, but it's hilarious because it's just, because he knows how to play it subtle where you remember the lines, right? And what Eddie was good at was allowing you to be big so we could just go and knock it out of the park. So that's what I mean so even to play comedy is actually, especially for non-stand-ups, is one of the hardest forms of acting.
Yeah.
Because you need a level of understanding of comic timing and also knowing how to, if somebody's playing it high, to play it there.
Yeah.
So, prime example, just real quick, when I did Eastenders, Tamika and I obviously played husband and wife, yeah? Tamika's character was a bit more overt, right? So what Tamika taught me, bless her, is you have to be the straight man here, because otherwise it's too big on the screen and it's gonna look campy and silly. My character plays big, you play it here. So she would do things and I would naturally, comic-wise, try, and she'd go, just little things, just here, just here. And I had to learn that that's how the comedy works, because her character was already big.
Yeah.
Right? So you have to play the person at home how they would react to somebody big. Where you might just give a look like,
Yeah.
just play it there, right? The comedy's in that, right? So why people loved our characters together is that we found the perfect union, right? So there's a scene that me and her did where it was an ad-lib where she goes, we've got to pay them the money, give you your wallet. And I go, what? And she goes, give it. Now, literally, it was written that she goes, give me your wallet, and I just take it out, right? But I ad-lib, so she goes, give me the money, and I went, what? And she goes, the wallet, give me the wallet. I go, my wallet. And she goes, your what? And these guys that are here are trying not to laugh because they know that's not what's written, right? Yeah. So then I take out the wallet, right? And then I'm kind of opening it slightly and she's digging it, but I'm kind of closing it, right? You know, like a crisp packet. I'm kind of closing it. That's not written, right? And she's taking it out and then she goes, and I take the whole thing. And as she's looking at the wallet, I just open it to see there's nothing in there, right? And I kind of go, right, do you know what I mean? But literally but when you watch it, they kept it in and they're trying not to laugh. But I understood at this point, you play it naturally. You know she's going to take all the money, so you close it tight and she's getting in there and I'm going, and she goes more and I goes, but I don't think there's anything, and she thinks, oh yeah, there was something else left, right? That's the comedy, right? So that's why I say that because she's a stand-up, because I'm a stand-up, we understand you play your position, right? Do you know what I mean? Now, if you don't understand comic timing, no matter how good you are as an actor, you'll play that scene wrong. So yeah.
Can I talk about the bankruptcy, please? Because you mentioned it. Obviously, hindsight's a wonderful thing.
Absolutely, 2020.
What happened? Obviously, you just spent all your money.
No.
Wasn't?
No, in actual fact, it was. See, that's what.
Because on paper, it would appear like you're making a shitload of money.
I was making a shitload of money, but what it was a couple of things. So my part to play was that I was overly generous.
Right.
So don't get me wrong, I bought a lot of stuff for myself and blah, blah, blah. There's no doubt about that. But I was always known for buying other people's stuff.
Right.
And stuff that it's like, you didn't need to buy them that.
Right.
Do you know what I mean?
What type of things are you buying people?
So my son's mother, I bought her a car, but I could have bought her a Golf, but I bought her a Mercedes CLK convertible. Prime example. Yeah. Right? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's your son's mother. Yeah,
but that's the way I looked at it.
Cash. Did you do the exit wounds on them?
I did, but then I upgraded it.
Okay.
Right? So she's, at the time, 21, driving a 50 grand car.
Right.
Right? Do you know what I mean? It was a top of the range, right? Now, anybody said, you could have just bought her a Golf.
Yeah.
But my thing was about, because she was my partner, I wanted her to have the best.
Of course.
Right? So it was never a show-off thing for me. It was, if I have the best, you also have the best.
But in your mind, did you think that the money was never going to end, kind of thing?
Yeah, right? Because everything, I've got the Midas touch. Everything I'm touching is turning to gold. But then the flip side, in actual fact, so people actually will hear this part and go, oh, you just spent all your money. And it wasn't that. What happened was, I was spending, but I had an accountant that made sure that you were spending the money you could spend. So he would take the money for tax, and it's like, that's your money, right? So I was spending my money that was mine.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I had an allowance, right? And sometimes they would dip in and give me a bit more, blah, 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 right? But what happened was that I then got signed in America, and in signing in America to the contract I signed, I wasn't allowed to work over here. So now...
Okay, why did you sign that contract?
Because now I'm getting signed in America to do stuff in America big time.
Right.
So I've got a holding deal with Fox, the network. But now I'm living over here and I'm also in America at the same time, paying mortgage over here. And I'm in America staying at the Beverly Wilshire and all these top hotels because that's where I had to stay. But I'm not making no money because there's no money from the UK coming in.
Right.
So now I'm eating into my savings because I'm still paying mortgage and I'm paying to live in America. We've got two lifestyles I have to lead. And after a while, I'm signed for so long that there's nothing coming in.
Yeah.
So now I'm hit with a tax bill and I've had to use some of that tax money to pay certain things. And there was no money coming in to cover it. And that's why I went bankrupt. So it wasn't, so as I say, it wasn't a thing,
No, go on.
yeah, so it wasn't a thing that it was like, don't get me wrong, if I was better with money in terms of the things I was buying, because I was buying things I didn't need, right? Do you know what I mean? Because that's the other side of it as well, where I have to say my part to play was that I always say this, and this is not an excuse, but it's something that I realized that a lot of people have been in the same boat, especially coming from the Black Caribbean community, right? So I dated an Asian girl for a while, right? And I remember, believe it or not, she taught me how to save. You would have thought that was something that would just be natural. But it was something that I realized with her being Asian, that she was raised with something that I, as a Caribbean person, wasn't raised with. So Caribbeans, a lot of them will say, just save for a rainy day. That's what you kind of taught, save for a rainy day, yeah? Whereas with her, I remember, it's not like she made shitloads of money.
Yeah.
But her dad used to run, I think he had a shop or a market stall or whatever. But what he would teach her is she would have about 4 different accounts. And she would get paid and she would go, okay, that goes there, that goes there, that goes there, there. Now you see, you're saying, like it's a natural thing because it's an Asian thing. It's not a black thing, especially a Caribbean thing. It might be an African thing, but it's not a Caribbean thing. So you might find 1 or 2 that say, my parents taught me that, but generally speaking, most Caribbeans know it's very much a save for a rainy day. So I remember when she was teaching me this, she was telling me this. So she goes, I've got my holiday account, I've got my blah, blah, blah account, blah, blah, blah. And she weren't making lots of money, but she just understood that this account here, that will be what I've got left, will be probably nothing.
Yeah.
But she was so disciplined that that's all I've got to spend. This is for this, this is for this, this is for this. And because she was doing it from when she was young, her dad taught her that, after a while, that small amount of money built up.
Yeah.
Right, do you know what I mean? But she always had holiday money. She always had money for her bills. Like, none of them dripped into the other, right? She just understood, I get money, this is how it's sectioned, right? So she was never without money, never, right? And I remember she said to me, she said that, and I remember she opened a Monzo account for me, right? And she goes, I want you now to take your money, put this much here, put this much here, blah, blah, blah. And I remember, I wasn't with her for long, right? But she's watching, she knows who she is, right? And I remember I did it. And I remember I started to live off of the bare minimum.
Yeah.
And I remember after we broke up, one of my friends, I said it to her, and I said what this girl taught me. And I said, it's so weird. I said, now I can't wait for money to come in because I now know I can live like that. Right. I can live off of just spending this and this and this and this, right? So I used to look forward to getting money and I'll put the bulk in that account and I'll take out this amount and that was mine. Yeah. This is after tax as well. I got used to that. And I remember sitting there going, I wish I knew this from before. Yeah. Because now, and also you start to realize, is it a want or a need? So when you're looking at something, it's like, do you actually need that?
Do you actually need it?
Right, and then you go, actually no, because if I walk away from it and then I don't find myself walking back, it's like, it was a want, it wasn't a need. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Can you just summarize that time then of being bankrupt and kind of being in the public eye and, you know, press has gone out and, you know...
It's 2003.
Oh, how the mighty have fallen and all of that.
It was you know what? So this is why I say in terms...
And what it did for your mental health.
Oh God, I remember I tried to kill myself. It was bad.
Really?
Yeah. But not because of the bankruptcy. The bankruptcy, like I'm a person, I'm good at accepting things, right? I accept that, like, I had the gig today and I didn't realize. And it's like, okay, I wasn't meant to do it. All right, I've always been that person. Earth signs, I'm an earth sign. Earth signs are very good at, this is just what it is. We're very good at that. We don't try to, it's like, no, that's what it is, right? So I accepted that I was going bankrupt, even though I hated it with a passion. But what it was that the time that it happened, no, bankruptcy was, you was gonna get blacklisted straight away. And not blacklisted money-wise, I mean from the industry. It was frowned upon.
Oh, yes, it was, yeah.
Right, so it was career ending. That was the first thing, because it's like these people just went, no, you're blacklisted now, we don't want to use you no more. So I still had the talent, but now no one's using me. So now this is the means of me making money again, but now you're not going to get bookings because no one wants you. So now you don't know how to make money again, right? And then on top of that, it was in the paper. And I never forget that it was the first time I got a cover on a black paper, and they put me on the cover, Richard Blackwood, because it was in the paper, but it was in a small column in a normal paper, where you could have missed it. But
they wanted to let people know.
Right, it was the New Nation paper, I'll never forget it.
Yeah.
And they put it on the cover. No one would have known. No one would have known. They put it on the cover, and that was it, right? And it was all over. And I remember, I'm actually quite lucky that there wasn't social media at that time.
Yeah.
Because the way that people dealt with me, it was horrible, man. It was a horrible time because remember, I'm the only person with the level of success that's black besides Ian Wright.
Yeah.
And I always separate Ian Wright because Ian Wright was a footballer. He was a very famous footballer. So he was already part of the institution, so to speak. But I've come up from the black circuit and I'm having mainstream success. It was unheard of.
Yeah.
Right? So I was this guy that had this clout that didn't come up the traditional way.
Yeah.
Right? Do you know what I mean? So I stood for a lot, if that made sense. And as much as people respected it, it was also kind of hated because it's like, right, he didn't come up from the white circuit. He didn't do that. It's like, he's not allowed to do it that way, right? Especially at that time. So I'm that guy, but I'm talented. So they know that, no, he deserves to be there because he's really that good. And it was like, in a weird sort of way, you could tell that they couldn't wait
to tear you down.
Because it's like, I was at Harvey's mum's funeral, yeah? And there was a guy there, and he said to me, he goes, we was all standing there chatting, and it's the first time I met him, and he was like, and we was talking about the funeral and blah, 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 and we was talking about coming up, and he goes, boy, he goes, I remember you, man, and he goes, you really respect, he goes, a lot, we love you because you've done a lot for us, blah, blah, and I said, no, I really appreciate that, and he goes, and you're back now, and he goes, I never forget, he goes, a certain man shaking your hand, so he goes, a little man shaking you like this, like, all right, and I looked at him, and he goes, the guilt on their face, because they enjoyed when you fell off.
Yeah.
And this is the guy that I've just met, right? But he goes, they can't look at you when they're shaking your hand going, well done. He goes, because they know they enjoyed your fall. And I went, oh my God. And he goes, you know what I'm saying? He goes, they enjoyed your, and he was speaking to the masses because he was letting it be known, some of us enjoyed when you fell.
Yeah.
Right? Because we didn't understand it, because you were the first.
Yeah.
So in being the first, now we can look back and go, bro, I really respect what you did and blah, 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 because we're all older now and we get it. But back then, you half the girls fancied you. You looked like you got this money and you're driving through the end. You had everything. We kind of didn't like that.
Yeah. Right? They like to see a champion.
Right. Do you know what I mean? So we kind of was waiting for you to trip up for us to go good, even though we didn't realise that you was doing something to enable us to do better. We're young, we all couldn't see it.
To write the blueprint, yeah.
To write the blueprint, right? Do you know what I mean? So I say that to say that it was a real tough time. So yeah, I tried to end it, and somebody that was very dear to me stopped me, luckily.
Well, you was actually planning to end it?
I nearly did, yeah. Yeah.
What, you planned how you're going to do it and stuff?
I had the ting.
What ting?
I'm saying ting because we're on, you know what I mean?
Oh, you was going to do it that way?
Yeah.
Okay, wow.
Yeah, because obviously I'm still mainstream.
So you had it?
I had it.
In your hand?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. We just, you know what I mean? So
yeah.
it doesn't need to be explained because, you know, it's
you
like...
ready to, like, you was thinking this, in any second I'm going to do this?
I tried to do it and she stopped me.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
that was real. So I say that to say that because God wasn't ready for me then. Because trust me and believe, the way she stopped me was by a hairpin, and that's as much as I would go. Yeah, right. But like, but yeah, because everything came crashing down at the same time.
Yeah.
And you know, and so that's why now when I look back and look where I'm at now, I understand, like, people that are in this industry, I say to people all the time, you've got to know what you're doing coming into this thing, because...
Careful what you wish for, kind of thing.
Because don't get it wrong, because here's the thing, right? You will... Okay, let's prime example. Look what's happened with Kendrick and Drake, right? I know this sounds a bit crazy to jump to that, yeah?
1 second. Can we not offload the memory? Is there no way of doing it?
We'll take time.
How long?
25 minutes.
Are you in a rush?
What's the matter now? Sorry.
We got 20 minutes left on this memory card and I'm worried.
No, you don't need to worry. I'm going to keep it short. Don't worry. You're all right.
Okay.
Yeah, don't worry. Don't worry. So what I'm saying is that, so if you look at Kendrick and Drake right now, right? Drake has had phenomenal success.
Yeah.
Right? Most people get a 5-year window.
10-year plus window.
10-year plus he's had, right? But you can tell, and Drake will always be a legend, but you can tell that Drake's star is starting to descend.
Yeah.
And yes, you could say it's because of the Kendrick and him thing and blah, blah, blah. But it's also an eventuality, because it's just what happens, that when the sun rises, it has to come down. And also, a new star has to come through at some point. So this is the part that I say that with a lot of people that are in the industry, it's like, yes, you will get your chance to have success and blah, 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 but you have to know when to either rebrand yourself, change direction, or accept when your star starts to dim. And let me tell you something, if you're used to walking somewhere and everybody goes, oh my God, and all of a sudden you walk down the street and people go, that is a hard thing, right? Women are on you and all of a sudden they go, sorry, who's that guy that you're with? And you go, what? So, can you? It's complete, and because it's a drug, and hence why people, they fall and they start taking drugs, or they start moving a certain kind of way where you go, right, are they okay? And it's because that level of euphoria that you experience is something that they don't teach you the other side of what happens when you're not the man anymore. Wretch 32 did a song, and I used to love it, where he said, I wonder if the people still talk about me. And it's a talk about guys that are on the road. And he said, and the line is, I wonder if people still talk about me. And it's a real thing. There's gonna come a time where people don't talk about you no more.
Well, there was that time, and then thank God you stuck in there.
Yeah.
Got Shrek.
Yeah.
From Shrek, Eastenders,
yeah.
Millions of people.
Yeah.
Character Vincent's amazing. Is Vincent ever gonna come back, FYI?
I don't think so.
But the window could be there.
I mean,
because there's like a thing for Fatboy, you know. People want Fatboy back like no man's business.
Yeah, I know,
Fatboy and Vincent were like that, brother.
I know.
So I can see if one man's in, the other's in, you know. I love the fact that your character was dead, but is he really dead? You know that one?
If EastEnders want to bring you back, they will, right? Like, I don't know if I want to do it, and I'm not trying to shoot myself in the foot when I say that, because I believe sometimes you've got to leave things on a high.
Of course.
Right, do you know what I mean? And EastEnders, I achieved something really great.
But it's nice to know that.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. No.
It's a couple of years, you don't know.
I never say
BBC
never.
write the check. We're back.
You write the right check.
We're back at Elstree, baby.
Don't get me wrong, right? You never say never to anything, especially if you're in the world of entertainment. Yeah, so I'm not going to do that. But what I will say is that I came in as Richard Blackwood. Now he's an actor now, and now we can take him seriously as an actor. And my character was Phil Mitchell's nemesis.
But can I just say, it's lovely that someone's giving you that chance. Yes, we believe in this man.
And that's what it was.
Despite all of the rest. Forget all that. I know we can do this.
Let me tell you something. When I got the job,
comedy man, but he's playing a gangster.
When I got the job, Dominic that gave me the job, he was the executive producer of the show. Myself, him, and the casting lady, we went to dinner, and this is before I got the job. Took me to dinner, and he was talking about the role. Then he said, he goes, I'm just going to go to the toilet and I come back. So when he went to the toilet, the woman said to me, he's going to make a decision now. If he's going to give you the job. She goes, if he gives you the job, everything changes for you. She goes, all the casting people that said no to you are now going to start paying attention again, because it's him deciding if he's going to take on the other side of it, which is, why are you doing this for Richard?
But also for you hung in there. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You hung in there as well.
No, I did. It wasn't easy though. I'm not going to make it sound as if like I was, that's strong. I had people around me, right, that, because I always say God puts people in your life
to support you.
I gave you the story of my friend that was there. God puts people there in the times that you need them, and you don't even realize that he's put that person there for a reason. That person is going to give you the shoulder to lean on, but you won't even realize it. And then when you won't need them no more, somehow they just kind of go like this, right? But they were meant to do that, right? Do you know what I mean? And those people, I got to give it to them. They were in my life at that time.
Give me a 5-minute warning, yeah? Just do that loud. How long we got?
About 18.
Oh,
18 minutes.
okay, making bare.
18 minutes.
Can I just say, from a personal point of view, I watch Eastenders, and I was rooting for you. Honestly, I was, bro.
Yeah.
Because we've met, we've done films together. We did Gangsta Gams and Geeza.
I remember that.
And great. So I was chuffed for you. But your first episode was a live episode, wasn't it?
It was.
Which was a madness.
Yeah, it was.
Because
I was the opening scene.
A live episode. And the funniest thing is I thought, like live? EastEnders live? Big promo. Richard's going to walk in. And the funniest thing is, bruv, is like, I clocked it. You walked in, and all you had to do was walk, brother. But you did this neck thing, like, to give yourself the little, like, you get your bad man thing.
Let me tell you
something. And I thought, he's doing too much, you know. All you had to do was just walk.
No, you know why I did that?
But I loved it. I thought, yes, brother.
The fact that you remember that. You remember
do your thing.
No, but you see, you remember
he put
that.
his own sauce on it. You
get the fact that you remember that. So what it was, they said to me, Richard, you're going to walk, the woman that was directing it, she goes, you're going to walk here.
On a live show.
You're going to look at the house, the crane's going to come down, right? And then you're going to hold the stair, and that's it. And I looked at her and I goes, I want to do something. And she goes, what? And I said, just go with me. I said, but, and she goes, cool, right?
But she trusted you as well. For live, like, what do you mean? Tell me what you're going to do.
And literally it came and it looked at me and I went, like that. And I remember, and then the camera went up and she went, because we're still live, and she went, yes. And then, fast forward, the last scene, she actually directed my last scene.
Right.
The last scene when the guy pointed the gun to me, and at first I'm trying to talk him down. And then, because they wanted me to leave it where I look like I'm really scared. And I said to her, I'm not doing that. I said, I'm going to be scared at first. I said, but I'm going out as Vincent. And she goes, and because she respects me, she goes, do what you got to do. So whereas the camera was on me, I looked at him and I went, and she went, right? Because that was
that's how we love that.
And everybody afterwards went, the way you did that, it's like, that's how I came into the show.
Love
right?
that.
But that was now a person that understood the craft of acting. Do you know what I mean? And little things that was gonna be Vincent, that people go, that's Vincent. That's not Richard, that's Vincent. Do you know what I mean?
And then from that to get Hollyoaks, that's a bit unheard of, isn't it? Where you go from like a soap to another soap.
Well,
that's a blessing in this, you know what I mean?
It was a blessing because I was doing a play called Typical.
Right.
And we did it in Edinburgh, Edinburgh Festival, and then we finished at Soho House, and it was, that show was the #1 show about Christopher Alderman who got killed, and it was a true story, a soldier got killed in police custody, and it was a video of him on the floor, they beating him to death. Right, so we did a story of him, And it did so well that my agent called me and said, Hollyoaks want you to be in their show. And I said, audition. He went, nope, I just want you to.
Oh, straight in. We love that.
Exactly. So I was like, I said, oh shit. I said, okay, when do we start? And Hollyoaks, I got to give it to them, man. Hollyoaks has been probably one of the best jobs I've had.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You enjoy it?
Oh no, Hollyoaks. I think it's Northerners though, in general. Like, you know, Northerners are just, I mean, we always hear that Northerners are lovely. But when you experience it, when you live, and Liverpool...
Different warmth, innit?
Oh, it's...
I need to go out in Liverpool, you know. I've never been out there, brother.
Liverpool is one of the best, and I'm not just saying that.
Yeah.
Liverpool is one of the best cities in the UK outside of London for me.
Yeah.
I've been everywhere, yeah, but Liverpool will always be my second home.
Yeah.
Because I've done 4 years in Liverpool, and you know, Liverpool's not big. I know it, like the inside. I like the back of my hand.
Yeah.
But the way the Scousers have taken me in, right? They make me feel, when I'm in Liverpool, they make me feel at home.
We love that.
Oh my God, Liverpool is one of the best cities in the world, no doubt.
So what does the future hold then?
The future for me is still my dream.
Yeah.
And I believe that, you know, everything I've done thus far has taken me to where I'm gonna go, right? The acting experience of Hollyoaks, the acting experience of Eastenders, Shrek, to do a musical, you know, like I did Shrek for 2 years and became the leading person on that show. Do you know what I mean? Because to play Donkey was the character.
This is Eddie Murphy, do you know what I mean? Look at that.
And the guy that cast me for it is the person that cast Eddie Murphy.
Oh, wow, there you go.
Yeah. So it was, and I remember he called me and he goes, I just want to let you know that I'm so glad I cast you. And I've told Eddie Murphy, and I'm like, oh wow. And he goes,
oh, wow.
Yeah, now I don't know if Eddie cares or not, but it's the fact that he's like, he cast Eddie and he cast me.
Yeah.
So, you know, I'm following in the right shoes.
And just the final touch on your fitness. They say black don't crack, but fucking hell, you look good, brother.
I'm very lucky.
Man to man, you look good. I
Thank
see
you,
you on
bro.
the Insta doing the flex, keeping healthy.
Yeah.
You don't look 52 at all.
I'm very lucky.
We was at a premiere the other month, and Amma, who I was with, big up Amma, was like,
Yeah, we was in the film together.
How the fuck, like, he looks like, do you know what I mean?
Do you know
is there a
what?
secret to this? Or what is,
The secret?
how can you summarize this?
You know what? I'll be honest. There's a couple of things. My mum looked very young. My dad is in very good shape still, and he's in his 70s. But outside of that, it might sound crazy, yeah. So I don't drink, I don't smoke, never have, yeah. And I train. I've always done a form of martial arts as well as gym, yeah. But I don't keep drama or stress around me. People don't understand how much drama or people that are drama.
I feel that, you know.
How much it's a serious thing.
No,
you know?
I believe it because I'm like you as well. When drama stuff comes,
you can't have it around you.
I don't have it around me, bro.
You got to, and the thing is, the older we get, the more we understand it.
Yeah.
But I've been that from young.
Yeah.
Like anything that's gonna cause me drama, you win. I'm all right. You win. Go ahead. Because I'm always been strong enough to not let my ego dictate the way I need to move. Right. So you might come at me a certain way, and believe you me, if I decide to walk away, it's not because I'm a dickhead, it's because I made a decision, right? Of, are you gonna engage or are you not? But you don't control nothing here, right? Do you know what I mean? Like, please believe your whatever is not the reason if I decided to walk why I walked. I've made a decision. This is gonna go where either you die or I die, and I've decided that I don't wanna face that.
No, I hear that.
But it's nothing to do, you don't scare me, right? Do you know what I mean? Because I don't scare easy, right? Do you know what I mean? And also, I don't carry myself in a way where I just don't put myself in those situations. And the older you get, you realize how much that is what helps you.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Trust me, I don't, when I used to party and stuff when I was younger, I did that in my younger years. So now, if I do a comedy show or a big event, right, I just go home.
Yeah.
Like there would be an after party and you find
But you're still out here doing comedy shows regular, hungry like you was 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Because I see you, bro. Comedy show here, comedy show there. Yeah, honing your craft, and I love that.
Yeah,
I rate it. Because you could do the Hollyoaks thing, but I'm out here.
Because you know what it is?
You've just come from Liverpool now, 3-4 hour drive.
Yeah. Because I don't, because you know what it is? I don't, because that's what I'm saying about the arrogance. I'm not arrogant, so I'm not even arrogant to myself to believe that I've arrived. I've not arrived, right? Do you know what I mean? Because trust me, there are comedians that can do things where you go raw, and it's like, I always say, something that starts hard gets easier, right? Do you know what I mean? It will always get easier, no matter if it's learning to do a backflip, no matter if it's to learn to walk on your hands, whatever it is. It will always start hard because it's the first time. Your muscles are not used to that. Your body's not used to it. And then after a while, you're doing it and go, "Raw, I didn't know I could do a backflip." It's like because you trained your body to do that, right? Now you can do a somersault and then you could stop doing it for a year or two and then realize you can't do it again. You've got to retrain it, right? That's like any skill that you've got.
It's the willingness to do it, though, isn't it?
There you go. So I just don't give up on the skill that I have.
I hear that. My cameraman's throwing mad fingers at me.
Yeah,
We've had about 3-4 hours. It's the longest podcast. My brother, I could talk to you for 8. I'm actually screwing that the batteries are running out and the memory cards are running out.
You know what? It's actually tomorrow. We started yesterday.
Yes, it's so true.
That's when you know. We started
before
yesterday.
The batteries run out. Let me just tell you, it's been an absolute honour. You are an icon, a British icon.
Thank you, my brother.
The UK rates you, bro. I promise you. I'm not just saying that, brother. You set one of the first stones into what this massive boulder. Yeah, and I'm just so glad that you, from your highs to your lows, you're up again, and people can now realise, yo, look at his journey, bro. Look what he's achieved. Look what he's still achieving. Yeah. He's still out here, and I just hope people give you the blessings that you deserve, the honour. You get what I'm saying? The honour of what you have done and what you are continuing to do, my bro.
By God's grace.
Yeah, honestly.
By God's grace.
Thank you so much. I would sit with you for 5 more hours, bro. And I'm fuming, bro. But it's an absolute honour, bro.
People don't realise, I actually got it yesterday.
The younger kid in me is like, wow, Richard Blackwood, you know what I mean? So,
no.
And then I want to talk about another hood and all this other stuff.
Oh, yeah.
But come on, my bro. Thank you so much, bro. And you stuck it in, and you're a testament to how it should be done. And when things don't go your way, you know what I mean?
It wasn't meant to.
You keep going.
Yeah, that route was closed for a reason. If a door shuts, it's because it was meant to shut. Because if you had gone through there, something bad would have happened to you.
100.
Do you know what I mean?
We out, man. We out. Richard, love you, brother.
Always, brother. Bless
Thank
up.
you.
Bless up.
Thank
Come on,
you.
man. Come on.